world was waiting for a champion. There were others like me. A billion PUBG Mobile players all hoping to be the one. There can only be one winner, and I never stopped aiming higher. Aiming to become a pro, the best in my country. Aiming to win a world championship and be the best in the region. Aiming to step on the world stage and bring home glory. We are all here for the original, the first, the best Battle Royale. We're all here to witness a champion in the making. Anyone can be the one. Now is the time to aim high and shine bright.
Olá, eu sou o Carrilho.
E aí galera, eu sou o Mafioso. Nós somos da Alpha 7 e estamos aqui hoje para jogar o jogo de concordar e discordar com as perguntas aí que vão fazer pra gente. Eu acho que não tem nem o que falar, a gente vem mostrando muito nos campeonatos das Américas. Os times brasileiros são bem fortes na bala e tal, e estão sempre no topo de tabela, então eu concordo plenamente.
E a última PMSL mostrou bem isso, né, com a tabela, onde só os brasileiros praticamente conseguiram demonstrar seu jogo. E não há dúvidas, hoje o Brasil é o melhor na América. Lá no começo não era, né? Tinha a Latam que era muito forte, o próprio NA, mas hoje acabaram ficando para trás e o Brasil não ficou para trás, continuou treinando, continuou se dedicando e está chegando muito forte. Bom, eu concordo e sei, fico ali no meio termo porque acho que a gente joga bem de qualquer jeito. Num campeonato grande é muito importante quando você tem a safe ao seu favor. Sim. Porque todo mundo tá ficando vivo até o final e fica muito difícil se você não tem a safe.
E se a safe não for a favor, o nosso estilo de jogo, a gente não tem... A gente sabe entrar na safe, sabe? Tipo, sim, independente de qual safe for, a gente vai conseguir entrar e fazer.
Independente dela, a gente consegue sempre analisar a melhor forma de entrar nela. E seja matando, seja batendo em alguma casa, puxando algum morro, a gente sempre dá um jeito e o safe pra nós não é problema.
Eu discordo, porque na real, não, eu vou discordar, porque acredito que no campeonato de alto nível você ficar camperando muito, você não vai conseguir pegar boas eliminações. E a gente sabe que para um time ser campeão, o time não pode ficar só camperando, tem que correr atrás de kill. Porque cada kill que você mata é um ponto, cada pessoa, e eu discordo.
Bom, vou no mesmo raciocínio que você. No campeonato de alto nível, os times precisam das kills, as kills fazem a diferença. Às vezes você pode pontuar muita kill, matar muito, mas morrer cedo e mesmo assim você está no topo da tabela. E por isso eu discordo, acho que camperar não é uma boa estratégia.
Pra mim, quando eu ganho partida assim, eu fico muito feliz. Então é uma das melhores sensações que eu acho que eu posso ter no PUBG Mobile.
Bom, eu acho que ganhar é essencial, você precisa ganhar as partidas. Mas acho que a melhor sensação, sem dúvidas, é ser campeão, é quando você olha pra tabela e você vê que você conseguiu o que você queria. Mas as vitórias fazem parte disso.
Concordo, porque sempre tem algum campeonato ali que dá chance para o time de comunidade, então eles são bem acolhidos entre a galera que já está no topo faz tempo, então eu concordo.
Sim, pelo menos na nossa região, né, a gente não conhece muito das outras, mas a gente vê muito campeonato da comunidade lá no Brasil e eu acho que é uma boa chance dos outros times que estão lá embaixo crescerem, eles aprenderem com os outros que já estão no topo e assim chegar e disputar os grandes campeonatos. Eu concordo muito.
Você diz o carro mal? Eu concordo um pouco.
Tipo, como assim? Dirigiu o carro mal?
Tá falando assim, tipo assim, não importa você ser muito bom, se você vai bater, você é ruim dirigindo no jogo.
É o que eu brigo contigo com o Magrelinho. Tipo assim, vocês ficam só batendo o carro. Não adianta vocês dar a bala que vocês dão e ficar batendo o carro e matando todo mundo. Esse é o meu raciocínio, por isso concordo.
Ah, eu concordo um pouco, porque dependendo da ocasião você vai ter que saber dirigir. Se você for rushar e bater o carro, você vai morrer, o time vai te perder. Então eu concordo um pouco também. Eu discordo, eu não discordo muito porque de vez em algumas ocasiões a SMG vai sobressair, porque a DBS quando ela pega o tiro em cheio ela mata o cara, mas de vez em quando ela pega um tirinho de raspão e o cara, ela tem um delay, né, pra sair outro disparo, então eu discordo um pouco.
Como você falou, em algumas ocasiões a SMG acaba sobressaindo, mas são muito raras. E eu botei que eu discordo bastante justamente porque a gente está num campeonato de alto nível e aqui os times não vão errar o tiro de 12. E todo mundo joga com essa 12, então fica difícil, né, matar. A gente, infelizmente, depois de algumas atualizações, a gente tem que se acostumar, tem que treinar com 12, que não era o nosso forte, pra gente chegar e competir com eles.
Não nada.
Vai lá.
Eu deixei no meio porque eu acho que depende muito da ocasião. Quando você quer eliminar um pixel ou tá rushando alguma casa, a Molotov é muito eficiente. Mas quando você vai rushar numa negativa assim, jogar Molotov não tem um porquê. Então a HI sobressai. Então eu deixei no meu tempo por causa disso.
O efeito da Molotov ele é mais rápido, né? Tipo assim, a HI querendo ou não são 6 segundos que você tem que esperar. E como você falou, em casas a HE funciona mais. A HE não, desculpa, a Molotov. E em negativas e morros a HE funciona mais. Então não tem como concordar ou discordar mais. Pra mim as duas estão ao mesmo tempo.
За манай багийн хувьд бол нэгт машин, хоёрт лут гэсэн хоёр имийг хадгалцаж сонгодог доо. Машин сайн машин байвал бас бидэнд ашигтай. Багийн RB гэх мэтчлээ.
考虑的关键因素就是有没有其他队跟我们漏点吧。
Ирангл дээр Sanhok military base дээр буудаг. Miramar map дээр болохоор Chomakera дээр буудаг. Sanhok дээр Painan дээр гэсэн.
Hafal juga tentang tiran-tiran apa yang ada di sana, jadi kurasa itu sih pertimbangan dari coach dan tim kita semua untuk ambil spot tersebut.
Тэр хормыг эргүүлсэн нэг би манай багт буруугаар эргэх тэр зүйлийг хэрвээ мэдрүүл бид байтгаас хурах ч юм уу эсвэл
Тухайн одоо дайны нөхцөл байдал те одоо давуутай бол байлдан тэгэл одоо бүр үнэхээр давуугаа алдсан бол одоо татах ч юм уу. Тэр үеийнхээ тухайн нөхцөл байдлаас л тааруулж дараагаа тоглолт.
前期的话，我们大概率是 B 站的，到后期不得已打的时候就没有深度的时候，就是跟他们应战吧。
Tentu aja kita ngambil fight sih. Nah masuk ke safe zone tuh saya ikut IGL ya Jimmy.
Яг өөрсдийнхөө юм маягаар байнгын яг тоглолдог нэг юмараа тэгэл хэрэн дандаа л тэгж тоглолч. Тэгж ер нь доош тоглол.
我进入安全区的策略就是先考虑我们周围有没有人吧，然后进圈之后我们得防着突变。
сумаа баг тэгээд ер нь smoke, granate, molotov энэ гурыг ер нь ихийг авахыг боддог. Бусд нь нэг жоохон тэрс. Багийнхнаас гуугаал.
Пикапн дээр таарсан байдаг нь болохоор 6 smoke, 5 net, 2 molotov. Тэгж авч явдаг.
Kita orang bagikan backpack kita orang tuh saya bawa 5 grenade, 2 molotov, 5 smoke. And sekarang pun kereta tu dia ada bonnet. Kita orang masuk ke dalam bonnet tu semua, peluru apa semua kita orang masuk dalam.
背包管理的话，一般都是先调好，就是必须得打有那个打一架的资格嘛，打完之后再去填敌人的包。
Yang pasti sebelum game itu ada settingannya sih. Udah disetting dari awal jadi nggak bawa granat 5, smoke 5, kayak peluru hijau cuma 240 setiap senjatanya. Jadi udah disetting sebelum main di play.
From the player lounge, join me, Sir Tani, the coach for Team Vampires. And we have here questions. After the survivor stage, we have 4 teams coming into the main tournament. How do you feel about those teams, and which one is a threat for you?
All those teams are good, but the threat I think is NRX because they play their play style is playing on the edge just like us, and also their drop is near us too. So maybe it's a threat a bit.
Cool. Is the players going to change their style? Like your team is going to change their styles because of the 4 teams coming from the survival stage?
I don't think so. They are playing something that they are confident that playing on the edge, aggressive style, just like that. I think are the same.
Cool. So, Mr. Riyadh winner, to whom is the trophy going? Who's the winner?
Everyone wants this trophy. We are too, but let's see what in game. But yeah, I don't want anyone to take my trophy. Vampire, we win.
Okay, your trophy, you named it. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us. I'll let you to it, go to the team, and of course, prepare the team. We wrap up the first day and the Alpha 7 claiming the top. And the first thing that I want to talk about is how are you guys feeling after such a performance on the main stage?
Como vocês estão se sentindo hoje depois dessa performance no cenário principal?
Eu respondo. Acho que a gente está tranquilo, a gente sabia que podia ter sido melhor, mas a gente deu o nosso melhor. Então vamos para os próximos dias, foi só o primeiro dia de campeonato, tem muito chão pela frente ainda.
I think we know we could have done better, but it's great already, and there's just the first day of the tournament, and there's a lot to come.
Okay, you talked about doing better, basically. You are tying with DRX as the first spot. What do you feel like you're going to change for the day 2 to maintain and dominate the top?
Vocês estão falando em fazer melhor e dar o seu melhor, vocês estão empatados com a DRX. O que vocês vão fazer para desempatar?
Bom, como eu falou, a gente está muito tranquilo, a gente jogou muito tranquilo hoje. A gente sabe que a gente não teve um bom dia, apesar das 2 vitórias. E o que a gente vai fazer nos próximos 2 dias é basicamente chegar no hotel, treinar bastante, estudar os erros, consertar principalmente os erros, né? Que acho que a gente errou bastante hoje. E se Deus quiser vir muito forte amanhã e depois também.
We know that we are doing good. We could have done better, although we had 2 winnings. But we're going to carry on studying. We're going to study the maps. We're going to study everything and do our best for the next few days.
All right, anything you would like to say to your fans, basically, on such a memorial day for you guys?
Tem alguma coisa que vocês querem dizer para os fãs de vocês num dia tão memorável?
Acho que só tenho a agradecer por continuarem torcendo pela gente. A gente adora o apoio de vocês, então continuem torcendo e vamos para cima. #Goa7, #GoBrasil, é isso.
We would like to thank you for your support. We know that you're supporting us, and that's it. #Alpha7, #Brazil, and we're going for that.
Thank you so much, and best of luck for your second day as well for the Alpha 7.
Hello everyone, Ginny here, and this is the second day of the main tournament at the PUBG Mobile World Cup at ESPORTS World Cup. These are our keys, well, keys of some teams who have their hopes and dreams crushed already.
Yeah, we already had some teams eliminated from survival stage. These keys, they're gonna end up at the bottom of that totem, and who knows what other 15 keys are gonna end up at the bottom of that totem, because we're gonna be getting closer to crowning that champion.
Absolutely, only 1 winner and 15 more to be added to the tally. Who's it gonna be?
I don't know. Can Alpha 7 finally break that second place curse? Or is it gonna be some of the other teams? Vampire Esports maybe making a last place rush all the way to the top. Stay tuned and find out.
I'm not doing the intro. It's not happening. It's not happening. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup 2024 as we're into our final stage. and into our second day of play here. Maxman's ready to break things down. That was a really close shot of us. Ready to break things down today because we had a couple of unexpected results. DRX currently tied for first place, technically in second place because they are behind Alpha 7 when it comes to the tiebreaker. But also, Maxman's pick, a 4MV. At least they got a decent game at the end.
So
but the
early.
Cursed Man Extraordinaire is here yet again.
Has not even been a minute, and we're already talking about that, okay? Are we going to expect something better from them today? Hopefully. Is it going to happen? No, maybe not. I don't know. I've given up, okay? I'm moving on.
Well,
I'm on the Alpha 7 hype train.
No. Alpha 7's my thing. You stay far, far away from them.
You should be happy with Alpha 7. They've been able to put on a pretty good performance. Pretty similar to what we saw at PMGC so far. The question is, will the results continue to be the same way at PMGC, and are they not going to take themselves the trophy?
I don't want to glaze this early on. It's too early. It's just we've seen Alpha 7 before being able to take the lead right after day one. Guess what? They have lost the lead before with a healthy lead. So it comes down to how they're going to be playing. They did a lot. I mean, we're going to be talking about them a little bit more too, but the team, they perform really, really well. I feel like they do have some momentum, and this is a team that does tend to carry momentum. I'm hoping that it kind of continues today. I don't expect them to get 2 chicken dinners. I feel like that's a bit unrealistic for me. But if they do get 2 chicken dinners, and if McGrellin starts popping off, that is going to be a very dangerous team, and even more dangerous team than what they already done.
Can they avoid getting in their own heads tomorrow?
Yes.
Today, it's all happy in games. They're going to be totally fine today because it's not the last day. I think all eyes will be on tomorrow. We'll probably see them at #1 still by the end of today and see how it all goes. No, you don't like that?
No.
They have to go second place today to be first place tomorrow.
Yes, Alpha 7 end up in second place today. That way tomorrow you don't feel as comfortable.
Just like my hairline. No, first place, second place, back to first.
There is a precedence in esports to say that a chasing team oftentimes has better prospects towards the end. Holding #1 for a long period of time is very difficult, as we have seen multiple times during PUBG Mobile. But chasing, it's a whole different ballgame, and sometimes it really fuels the fire, as it were.
Fuels the fire, and not only are they playing for the $1.5 million, they're also playing to get some club championship points for their clubs. And we do have QuickShot here to update us on what's been happening around EWC.
Hello everybody, I'm QuickShot, the host of EWC Central, the broadcast that covers every single game, every single week, throughout the entirety of the Esports World Cup. I wanted to take a moment to take a look at the PUBG Mobile World Cup main tournament and see how that will impact the standings in our EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. First of all, if you are a fan of Team Falcons, well, I have terrible news for you. The club was eliminated in the last minutes of the survival stage earlier this week, and they will not earn any points in PUBG Mobile. There are, however, strong contenders for a high points finish. Clubs like Team Liquid, who came in 4th during the group stage, and they're looking to close the gap to first place on our overall standings. Of course, don't forget Twisted Minds. They snatched away the final main tournament spot from Team Falcons, clipping their wings and sending them back to the nest. Will that momentum help them in the main event? Now, you see the standings just a moment ago, and if you want more updates on that club championship as well as every other game, then you can check out the EWC Central broadcast from Thursday to Sunday, 2 p.m. till 6 p.m. Check it on twitch.tv/EWC, youtube.com/EWC. That does it from me, QuickShot, and the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC.
That's the first time QuickShot and I have been on the same show together since 2013.
Huh. Yeah, it is.
Wow.
My first time ever, despite knowing him for that long.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Wow.
And then Seven's like, who's QuickShot?
Who that guy? I know him.
Oh, okay.
He's a cool guy.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Okay. Well, you did obviously hear about Falcons being eliminated. Obviously, we had Maxman to thank for that one. But we can see what our results were yesterday in Alpha 7. They came 1 game away, which it was almost possible in our final Miramar, to pulling off a record breaker of getting 3 chicken dinners in a day. But they did put themselves tied up in first place. But TJB, the dark horse that you, Seven, and Colors were talking about, had a fairly good day.
The 2 first games, yes.
The first 3 games, I felt like they were great, and then after that, it was just early fights, losing,
Well, I think
and more
Maxman
losing.
said he was starting to support them around the halfway point of the
You
day.
can't put the blame on me every 2 seconds.
Wait! I think you actually did.
Yeah, he's like, I'm on the TJB hype train now.
I couldn't believe it. I was all PEL all the way. Tiamba, TJB, my dark horse. Keep it on Max. No, keep it on Max.
Yeah, put it on him.
Back on
put
Max
it on him.
as we judge him intensely. This man has ruined the
ruined Falcons, ruined 4MB, now TJB.
Well, don't forget about RRQ way back in the day.
Oh,
God.
I
Okay,
still
we're
have
going
the
way
DM
too
from back
far
then,
back.
like framed on my wall.
Hey, we saw you know what?
yesterday.
Max, whenever you do curse teams, you always give the best reactions. But you know who also gives great reactions?
The players.
The players. Let's take a look at
Top
our
reactions.
Pepsi top reactions from day one of our finals.
Top is not there.
Some signs of happiness there, some signs of relief, and some signs of depression, realizing that Maxman has predicted their team to win. You didn't want to host, now you're just going to be attacked from all different angles.
Also like a normal day in the office then. Okay.
Pretty much. But gentlemen, as we move on to talk about the day here, we're going to have to take a look at our overalls to obviously refresh the mind of all of you viewers at home, and of course our minds. As we did talk about Alpha 7, first place, DRX second, but I think the real surprise, Reject third actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's still early days in this main tournament, right? So one big chicken dinner is going to be sending you right up there into the overall ranking. So really good last game here from Reject versus Boom. I did think Boom might be able to get himself the win too at the end, but Reject had a really good spot very early on in the match. So we'll see if they can try and get some good results off the back of that, but really, they are not the consistent team in my mind. So I want to see some other games where they can get some points on board outside of that one singular chicken dinner.
We're still having a lot of variance, and we did have uncertainty coming into this tournament, Jason, but the one constant truly is, and no, all memes aside, Alpha Esports, Alpha 7, if they're able to continue this kind of form from what we saw from the groups, what we're coming into here as well, I do believe they will be taking the trophy against all of these teams. Again, we just mentioned it. It's a case of mindset for them in that last day. But beyond that, I think DRX obviously really shining bright yesterday with the control play that they were doing. Not huge eliminations here and there. Even their win was 10 elims, but
they're tied for joint top elims so far.
Yeah, I mean,
more elims than Alpha 7 too.
It steadily comes in. It's not like, oh, we've had a 20 elim game, things like that. No, they're taking medium-sized splits in the middle of these circles, holding it down, playing the control game, and it's going very nicely.
Taking those medium-sized bites, and we're seeing Alpha 7 look for those larger bites of that potential cake that they could have come in their way here. And we're taking a look at a breakdown between our number 1 and number 2 team. And I did want to ask you, Kalaris, or 7, or Max, whichever you want to answer this. DRX, we heavily criticized them in group stage. We thought there was slightly a fluke when it came to survival stage, but we're seeing that consistency. Is this DRX waking up, and do you think, honestly, that DRX can continue this pace and finish top 3?
I don't think they'll have the success that they had yesterday. I'm with you too. I was really impressed by the control that they were doing. I mean, we saw what they were able to do in Lumberyard, right? Even though that was a given match to them, they were still able to do other stuff in different matches where early on in stage 2, they were willing to just split out in a way that they were playing confidence to a team that wasn't playing this kind of confident before during group stages. And I feel like that's what we've been critiquing them so much on. And then you had other people, even I said it too, could this be possibly another D+ during group stages? That's not the case, because this team, I mean, it does get fed sometimes. They take advantage of it, but they do end up fighting, and they're able to adjust quickly. They're not able to just fight in the center of the circles, which was a problem for D+ during group stages. This team is also able to fight edge.
Yeah, I mean, this team right now of DRX is looking very comfortable in the main tournament because their playstyle is we play very closely stacked in the center of the circle. All the teams that were trying to play sweeping edge are just at the bottom of the rankings, right? So central positions is the meta for this PMWC main tournament.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at something like Alliance, right? If from them in the group stage, obviously, yes, we kind of attribute a lot of their success to those big splits. Can't get away with that here in this later stages of the tournament. And There were 1 or 2 games in the group stage where Alliance had that sweeping mentality and were successful with that as well. As you guys are saying, the meta to a degree has shifted for the main tournament because center spots are so important and they're becoming so prioritized by these teams that will be the winning strategy coming in these 62 days.
And even if I want to go a little bit further here in this main tournament and do a prediction, I think teams are going to try and adapt even more to that meta of like playing center. It's going to be even tougher to get those central positions under wraps. So today you have to be quick on the pivot if you want to have a chance to reach that late game.
4MB will bounce back today.
I'm not saying anything.
No. You stay quiet.
That's
nice of you.
Well, you got hopes for them. I have to have hopes for them because that was the team I predicted to win. But I wonder what Genie and John had to say about the day.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Coffee Break with Ginny and
John Allen.
John Allen. So let's have a conversation about the teams that you're excited about to see today.
I think Alpha 7's the big one for me. Can they
Okay.
hold on towards that top spot? It's basically their time to shine, right?
Yeah.
They cannot come second another time.
No?
It just can't happen.
Why not?
It's probably going to happen, isn't it?
No, you can't curse them. Come on.
No, that's Max's job.
Yeah.
I feel like, it's Brazil's time. I want them to come into the end-of-year event as well, looking strong. I think that would be pretty cool. It's time for a Brazilian team to take the top spot.
It is. Ooh, I'm excited. Looking forward to it myself as well. Enjoy your coffee.
Thank you.
And we're going to be heading back over to you guys.
Saying it's Brazil's time. I think that's a fair thing to say. Very astute, and obviously I think Brazil's very deserving, especially with Alpha 7. But one team who I think we all agree should be deserving of a better rank that they're currently sitting on, it's 4MV, Max.
It's okay, Max. I'll take over this one. For 4MB, I mean, I was just talking about them too. I feel like this team can definitely bounce back. They were still able to get the eliminations. And actually, when I was looking at the matches that they were able to perform yesterday, they had 3 good matches. The other 3 were not good at all. They were getting pretty much last place, 0 eliminations, not like what you want to see out of this team. But when they were able to perform well, they were able to put up those eliminations. And this is what this team is kind of known for. And this is kind of why we're talking about them too, right, Kyle? Because they do have that prospect. They do have that prospect that they can possibly get a chicken dinner with like 20 eliminations.
Yeah, regionally there was clutch potential from every single one of them. Their utility game compared to a lot of people in their region was just outstanding. Way beyond what you saw from the other teams in their region, which is one of the most competitively fought regions in the world. Here on the main event, it is difficult for them to really put it out yesterday. They really need to bring that fire today.
Well, you guys at home, maybe you can help break the curse for 4MV by going over to stcplay.gg and predicting who you think's going to win. I know 4MV need all your energy. Vampire, they desperately need all the energy they could possibly get. But speaking of energy, one man who's always at global events that has a ton of energy, it's James Yang, the Senior Director of Global Esports, is back for another announcement, and I want to see what it's going to be about.
Yes.
Wow. Chicken dinner.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the STC Arena, the Senior Director of Global Esports Center at Level Infinite Tencent Games, James Yang.
Whew. Hello PUBG Mobile fans in the world, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome to the World Pulse PUBG Mobile World Cup. My name is James Yang, the Senior Director of Global Esports Center in Level Infinite, publisher of PUBG Mobile. Over 6 years, I've witnessed PUBG Mobile esports ecosystem grow and expand. Regions all over the world have been united in the passion for esports, and we appreciate each and every one of you watching and joining us in the journey. 2024 has been an amazing year for PUBG Mobile esports, and the community in particular has been the highlight of the year to me. Your support has made this year truly one of the greatest years, and plenty of exciting announcements to be shared today will make the community even more thrilled and hyped. So let's dive in, starting the latest details of 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This December, 48 plus 1 team will get the chance to fight their way to the victory, but only 1 team will become the top of the PMGC 2024 champion. Southeast Asia, 10 teams including top 5 from PMSL South Asia 4. The top 4 teams from PMGC points from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, and the PMCL for winner. Central South Asia, 4 teams from PMSL CSA 4, and the top 4 teams by PMGC points from Central South Asia, Pakistan, and Central Asia. Americas, top 3 teams from PMSL Americas 4, and the top 3 by PMGC points from North America, Brazil, and Latam. Europe, Middle East, and Africa, 9 teams including top 5 from PMSL EMEA 4, and the top 4 by PMGC points from EMEA, MEA, Europe, and Turkey. Additionally, 2 teams from Japan, 4 teams from China's PEL, 2 teams from South Korea, 1 team from the PUBG Mobile World Cup Season 2, and 5 special invitees to be announced later, and 1 direct invite to the finals from hosting country. This tournament features a truly global lineup. And by tomorrow, we'll know which team will own the very first PUBG Mobile World Cup and an additional slot for their region for the Global Championship. For all our fans in UK and Europe, we got some exciting news. We already have announced this year PMGC will be held in UK, and today I'm happy to announce that the Excel Auditorium in London will be the battleground of choice, known to the host of many UK's greatest game events. We are so excited to bring the biggest PUBG Mobile esports tournament to the UK and hope many esports fans over the world can come and take a photo next to the big band. Ticketing for PMGC will be open in August, ahead of the event taking place from 6th to 8th to December. So get ready to grab your spot for this major competition. This event will be really great. Okay, one more thing. Have you played one of the most enjoyable modes in PUBG Mobile, Metro Royale? We've had so much fun developing this Metro Royale game mode, and we are looking forward to a bright future with it. So let's check out the latest Metro Royale video. Yes, this is a Metro mode, and okay, Metro Royale esports is coming to PUBG Mobile. After the success of the Metro Royale game mode, we decided it's time to take it to the next level, which is why we are preparing an esports scene for Metro Royale players. This will join PUBG Mobile prestigious esports lineup and will give a chance to the players to prove their skill to the world. I've been really excited to share this with you all and can't wait. Bring more details soon. But for now, it's time to practice. anyone among you can be the first champion of a Metro Royale tournament. That's all from me. So thank you all PUBG Mobile fans over the world. And it's a time to enjoy the great Metro Royale showmatch. Be the one!
Let's get it going. What an insane announcement. Always good to hear from the legendary James Yang himself. And man, Metro Royale Esports? What more can we ask for?
Hell yeah, man. I mean, we've had the Battle Royale esport for the longest time, for years and years now, and we're going to see a completely different game mode here in PUBG Mobile. It's going to have its own separate esports ecosystem here, Hot Jukes. I'm beyond excited about how that's going to be looking for years to come. And I've enjoyed myself a few matches already here, Hot Jukes, in Metro Royale. And the competitive side of things is going to be very interesting to see on the big screen.
I can't wait to see how it's all gonna be done, right? Like, you know,
what are the rules?
Yeah, what are the rules? You know, what kind of gear do people gonna go ahead and go in with? Everything. You know, Metro Royale is by far one of my favorite modes to play. You know, there was actually a time. All right, I did get the screenshot. I was #1 in the U.S. in Metro Royale. Yes, for a little while.
I'll just let you talk the entire time.
No, for a little while. It was an absolute blast. I played with my homie Dad Plays. You got to go check him out. Awesome PUBG Mobile YouTuber that focuses a lot on Metro Royale. And man, dude, this is going to be a blast. Guys, we're about to get into it. Of course, I'm Hot Jukes with Maxman right here, coming all the way from the studio up to cast the first Metro Royale Esports first look that we're gonna actually have here.
Yeah, Maxman casting in 2024. What's going on? Is it 2019 all over again? I don't know. And yeah, the first ever esports Metro Royale game. Very intrigued to see how it's gonna go down because, of course, you just want to get some good juicy loot. And I played these matches. My RNG luck is not quite there, unfortunately, Juicy. I cannot find myself an M4 ever. I just get like UMPs and stuff, but if you get yourself an M4, well, of course, how strong it is, you know,
yeah,
in PUBG Mobile, it's insane.
It's so crazy. You know, the great thing about this mode is you start getting loot, you buy some from the black market inside there, and you kit these weapons out with all these different attachments. And they have different rankings. You have, you know, common, and then you go all the way up to the top. Right now, level 6 gear is what you're looking to hunt down. You're looking for them. You see them pink items right there? That's what you want to hunt down. And it all depends. You know, I think I'm interested to see what weapons these guys are going to go in with, because lately we see a lot of folks at the highest level of Metro Royale. They be rocking them P90s, they be rocking them MKs, and there's different skill trees that you could use as well. So you start, you know, inputting different things. It reduces your recoil, increases your run speed. So there's people who literally rock an MK14 with an 8X. And just full spray from distance. It's crazy to watch.
I do like you can really just tweak the loadout to what you really want, what you want your playstyle to be. If you want to play long range, just go with an Orm and just like play super long range and get yourself some cool stuff to boot this time around. But of course, you know, in terms of points, play eliminations, 500,000 points each. So, mate, if you hear those footsteps, might want to try and rush it down because that's a ton of points you're getting in the Metro Royale game mode.
Yeah, so that's what everybody's going to be hunting down. They're going to be looking for those eliminations. And we are going to get into it here. We can already see people on the move. And, you know, I want to see who's going to be heading into that mine warehouse. Are they going to be hunting each other down? I am looking at the gear. Everybody looks level 6 kitted out to the teeth.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're rocking those level 6 helmets, those backpacks. I'm wondering what kind of attachments people are using inside that vest, because you could use an item that allows you to avoid radiation damage completely. So the main objective, you can see it right there on the left, is just getting as much loot as you possibly can and making it out alive.
We've got some early action already happening here for Alter Ego that I was hoping to make it to PMWC, but they're here in spirit, in Metro Royale here, Hot Jukes. At least they made it through. And we're going to see some MK14 and some early action going on through. And Metro Mania are going to be having a little bit of a rough start here, having already one player knocked away. A second also is going to be falling to his knees. And early fights, when you're maybe also struggling to find loot around the map, is going to be a little bit rough for these guys. But the res should normally and hopefully be coming on through.
Yeah, because these guys should already go in with a certain type of weapon. And everybody has different strategies. And honestly, it's going to be tough. If these guys don't play Metro Royale like religiously, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to come in here. Because, you know, the recoil, the weapons, everything is different from the regular
game.
Yeah, it really is. So you can see everyone's rocking that MK14, the Bob Barker, I like to call it. A lot of pros, they don't even rock a secondary because they want that extra extra space in their bags, but we already see the first team out. That's Metromania gone, just like that.
Yeah, unfortunately over the ridge there, they were just not quite able to take on that fight. But yeah, it makes sense, right, also because I take one weapon, not for the reason of just, getting extra loot, just if I get eliminated, because, I get taken out quite a lot in these matches, I don't lose too much, so that's my extra strat I'm going to be going for this time around, though. Sem9 also going to be towards one of the strong positions over on this map. A lot of loot to boot this time around. And also, we're talking about, the fights, player versus players. You've got some agents. In this mode, you have zombies, right?
Yeah.
So if you got the super strong ones, that I'm not sure where they spawn exactly on this map, but that is going to be potentially giving you a ton of loot, but they are very, very hard to take down.
Yeah, you get a different opportunity to get some, very high-end weapons as well. Some that are pretty exclusively almost drop only. So that's what they're kind of hunting down for. And, if you all work to take down a boss together, you have to roll, right, for which loot you could get. Yeah. So that's pretty interesting as well. But right now, we see everybody kind of focusing on the PvP side of things. We don't see anybody running towards the radiation zone. That's where you're going to get the best loot possible. There's a lot of crates there that have those gold bars, right, that are worth a whole ton of money. So right now, you can see everyone just kind of looting the regular areas here, just trying to find, make the best of it.
Yeah. I mean, of course, you know who we're talking about. You've been the top player of NA in Metro Royale Hot Jukes, okay, just to sing your glory a little bit there.
For a very short time, by the way.
Yes.
Right, I was enough
but it was there. You got the screenshot.
I got the screenshot, and I said, I did it, boys. And then I let everybody else pass me up
The king of NA.
That's right.
when it comes to Metro Royale. But I've played myself a few matches too, and my best weapon, my purple weapon, is a pan. It's a purple weapon.
Oh, okay. Purple.
Technically, I got a purple weapon. There you go.
go.
That's I just go, like, bonking people on their heads. The zombies, I think, will tank that one quite a bit, but it's quite nice to have. But you also can fight these players, right? Don't forget, you can also extract yourself out of the map. You got some great loot. You don't want to lose it. You can just leave the place if you want and keep all of that juicy loot for yourself in your arsenal.
Well, one of the favorite things I love about Metro Royale, right? And this is for anybody that plays PUBG Mobile. You've never played this mode. The greatest part about this is you spend so much time getting resources, right, to buy better and better items. The thing is, though, if you get taken out, you get eliminated in Metro Royale, you risk losing those items. So you can have the very rare, like, Cobra level 6 helmet, and then it just gets dropped and it's gone, just like that. So it's great to kind of like just, once you get elimination, you see that little red mythic line, and like, oh, there's something good in that box.
Yeah, every time I see footsteps, I'm like, okay, I'm going to hide.
Right there? Yeah, see
I was going to go, ooh.
There's something good in that box.
That's a red light
and you can see exactly why they're spending so much time looting it. Somebody dropped something big.
You're taking a lot of time there because there's some good loot in there. You're going to throw out the stuff that you just really don't want because you want to make space in your backpack, which is pretty limited, by the way. You can get bigger backpacks to try and take more loot, but of course, the more loot you get, the more valuable you become to enemies to take you down. And if they get that loot, they're going to be happy chaps in these matches. Though, 2 teams currently eliminated, Metromania and Alter Ego. And currently, I'm still looking at FaZe Clan and Sem9 to potentially do well in these ones because, of course, they're esports veterans. And I'd love to see, some of the PUBG Mobile esports players and teams playing into Metro Royale. How are they going to adapt? Is it going to be an easy transition, or is it going to require a lot of training to adapt to the game mode itself? And as you said, it's pretty much a different game, right? How are they going to be able to perform in this game mode?
Yeah, I mean, this is my first time ever just looking at it right here. So it's going to be really interesting because obviously there's a high point value to eliminations. So you're going to see people hunting that down. But right now, what we're going to look is right now what we're seeing here. We're seeing some teams try to run to the radiation zone. So they're going underneath here and going to get there quickly. But you have to get there so fast because all those boxes that are there in that rad zone, once they're gone, it's over. So you could just get there, all the boxes are open, and you're just stuck with nothing.
Just radiating
That's
away.
Right. That's right.
I love these tunnels, by the way, because I'm very scared of dying in these game modes. I'm just like, okay, I can avoid people, I can loot and be very sneaky. Use the tunnels, go from point A to point B, get closer to the extraction zone, using these carts, which I personally love this mechanic, playing the Metro Royale game mode. And it just gets you to position very safely until you get out. And if a player's camping, then you might be in a bit of trouble, though.
Yep, and you can just see them. And the carts are a good, sign to know if a team has already taken the area.
Used it, yeah.
Yeah, so you see that cart gone, you're like, oh, there's a team ahead of me. And what looks like we might see an engagement here soon. They're not in front of them. They're actually just past, I think, in the other tunnel.
Are they?
Yeah, they are.
It looks awfully close.
They look awfully close. Wait, are they?
No, they're the same.
They are there. Oh, never mind. Kenny's dancing. He must have found something real good. He's hanging out with
summoning
the emotes.
loot. praying to the loot gods, please. I need myself some golden loot.
There we go. Guys having
They're waiting for the
here.
spawn. Can't put it out. Oh, they got such great emotes, man. Okay. Oh, no, okay. You cannot dance on top of the roof, Kenny. That's not okay. Okay, he's going to get the res at least, but, you know, thing is, players, you never know where they're going to be, right? It is hardcore to its absolute core in this game mode. So, man, if you're spotted out, your head is going to get blown off right away.
Yeah, you can see there's some pro tips. Dancing on the open's not a good thing, and we're going to see another player from Metro Mini go down here. Let's see what big old FaZe Clan could do. FaZe Clan's going to get that confirmation and that loot as well. And I'll tell you what, level 6 gear or even like some legendary weapons are super valuable in total. So you'll see a lot of people, pros, take a lot of time looting because they're having to decide, all right, what are we going to throw out to pick up this gear because it's very, very heavy. There's only so many items that you could take back to base.
Before leaving, you need to make sure you got the highest value items, right? And even if you get weapons that are very high tier, but you just don't like playing around with it, just sell it, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I did. I got some weapons, like, I don't really play with this weapon too much. Just sell it and just use all of that income you were able to gather in your arsenal over on the main menu in the lobby to just buy the top tier items that you like to play with that makes you very comfortable to excel at your playstyle in these Metro Royale game modes. Though, it is nighttime right now here, Hot Jukes, which means more spawns are going to be happening here for the zombies. It is going to become even tougher in the PvE aspect of things in this game mode. And there you go, the zombie spawns, and it is going to be quite tanky, but of course the loot is going to be worth it.
So you can see them going for them headshots there. These bosses do have a chance of dropping some serious, serious loot. And
he just throw like
he threw something. Oh, he threw a smoke?
What? Did he throw that?
Yes, he did. He low tossed the smoke right on them.
Damn. Need to make sure you have enough ammo, of course, going into this.
Let's just see exactly what's going to happen here. Kenny busting it down. There we go. So
Reds.
we did drop. Yeah, red is the best possible drop. So they definitely must have gotten something really good here.
Oh, they're spending a lot of time. They're like, oh, okay, loot goblins. Oh, yeah, give me all of that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of money right there. We're taking it back to the lobby. But Kenny, of course. Man, I love seeing these names. I haven't seen
You can see the total earnings there on the top
time.
left, too. 1.3 mil earnings and 2 eliminations. So Team 1, Sem9, looking pretty good so far.
Looking pretty stacked. Though we haven't had any big fights happening. I'd love to see the mini-map to see how far away they are from each other. Because, of course, you could play these matches and not really encounter any players. You can just encounter agents, the zombies. And when you're happy with your loot, again, extraction, get out of there and just count your winnings back in the lobby. Some more fights versus the zombies for FaZe Clan. And they are in the radiation zone, I do believe, right now. It's seeming very green, so very radioactive, I would say.
Yeah, FaZe Clan is taking their time right now. They only have 1 elimination. They're behind on earnings, at least to Sem9. So they definitely got to get on the move. That's the one thing about Metro Royale, is you can't just stay still. You got to be constantly moving, looting, hunting down items, because there's only so many resources available in this map.
Yep. Of course, they got to the radiation zone first, so they're going to get all of that great loot. And you said it, if a team decides to go there late, it's all going to be open. No loot is going to be available in the radiation zone, so all of that extra time to get to that point is going to be wasted into this. Because, of course, this is a limited time game mode. Look at that, 20 minutes left. And if you do not extract or you're not making it out of the game before that time goes to 0, everything's gone.
No way.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be brutal here. So, yeah, FaZe Clan are in the rad zone, and I'm expecting them to just go to the moon when it comes to loot here, because this is where you're going to find all the highest tier items. You can see how long it is taking them to get this boss down. Yeah. Using all of that MK ammo, and there's the drop, folks. They're going to go ahead and loot it up real quick. At least one player moving, get healed up. And you can see those crates right there down below on the left-hand side. That is what you want to be hunting down.
Yeah, so much good extra loot for FaZe Clan here.
Looks like they're holding one player back to let him loot, yeah.
Nice little pop-up to say what they just got out of the crate.
You gotta watch out for those zombies,
they just keep spawning. They just keep coming at you. So you need to make sure you just clear the space, because otherwise you're in the middle of looting, you know, not really looking, and just like get stabbed in the back by a zombie. It's not the best way to go out, unfortunately. So you need to make sure you are safe. Oh my word, okay.
Some schematics
Level 4
drop.
backpack, man, he can get a lot of stuff back to base here.
That's right, yeah. So you may want to leave some of that purple loot, but you're looking for those schematics. Those schematics actually are really high value, and you could use them to be able to upgrade your character, right? To make him a little bit more tanky, give it a little extra tiers as well. So Good that he was able to find that. Let's see what Depp is able to look at here. This is not in the radiation zone, so these boxes are not going to have a higher chance of dropping like gold bars or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to make sure you get those gold bars as much as possible. Although, again, we said it, nighttime, so the spawns are going to be a little bit tougher here. They're going to be tougher zombies coming at you to try and take you down. See how things are going to be wrapping about. Only 18 minutes to boot here, so team's got to start thinking about, like, maybe not about extracting right now, but about thinking what is going to be their path to the extraction zone if they do want to make it out that way, to try and maximize, again, the amount of loot they're going to be bringing back to the lobby. So, no big fights happening here. I mean, of course, you saw Metro Mini make it out earlier, so they are out of this one. Millionaire did lose one player a little bit earlier on in this match, but they are having to wait.
I'm interested in seeing what's going to happen towards the end here, because real common in Metro Royale is, you know, it's a race to the radiation zone, right?
Yes.
So a lot of the engagements happen either in rad or on the way to rad, and if unless there's a team camping you and waiting for you to leave.
That happened to me. That's rough.
That does happen, where you just spend so much time looting a radiation zone, and then you have a team camp you out and just take everything that you dropped.
Just do the heavy work for me, you know?
Yeah,
just like, you pick up all the loot for me, you eliminate all those pesky villains inside of the radiation zone, and I'm just going to pick it all up for myself.
So I'm wondering to see, like, you know, especially towards esports, because we don't know exactly, like, what's going to be the meta, right? We're going to see it be developed at the first time. So I'm wondering if we're going to see some teams, you know, go to radiation zone, loot everything, and if they have some extra time, like, do you just go hunt down players? Like, what's going to be in their mindset? That's what I'm thinking.
I think camping the radiation zone is going to be very important. Like, getting there first is going to be important and trying to leave as soon as possible. But if a team knows, okay, I'm seeing what's happening, I'm seeing a lot of crates opened, a lot of the zombies have been eliminated, we're just going to wait outside, wait to hear some footsteps or, like, some shooting, and then we are going to be focusing onto you because we know you have the good stuff.
Yep.
And we want that good stuff for ourselves.
Especially if you weren't able to find anything, you know, or if you just got there a little bit too late, you have to take that engagement. And we'll have to see, you know, in comparison, just like how valuable our eliminations going to be compared to like high tier loot. So it's going to be really, really, really fun to watch. I can't wait to see that fully developed.
I'm actually very interested in one aspect of Metro Royale, which is, of course, all the teams have got different spawns around the map, right? They're all away from each other to avoid, like, just instant fighting in the first 30 seconds of the game, right? I'm intrigued to see what's going to be the meta around pathing. Like, what is going to be the min-max path on a specific map based on your spawn and the extraction point to, like, get as much loot as possible and to, like, quickly get in, get the loot, get out. I feel like that is going to be the interesting macro aspect that I'm going to be very intrigued into when looking at the esports side of Metro Royale.
Yeah, and you know what? One thing is for sure, guys, if you are watching now, pro tip is that if you're riding in a cart, you should always have 1 or 2 players just scoped in downrange, just because if a team is camping for you. So that's something you got to definitely keep in mind. We're watching Kenny on the move here, and it looks like he is. They are going to enter the radiation zone. FaZe is there waiting for him, but do they know that Sem9's there? I don't think so. Now they know for sure, and FaZe start this one off with a huge knock.
Yeah, Kenny's going to be instantly dropped to his knees. Depp is going to have to make it back inside the building. Does make it around the corner. Luckily enough, the res will be able to potentially come out also at some point, but Sem9 are going to be having a rough time. Actually, no res, one was sent. He got absolutely confirmed instantly, so he was sent right back to the lobby this time around. And Sem9, now against a wall too, they can't really leave except for that one singular point they entered from. So like FaZe currently have a big advantage, but they also got a player knocked on their side, so currently down to a 3v3 hot jukes, and is now going to be Sem9 Depp with a great opening. Put low, but will be able to go for the med kit.
He got lit up. Now, if you look there, his gear is pretty beat up here, so he's only going to take a few shots left. Those heavy impact bullets definitely cause an issue, and I can't wait to see what the meta is going to be of, like, all right, what kind of ammo that you could use, because you could even use, like, immolating ammo, which puts them on fire after you hit somebody.
Yeah, you've got so much depth to Metro Royale when it comes to the guns itself. You've got guns that doesn't exist in the normal Battle Royale game mode. But Lawyer gets saved, actually. Actually, he gets knocked away as he was trying to knock an opponent of FaZe Clan. And it's just not going to be working out for them. And Sem9 just still trying to scramble about, trying to hopefully survive. But one thing about the radiation zone too is that, like, green mist is also limiting vision a little bit if you are far away. So that is something that you have to work against when fighting in this zone.
Or even worse, zombies, right? Because sometimes you have, like, some zombies
flying
come and
beasts,
get you.
apparently.
Yeah. And so far, we don't see anybody in this area, but it's FaZe that get the W here. And they are looted up to the teeth. You can see over 3 million earnings, 5 eliminations. They're in the lead by far here.
Yeah, man. Onsensor's got to count his lucky stars here. He got saved last second just before getting knocked, so that was a really good play around them. And we are seeing different plays, like when I play on my games, typically players tend to split a lot, but you want to stick together. You want to get that loot.
Look at the earnings, how it's just going up like crazy. It's just 1 million in earnings right off that one engagement. They by far have the most eliminations.
Thank you, Sem9.
Yep, FaZe Clan did it. They still have 13 minutes, which is plenty of time. They should be able to make it back and extract.
Yeah, exactly. Seen some ×8 scope. I mean, I'm not quite the sniper enjoyer when it comes to Metro Royale. I like to get into the thick of the action here, especially in this radiation zone where you're going to get a lot of the solid loot. Oh, we've seen some good parts in here outside of the weapons. Can't quite see. We have to scroll down.
5 million.
Because they had a lot in their backpack there. So like,
oh, yeah.
It takes a while to go through it and saw what you want to take back to base. Though, only 12 minutes and 45 seconds left to boot. And there's only 2 teams remaining. So the chances of them clashing is relatively slim. We'll have to see how it's going to go.
Yeah, FaZe Clan should have just a clear path on their way out of here. So you can just see those earnings going up and up. And we'll see some little fluctuation up and down because they're going to be dropping some items, trying to find out which the best one win. But they have a clear path on back. I wonder if we'll see a flare, because there is a way that you could use a flare for extraction. You pop it, and a helicopter comes down.
Oh, it picks you up?
Yeah, and it just picks you up, and you're out of there, just like that.
Got ya. Well, actually, I just realized, I just saw the graphic on the side. Oh, is Millionaire out?
Millionaire has left already.
I was like, wait a minute, what's that little 3 next to the door? Oh, it means they extracted early.
That's
We just
right.
didn't see it. Okay, that makes sense. And that's my playstyle right there. I'm just sneaky.
It's just
You don't see me. I'm in, I get my good loot, and I'm out of there. That's my strat. Am I going to want to fight FaZe Clan, Ultra Ego, Sem9, Target? No, of course not.
I'm just
I
going to
know
grab
I'm
my
losing that
money
loot.
and
Otherwise,
run.
I'm not taking the risk, man. I am getting out of there.
Well, we'll see just how well FaZe Clan's going to end up here, but they can't be taking too much time. They only have 11 minutes left on the clock. They're going to have to start leaving radiation zone pretty quickly here. It does take a while to extract.
Yeah, does take a little moment to make that happen. Also, I'm not sure how close they are to the extraction point.
They're pretty far.
It's pretty far away. Okay, so you need to start thinking about. Maybe you can even go to the extraction point and you just look to loot on the way. Like you got some extra little compounds or little buildings you can try and go. But I feel like you're making out of radiation zone, you're fully looted.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
once
like,
you get
unless you
rad-
have extra space, which I find it's to be very unlikely, you're out of here already. You don't have to loot anymore.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, unless, like I said, it's different, because like when you were just grinding the leaderboards, your goal is to just get rad loot, leave instantly, right? But here, you know, you're trying to get just a little bit more points compared to everybody else. So yeah, if you have that opportunity, if you have a little bit of room left, then yeah, you could just try to pick up some boxes on the way. But usually, rad, by the time you're done with it, you are filled out to the max.
That backpack is full, ready to burst open completely. But I do want to ask you, Hodrix, because as the past, #1 Metro Royale North American player here. What would be your #1 tip for like players that maybe for the first time are like, oh, I've always been watching PUBG Mobile Esport, I want to give Metro Royale a shot. What is like the first tip you would give to a player like that?
So it depends, right? It really depends on what you're going for. If you're looking to grind the Metro Royale, you know, leaderboards, it's different. Esports, I'm still gonna have to wait.
We don't know yet.
Yeah,
okay.
we don't know yet. You know, so once I know, then we'll have a little bit more of a tip. But you know, it's all about maximizing space. So you can see right now, I'm looking at Onsek's loadout, just from here, right? We can see he's got the MK, he's got the AK, right? Usually an MK is worth a little bit more, right, when it comes to loot-wise. So usually a lot of people will only bring one weapon, right? And try to find a weapon here to take back, just in case, right?
Yes.
Or if they are looting a box and they happen to drop like a very rare, like we're talking like a Cobra Om or something, you're definitely dropping that AK and you're picking that up as well.
Yeah.
So there's different ways that you can loot up and get all set up. You definitely want to make sure there's a particular item that you put on your vest and that makes you immune to radiation damage. That is a must. So you have to have that on there no matter what. Otherwise, you have to take like radiation, you know, medicine, and it's just really difficult to use.
Just want to have that hazmat.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You just want to make sure you get in
that
and you're safe.
100%. You know, I personally like to rock, you know, that item, and there's 2 more slots. I'll do tactical pouches, so I get a little bit more space, because to me, it's all about getting as much loot that you can get. But there are some people that put armor slots in there, makes it a little bit more tankier, makes it harder to go down. So when you're fighting something like that, and you're going for space, you're good. Unless you're going with somebody with armor, That's going to be a big problem. We're watching FaZe Clan get on out of here. They are by far your winners after how well they did.
Oh yeah, I mean, you eliminate full teams, you get all the loot out of Radiation Zone, and you're just getting ready to extract out of there. I mean, how much was the total like prize?
It's over 5 mil.
Over 5. Wow.
Yeah, you can
okay.
see that right there up top. And
they
5
are
eliminations.
getting rich after that. They're feeling good. But I feel like one very important aspect, and this is something that I did when I started playing Metro Royale, is to look at the loot pool. Like, what is something very valuable that if you see it, you know you have to pick it up. It's like not even a question. You need to take it to make sure you maximize the amount of earnings you are getting out of a single game of Metro Royale. But here you go, FaZe, getting on the spot and getting ready to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, they said, you know what, we're done, we got it over with. You can see him doing his little victory lap right here, and they are out of there. Look at that earnings, 5.7 mil compared to everybody else, and you can see the negative balance.
Yeah.
That's what happens, because you could drop items.
I think we have a winner here. We don't know the esports system yet for Metro Royale, but I think we got a very clear winner in FaZe Clan. Congratulations, winning the first ever Metro Royale esports match of PUBG Mobile. Great stuff here from the team, but going out negative, no, that's rough.
Yeah, that's rough. But, you know, you can see it there. I believe it was 500,000 per elimination, right?
Yes.
So that's 2.5 mil for 5 eliminations. That's pretty good, right? I think it's definitely going to show, though, that the value is in the loot. Right? You gotta be able to get that loot, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, eliminations are cool, but it is clearly not the main focus of this one. You want to get to those good positions that are going to be camped by other players too, so there's going to be a little bit of fighting, but you want to make sure you get all of the valuable loot in those positions, get out of there, and you're going to be looking extra good in the process.
And if Sim9 would have won that fight, they would have been set up, but you know what? It wasn't them, it was FaZe Clan. Mela with the most earnings, 1.6 mil. That's not too shabby.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of great heavy lifting in the Radiation Zone, so GG Mela for being one of the top players of this game.
Great game, guys. Let's take it back to the stage, and we'll get back to you in a bit.
Today is the day to put yourselves in the best possible position for this trophy. My name is Dawood Sandstorm, and I am your host alongside Barney Banks, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup.
Yesterday, we got a glimpse of the composure and skill set that is required of each of our competitors. Just one mistake, and you are immediately on the back foot.
Some of these teams will be brimming with confidence, but don't forget, there are 15 other teams with their sights set on you, waiting for you to turn your back, waiting for you to drop your guard, waiting for you to become vulnerable.
Yesterday, we mentioned that each of our teams have earned their spot here. Just one high elimination win, and you are right back in the mix at the top of the table. So, with that being said, let's introduce our teams for day 2 of the main tournament, starting with Al Ola IHC.
Team Liquid.
TJB Esports. Rejects. Vampire Esports. Boom Esports. Twisted Minds.
Istanbul Wildcats next Ruya.
D Xavier.
For Miracle Vibes.
Tianba. DRX. Alliance. Talon Esports. Alpha 7 Esports. Power Esports.
Every day we get closer and closer to this trophy, and after today it will almost be within reach. If there are any problems, if there are any issues you are facing, you better hope they are fixed today.
Just 12 maps remain, and currently only 44 points separates the entire leaderboard. So it is time to close that gap. Let's kick off day 2 of the PUBG Mobile World Cup main tournament at the Esports World Cup. Casters, let's do it.
Oh, some real base hunters down on the stage, bringing the base to this one because it is some main stage level plays that are about to unfold before our eyeballs, Blank.
The hunt is on, the bow and arrow is out, and you better be straight and clean with the aim towards the top side of the lobby here. Pick yourself up a beautiful little win, or 2 if you'd like, to make sure you have the points necessary to hit the top side of the tables. Yesterday, we had a massive chicken dinner coming through from Reject, but it still is Alpha 7 leading the pack. Currently 62 points in first place, Jackie.
Oh boy, it's that classic statement. Are we going to see repeatable chicken dinners, or will we see new top dogs rise today? We are coming close towards the end of everything we have been building over the past weeks, Blank. So much competition, so many back-to-back near moments for all of these teams, but it culminates in these next 2 days of play, starting here with our opening game.
Yesterday, we laid the groundwork for the performances to come, but today we start placing down those bricks, creating the foundations, because honestly, this is the day where anything can change, but it's where things start to get a little bit more locked in towards the end at that match 6 point. And that last day, unless you've made sure you kept up with the pack, you were one of the front runners, that trophy might just be out of reach by tomorrow. So this is probably the most important day out of all of them. And Sandstorm's right in the sense that, look, if you've not had that night to go over all of your little transitions, your changes you're making to your playstyle to ensure you have the best chance possible today, it could be all over before you even make it to day 3.
You better hope each and every one of these teams have made good use of the time that is available to them. Their strategy, their benchmarks. How will they adapt on the battleground today? That's the big question. You can see the difference in the body language from squad to squad as well, and especially the way they've prepared, the way that it's easiest for them to be clued on. Some teams having the fist bumps, a little bit of camaraderie. Some of them looking at the books for their last time, glancing over their notes, their hot drops, their rotates, and making sure that they're on point, because like you say, Blank, there is no room for error.
Alpha 7 looking happy here. 62 points, yes. However, tied up right now with DRX. The big difference is that yesterday Alpha 7 was able to pick themselves up 2 chicken dinners over the course of the day, which is a very nice result on day 1 of the main stage here for the PUBG Mobile World Cup at ESPORTS World Cup. Very nice to see. However, it's DRX tying right now with 62 points. They've only got 1 chicken dinner, 2 third places, a second. So honestly, out of the day, they had 4 top 3s, which is very impressive and difficult to deal with. Not to mention the fact that, you know, their other games weren't that bad either. You know, a 7th place and an 8th place. This is some really consistent results coming out from DRX.
Remember as well, something different that you'll notice today, those crushed keys sitting underneath the trophy. The contrast of either side, teams like DRX, like Alpha 7 that are in the runnings to potentially have a chance to still take the trophy home, whereas everyone else that we've already had to say goodbye to, who didn't survive through groups and the survival stage, who unfortunately couldn't make it to the top 16, that have been battling it out already in the past 24 hours. And that amount of momentum that's going to be pumping through you, thinking about the fact you are now within reach. If you have a few good games, if you can keep consistent and actually make it become reality, you could have your emblem doused in gold here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup.
These teams have said goodbye to some of their friends who went home during that survival stage. Some went through and rose to the challenge over in that stage in between both the group and the main. And honestly, it is a little bit frightening. I think teams understand how real it is getting now. You're in that top 16. It's time to pop off. It's time to get the work done. And we commiserate those teams that tried their best but fell a little short. But now it's time for the top dogs to show who is the best inside this lobby. We've had some unfamiliar faces. Let's be honest. Up towards that top side. We didn't expect. Reject yesterday. 49 points right now. 3rd place after a chicken dinner and 17 limbs. At the end of the day, felt like they were getting into the groove of it towards that point. But here we are on Sanhok, once again sponsored by GT20 Pro, our official smartphone here of the tournament.
So many good things to be said about the GT20 Pro. Hopefully, so many good plays to show just how powerful that phone can be when we get into the games today. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Strap in. We've got a huge house tonight in the crowd as well at the STC Arena. Yesterday, they were going absolutely wild for power. They were hoping to see some huge results from them. We saw some good moments. Can they turn it around more today? Already we're into a scrap. Okay, Twisted Minds and Alliance, a hot drop. They want to kick this one off with some pizzazz.
Alliance 13th place with Twisted Minds in 11th. This is an important fight for them right now. Alliance going pretty big mode on it as they try and take control of this side of the map in Camp Bravo. They lost a player already. Twisted Minds in a similar boat right now. Flax, very low HP. We'll have to heal that one up, but does he have the loot to do it?
You're thrown into this fight so early, so you've had to make concessions in terms of the pickups you've got available with the weaponry. Bit of a peek over the top, elevated angle, firing down with the DPS. Beguizao able to handle himself up against Leon's. Hard commits. He's got backup from his teammate on the elevated peak as well. You thin the herd. They're actually able to clap back and leave Alliance in a real rough spot.
Hitting with the laser beam, the barrel like a devil from the bottom side. Does hit nastily. And the team is playing very, very well together here as Twisted Minds. Obscure, we talked about how this guy is the opener a lot of times for the team. Alliance trying to hold on. Flax looks like he doesn't have any kind of equipment, but here comes Boom Esports from the side. Yumi finds the off angle. I'm not sure Twisted Minds know where these shots are coming from, Jackie.
Well, this is Boom. Currently sat in 6th place on the podium, looking to move up if they can steal away points. Ratto Boy with the easy 2K. They were unawares about his location. He cleans up on Alliance, but the new challengers have arrived in Boom from a distance. They've got to figure out how to get Obscure back up.
Question is, will Boom try and move in on this? At the moment, they're just sidling around on Camp Bravo. Twisted Minds should be able to get all 3 players back up again. Al-Haji takes a nasty beating for himself there. Should be able to heal that one up, though. This is all the way over towards the western side of the map here. On that northwest island, Power just congregating around that coastal edge with Talon around them. And Alula IHC down towards that south side. Team Liquid start their game off in a very comfortable position in boot camp, but we head down towards that southwest. More favoring, I would say, for Miracle Vibes and potentially even Reject. It was sort of playing the old Gladiator split, and they know they're not in, so they can take a lot of space here down towards that south side on the Confluence compounds. I really like this move from Reject.
If Boom don't like the bait, maybe Alpha 7 do. This is the establishing replay, so you get an idea of what just went down. If you missed it, it was the compound crash, of course, where both teams on the hot drop had to duke it out amongst one another. Boom took shots from the distance. In the end, we say goodbye to Alliance, but Alpha 7, they've sensed the blood in the water. They might feel pretty confident on this one, maybe steal away a few elimination points off the back of the weakened team. Yummy from Boom jumps back in the vehicle as well, so he isn't going to be an issue here.
Ratto boy getting back up to full HP. 4 limbs, still feels good though. Here's Alula HC. Your demo overseering the high ground at the moment. Got a nice purview down towards that south side and towards the east. Giving that information back because right now the rest of the team is in Camp Alpha, so they don't have the greatest of info on what's going on, but he wants to allow his team as much time as possible to get looted in a pretty big POI like Camp Alpha. So I do like this from Demo. And again, this is a big mistake a lot of people, and people make it at home a lot of times, is when you play that off angle towards the eastern side of the Northwest Island, you've got to be really safe because your whole job is just to give info back and not die. As soon as they lose that player, things get very, very awkward. Here's Alpha 7 though, and this is what you call Jackie.
Oh, that's a huge spray as well. Beautiful work there. With a garden hose, unleashing bullets, spraying them down. And it's only Obscure that's left. There's no timeline where he can make a play to get Guizhou back up. So far fragmented and so low on health, they hard commit onto that. They flushed out the entire squad, just Obscure remains. He's good on off angles. He's good in 1v2s normally, but can he go absolutely huge here? Claps down onto the first. They'll barely save his life.
That was cheeky from Obscure though, bro. Dear me. The question is whether Boom heard this, potentially have a look back down towards that south side, but I think Alpha 7 are safe. Carrillo though, 3 elims. Picked all of them up in that engagement. Basically didn't need the rest of his team to be there, but they will have to get a move on now as the circle starts to encroach over towards them, pushing them further towards that center, down towards that southwest side. As most teams have made it in. Team Liquid even made their way across from boot camp. They crossed the river. They're now on that north side, potentially looking to hold out power as Reject decided to regroup around Painan Bridge and some of the compounds that sit beneath it. I think that's a strong spot, Jackie. Could keep them safe.
Could. It could. You'd hope so. Maybe bolster their defense and set them up for a good swing of things in the day here. DRX on your screens now, of course, as well. Alpha 7 with those early elims, they will be peeling themselves a little bit further ahead. And I suppose the big talking point there really is as well, right? There's a timeline where Obscure does put them down to a trio. Then maybe it's not as great of a start to the game. You're thinking, all right, yeah, we got a couple elims, but now we're in a bumpier spot for the actual chicken dinner. The fact they make it out, stealing all the points, getting away, and still having the full squad alive is gigantic for Alpha 7 on the first game of the day. Yes, yesterday was brilliant for them, but remember, Blank, it's a new day, right? Anything could happen, but that goes to show the blood's still pumping. Decision-making is looking clean.
For Alpha 7, an aggressive map like this is where they really thrive, right? This is where they find their most enjoyment, get themselves the chicken dinner yesterday on this map too. Potentially looking for a little bit more. Their rotation's a bit more difficult than some other teams here. They're right at the back of the queue on this southeast side. They'll have to go through Boom, the Xavier, who are well renowned for their long-range engagements and some of the nade play. So pushing through them is like pushing through barbed wire. So yeah, the Xavier could be a little bit of a problem in front of them, but Alpha 7 might just blow it to pieces.
You never know with how they're playing. Definitely could be an opportunity for that. Get a bit of an establishing shot here. Nice cinematic pan over the bridge, seeing where Team Liquid and Power are. Of course, that bridge could be a bit of a talking point later on as well with the rotates that are coming down towards it. Currently, Alula XIHC are edge guarding it. You've got Talon and Tiamba that would be late to follow suit.
We wrap this circle over towards that western side on Tambang. So Vampire get themselves a little bit of a lifeline, stay in the game a bit longer towards Tambang. And Nakam down towards that southern edge. Team Liquid looking towards Ruins right now. I think they're posting themselves up around some of the high ground that sits in that area. You might be able to guard out teams like IHC as they come in from that northern side. Yeah, still a lot of space. This is one of the most heavily compounded areas on the map. So for teams, a lot of safety can be garnered. If you're on the outside of the circle, though, those teams that have posted themselves up early on, like 4 Miracle Vibes and Painan, will be looking to stop a lot of these pushes from coming through. TJB with their 9 elims so far on Sanhok. On the average, very, very nicely done.
Good to see TJB were able to keep their winning streaks up as well in terms of the way they were playing back from survival stage here into playoffs yesterday. Currently only a few points away from potentially breaking themselves into the top 3, the podium finish, if they can maintain it. But you know how things go here. It's incredibly competitive. Anything could change. No one is safe yet. You've also got the rotate from DX Xavier. They start to make their move up. That's close by IWNRX. Here's a nice shot, actually. Okay, so reject in the compound. You've got the 2-2 split. So they've got high ground and you've got cover.
Yeah, it's a smart split as well. I do like that one because where the 2 players are playing underneath, they're playing looking over towards the compound that sits across from them, the 2 buildings, which is actually much worse to play in because it's playing on lower ground. They've also got the backstops up top. It will require them to be playing a very, very smart game with the reject radio in full play so they can communicate back with one another. But we saw them do that on Miramar. Maybe they're leaning into this 2-2 strategy.
It could work well for them. You know, honestly, from what we saw yesterday, if that's a trend that can continue, it looked really good with the decision-making and the way they were prioritizing fights and stealing elims. They weren't overcommitting. Little bit of pot shots going out here and there, though. Few squads taking some jabs at one another and looking to establish some initial chip damage. Tiamba's POV is on our screens. They are going for the pick-me-up play. They should be okay off the back of the angles they're currently rocking. And it seems like they have got a read at least on Misery's angle. Now, he's up top for now, but that zone is going to start moving him forward. At some point, they got to start repositioning here.
Yeah, they got to migrate because they are very far out the zone. I mean, if we just take a quick stock of where they are, they're on the northwest bridge outside of Hattin. They'll still have to rotate either through Paradise Resort or down towards Camp Alpha. So it's a long, long journey ahead of the guys on Tiamba and Talon. So this fight is not good for either parties here. And even if either team tries to leave, there are likely going to be some shots been taken back at one another. Difficult push, basically, Jackie. Very difficult push to make. So I think this is likely going to end in tears at some point.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to go that way, right? It's an argument that both of you want to get out of, but no one is going to just accept defeat on it. Bit of a move on the car, see if you can do a little bit of scouting and potentially find where they've gotten to. In reality, I mean, you've got to focus at some point, like we say, on just bailing out on this one and going for the complete draw back further down towards the actual zone itself as well. You've got a little bit of a move in now from Alula IHC, who are starting to cross that bridge. The big talking point there was potentially if Liquid can hold them back. Boom. On their rotate, they spot out TJB, and TJB are getting kind of mullered, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they were on the north side of them as well. They were further towards the circle, and Boom has just backstabbed them beautifully. And I think that does come off the fact that they were also pressured by DRX who are over towards that eastern side. But this is the first time in a while I've seen a circle just consistently move out into the water from what didn't seem like that much of a horrible spot to begin with. It's a difficult game to play, and Vampire Esports just grinning, basically, in Tambang right now.
Yeah, just waiting it out. Happy for everyone else to duke it out amongst themselves. Hyunbin saw the opportunity there on TJB. So Tong Jiabao down another man as they lose out on Flower. Out of the duo they had left, he's actually been really good in these late game scenarios. So it's rough that he's now thrown to the wayside. This is the elongated fight that's been going on for so damn long between Tiamba and Talon. Equal trades towards either side. It's what we were talking about. No one's coming away the victor on this one.
Both teams kind of realize that this is sort of like a 3 or 4 elimination count for both, and then they're just going to go down. I mean, we're heading into stage 4. It's going to be impossible. I don't see that many vehicles, and any vehicles that did exist more than likely have their tires just filled with holes and bullets. Well, likely won't be going anywhere unless they will be limping on into the circle. So I think this fight is done and is sort of irrelevant to the rest of the game at this point in time, but maybe not to the leaderboards, because both these teams will be tumbling down a bit. And for Talon, who was in 5th place, it's not really the greatest of starts to your day. In the meantime, though, I like how Alula IHC actually moved through from Camp Alpha. We talked earlier about some of that scouting we saw from Demo. They moved onto the lower ground, which has kind of cuts off a lot of those sight lines as you push through, and they avoided ruins entirely, and now have managed to pick themselves up some of this coastal side compounds. Really, really nice moves, very tactically done and subtle. I think that's the main thing to look at here.
It's interesting as well, isn't it? because then you've got basically, no, not just in general, but I mean, like in terms of the standings, right, with the way this one's opened up, you've actually created an awful lot of space. We've got like a huge parting here from 4th, well, of course, you factor into Amber as well. Now Talon's out the way. You open up an opportunity for maybe a Team Liquid, maybe a Boom, to leapfrog up massively, especially with TJB down to that solo from the awkward encounters they had. Yeah, there's a lot of potential points that have now revealed themselves to some of our teams that were in the middle of the pack. You've got that opportunity to rise up and potentially, with a new zone, be given a golden opportunity.
Yeah, I think the Team Liquid, they made a really nice rotate from boot camp, honestly, straight through, avoided a lot of the fights, and the big thing is that they managed to maintain 4 players for the first time in a while. What is this circle doing? It's just going out of the water consistently. It's about 50% of the circle in water right now. These players might start to jump in themselves and just try and swim this game out as more and more teams are getting taken down to the play zone. This southeast side is so clumped up. There needs to be some de-weeding going on from some of these teams that are in the circle towards a lot of the squads that are attempting to grow forward into the position that they'd like further towards the north. Difficult maneuvers required now.
I think the circle got excited seeing the Ocean Odyssey gameplay yesterday, mate.
Water?
Yeah, he wants more water. No Krakens here, though. No Poseidon to bail you out, so that Trident isn't going to be helping you. It's all about the raw gameplay for Miracle Vibes going down as well to their direct competitors in IWNRX. So they start to move on up. They'll be happy with the free Elim points off the back of that. Now, when DXavier were also making their move into the zone, they took heavy damage from Alpha 7. It might not be Elims, but they softened them up so much that the play zone has ruined them.
Yeah, DXavier played a weird game where they were desperate to try and hold out teams as much as possible. And I think they forgot about the fact that the circle was looking nastier and nastier by the second. They actually had a decent opportunity to move in, but they'd rather look towards some of these rotations as they came through. Alpha 7, on the other hand, even though they're an aggressive team, I think that they had way more stock placed on where the circle was. They knew they just had to belt their way into the circle. That's exactly what they do. They've got some front members towards the Boom team here, the McGrellin, as well as Revo. Revo being a very, very good close quarters player. So he's the guy you want up in front. But this is going to be a slightly difficult rotation. Look at that circle. It's actually grim, dude.
Yeah, it's really not comfortable. Considering the amount of players we still have alive right now, trying to squeeze each other in. Maybe Vampire have played the right move the entire time. I mean, they've just been sitting back. They've had a pretty good setup in terms of the actual map control here. And with the zone ushering everyone else in, from high, they're just taking pot shots. So they understand exactly where Alula IHC are coming from. They've got that covered. And now GK First actually is kind of making a bit of a smooth move around the back line just to keep his head down. He's just thinking about, like, 20 minutes from now, maybe something like that. Then I'll have an opportunity to pop up. Everyone else is battling amongst themselves. Team Liquid, with all 4 alive, do start to throw themselves into the fight. IWNRX watching the move up from the zone as well. They've got vehicles, so they're okay for now. Clap back from Power. That's actually going to be a bit of damage done to Team Liquid here. So it's getting interesting now, Blank.
Luckily, Powers get taken out for Team Liquid from IWNRX, who are just slowly making their way through this circle. I mean, 6 limbs. But you're right, Vampire has literally the tam-banging spot of the circle. And they didn't really have to do too much. They sort of just wanted to keep themselves out the way. The circle said, no, no, no. You're winning this game, by the way.
This is for you.
Yeah, this is for you. Stay there. Stay healthy. IWNRX take themselves a knock. And you're right, GK First could get him a really, really good game, purely off the back that so many teams haven't made this play early, and TJB instantly was just switching into points mode. How many can we get from placements? And with the amount of teams that are going to fight on this eastern side, it's likely he's getting a top 5.
Yeah, he could actually make a bit of a smooth move later on. Steal away some points from it. We'll see how that unfolds. Goodbye, though. Alpha 7. They were going from strength to strength on this one, but they've been hit with a detonation as Alpha 7 are gone.
Such a weird play. Talk about gunning into the circle. And talk about a throwaway game for them. I mean, they had the good chance to try and take out Boom Esports. Surely they knew the positions they were in. They're not a bad team at scouting. I think that they were actually going for the crash onto Vampire's spot, but there's still so many angles at this stage of the game that, I don't know, man. I think you just take the straight fight with Boom.
And this is really rough to watch for DRX as well. You're thinking, okay, I mean, Alpha 7 just detonate out of nowhere. Maybe we've actually got a chance to kind of build ourselves a way into the game now. No, you get hit with a barrage of bullets again and again and again until the entire team is torn down. So our number 1 and number 2 squads currently on the rankings are gone here in game 1.
And this gives a perfect opportunity for Reject now in third place. 4 players alive in a fairly decent compound on the eastern side to get even more points on the game. This was the best opportunity for them. Carrying the momentum over from yesterday on that last Miramar, this is awesome for them. Unfortunately, just a tiny corner of their compound now remains in the circle, and Vampire once again gets hit with the lucky stick. And we'll continue in this game here.
GK First still down by the coastal line, just behind Boom. He really is just trying to avoid any kind of sight. Doesn't want to be detected at any point throughout this. And Boom is an important squad here, because if you look at the way we're setting this up with the map screen, Reject, yes, they're going to have to move forward a little bit, meaning some of these players are going to expose themselves. That's IWNRX's opportunity to rain down from the back, and Boom will spot you.
This is where Reject really needs to display a little bit of dominance now, Jackie, because for Reject, they played that Miramar game really well, but this is a big test for them. IWNRX is not a pushover team, but they need to nade them out. They need to take shots. If they clear them from this decent size as they rotate in and go for the crash, Jackie.
Here we go. They make their move in. Nice nade. OCO blowing them away. Drops the big boom on them and shuts down the crash in seconds. Uh-oh. It goes from bad to worse. IWNRX, they thought they were given a golden goose egg. We can swoop in and attack Reject. But they took the lights out, turned the lights off, and removed everything there. Reject withstand their first test, but there is a clash. Boom with the other squad. With that move out, they deal some damage, and that's 2 players removed. OCO and Sarah no longer alive.
Sarah, who did so much damage yesterday for them as well. Unfortunate that they leave at this point. 6 teams remaining, and I think Reiji as well as Reject would love to get themselves into a top 5 here. A dangerous push out into the open to get into the shack. Pombits 8 grenades in the pocket. A disgusting amount of ordnance to send over towards Reject's side. The first one is sublime.
They enjoyed that one in the crowd. You could hear the cheers. On point nades. He's got backup as well. And Reject. Their supremacy rejected on this one as Boom bring the nitro down. And this is now really setting up Boom for potentially a huge game off the back of this, man. It feels like they're in a pretty good spot here. Vampire, maybe they're not as hot as we're thinking. They've had good zone, they've had good positioning, but that's going to change a little bit now. And are they ready when it comes to the gun skill? Tony K certainly is. We know he can slay. He's got backup, and they remove Alula XIHC.
Fortunately for Alula IHC, they just had the right approach to the game, but it was just going away from them so much. And that low ground that was supported them so much in the early game to give them that time to get in actually becomes the death sentence.
You talk about low ground. Look who's just down there. Still alive, still kicking. The last man for Tong Jiabao. We said it so long ago. Like, his only mindset was, I'm just going to avoid all of this.
Bro, he could stay in the circle.
Yeah, he's living his movie.
He could literally, this could be a second place for Tong Jiabao in 5th right now, looking to jump up. Those 6 points will be gorgeous for him. Nade goes to the top from Tony K, who has been consistently the best player on Vampires at the moment. But it's Boom with a 12 elim game so far, looking to shoot up the rankings, up to 4th place right now.
All of Tong Jiabao have got their fingers crossed that this fight between both teams turns into a bit of a messy battle. It's clean on the engagement, at least. Vampires, they get stuck in. The teeth are chomping down, and it's explosive with the nades onto Boom. Reply back from the side. That one goes in. You can see the position of GK First. Oh, the timing on it is brutal for him. He's thrown to the wayside by the play zone, and now it turns into the meat and potatoes action then. What can we do here, Vampires? Can you win out on this one? Show that championship mentality as Boom are bringing the damage to you. The DBS unloads on the first. Peek up for the reply from Yummy, but that one ain't delicious. And there is the final move. Boom, shut it down in the end. Walk away. as they withstand the test of vampires.
A great explosion onto the leaderboard as well. A third place secured. And guess what, Jackie? Tied with DRX at 64 points. What an ending from Boom Esports. A lot of shouts and cheers for Yummy, who looks like an absolute beast in these games. The DBS from the grass, they had no idea, and a gifted game to Vampires gets rejected.
Oh, mate. They had the zone, they had the placement, but when it came to the firefights, Boom, that looked red hot, and I think that's the difference as well. They were warming up over game one here. You could see they were taking smart engagements, but they looked on point. Vampire's first real test, other than a little bout with Alula XIHC, was against Boom in the final fight, and they were just shooting harder.
This could have been an easy Alpha 7 game as well.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I think that the Boom 4v4 on Alpha 7 could have gone either way. And it would have been a case where if they'd won that fight and decided not to just send for Vampire's position and just fight Boom instead, potentially it's Alpha 7 taking that game, they send themselves further towards the top side of the lobby. An interesting game. I really did feel like a throwaway from Alpha 7, and I hope that doesn't affect their mental game, because this is the type of game that would get in the heads of Alpha 7.
Yeah, that is a game that you're going to want to forget, right? You want to put that out of your mind and kind of just focus on what's yet to come the rest of the day. Luckily enough, as much as it's a blessing and a curse, it happened in game one. Yeah. There is still a lot more to go through today. If it happens in game three, who really knows? Maybe things start to get a bit sour.
Yeah.
But that's not the way it occurred. Although, I will say, the kickoff the day here, pretty good pace on this one. Some cool fights, some interesting plays for Rejects as well. The difference, if they had a little bit more stock on that zone, mate.
Yeah, it was a tough one where they just sat back and two of the players went down. It was just really, really horrid. However, the games for the rest of the day are going to be awesome, I imagine, for you guys watching at home. So make sure to continue tuning in, and we'll be back after a short break.
For thousands of years, my wrath has burned in the waters of the deep. Its power awakens me. The kingdom will fall once more. The sea will consume all yet again.
I wish we had a camera here backstage to actually show the Indo talent towards the end of that game, because Junior was the only one rooting for Vampire, and the rest of the Indo talent, of course, rooting for Boom.
Boom.
And Junior losing is always a good thing.
Yeah, I like Junior, but it's a little bit weird sometimes.
You could say that about all of us.
You know what? Yeah, that's fair. I'm the one talking.
I wish he wasn't doing a segment right now, or I'd want him to come over here and be like, "What'd you say?"
Like,
He's wearing a leather
guy saying over there.
Well, I will say this though, Boom taking the chicken dinner, but I am a little bit worried for this team because they had one big game in group stage to get them through to the main event, and I'm hoping this is their not only one big game this time in the finals.
That was their one big game of the finals, Jason. That's it.
They're done.
They're
They're
out
out
for
of
the rest
here.
of the main tournament. No, really good game here. 16 eliminations to boot. That is a big elimination match here for Boom Esport. But no, it was a little bit complicated. They gave a little bit of space to Vampire, but you have a bit of a theory, Kalaris, as to like they just checked the play count like, we're going to be careful.
Yeah, they obviously. What I would have loved for them to be is a bit more aggressive about holding Vampire in that compound. However, with GK first alive, there's that little bit of uncertainty in their heads about how are we going to be able to deal with this? Where is this person? What are we doing against it all? But for a lot of this game, actually, a lot of elims kind of came their way because of the nature of the circles, the nature of wraps that had to happen for some of these teams coming in late. And Boom capitalized so well on these teams being put in a very uncomfortable position.
And let's not forget, Boom started fragging out very early on in this match, right? Going for the Cam Bravo hot drop. They're like, what is this? Sorry, stupid hot drop that's happening over here. In Sanhok, let's just third party that, get some points, and go for a very nice wide wrap to get into the circle. So Boom were active from start to finish in this match, which results then in those 16 eliminations.
Well, DRX are not having a great game, only 2 points, but Alpha 7 only getting 3, so that lead's not going to grow too big for them towards the top of the table, as Boom is obviously looking to join these teams in the top of the table. But a very weird match as well. I'm going to throw out a couple of teams here for you guys to discuss. Talon and Tiamba towards the north. There's really no win in that situation, Claris. I know you're just kind of like, all right, well, they're just committed to just eliminate each other, and they're going to go out to the blue base.
Yeah, as you said, there really is no winner for it all. And also, like, once you've kind of got your horns locked in this scenario, in this fight, you're coming so late to the circle that I think both teams had conceded themselves to defeat.
You just looked at each other like, rotation, maybe, but even that's not going to like save it for them.
You had Talon and also Power fight a little bit there. It wasn't in Hot Tin this time. You also had, was it Twisted Minds and Alliance fighting in Camp Bravo, which is where you talked about, you know, Boom and Alpha 7 fight, the rest of this. Why are we seeing hot drops men on Sanhok? I don't understand.
I kind of agree. Like, we were talking about it, and Kalaris mentioned earlier, I think that for a team like maybe Tiamba, Sanhok is a bit of a non-game. Like, they're more focused on your angles and
Miramar.
They're
so late.
Maybe that's it.
That late.
It doesn't seem like they're trying. I'm sorry, when you get involved in like some early altercations, not trying to rotate early, for me, you're just focused on your angles, you're focused on your Miramars, because you just don't really expect to get any of the points on these Sanhok games.
Sure, especially with how aggressively the circle ends up shifting as well, right? As soon as you see that second circle shift aggressively, you're like, oh, geez, if we're not moving now, we are donezo. And then also, it to be so far west to Tambang, it's just a very, very uncommon a location to have this circle happen. So yeah, for a lot of the teams, one thing that Sanhok really does test you with a circle like this is how dynamic you can be as a team, how reactionary you can be in the moment. And for some of these teams, they kind of floundered on it. It's very difficult though.
Yeah, actually one team I was hoping to see do really well in this game was going to be, I mean, DRX, right?
Oh, I thought you were going to say Vampire.
You're going to say Vampire? I mean, Vampire, they got a decent game still. I mean, very low elimination, but they just make it to the late game. It's a free match, but I was expecting to see DRX do really well because drop in Same, they send Soaz really early on in the center of the circle, and because of all the teams shifting to the eastern side and northern side, I thought they're going to get very late into the game, they're going to get a ton of eliminations, but they were just very passive, and they got kind of caught off guard by all of the teams going for that late rotation. So unfortunately for DRX, what could have been a really good game did not quite work out for them.
Well, it's still, at the end of the day, because Alpha 7 didn't score too many points, that goalpost, it's moved by 1 point.
For sure. Yeah.
That's it, right? So it keeps them in arm's reach, but it's all about the other teams looking to catch up here, Kalaris.
Yeah, and one of those is Vampire, of course. They got themselves 4 elims in this game, and as much as, yes, okay, we see as Vampire get a second place as well as 4 elims, which is not really that many for a second place, my concerns still do exist for how well Vampire is going to be able to do throughout the day. This circle kind of came towards them. They had this compound for a long time. Yeah. Up until those final moments, they had, like, what, 1 elim? So I understand it. Like, it's Sanhok. Sometimes you have to play it passive if you've got a compound, you've got a decent circle center spot. But yeah, it was.
They were in 16th position, right? Like, sorry,
Yep.
this is not going to cut it. If
No,
you're
no.
going to get to the late game, you're aiming for chicken dinner. Maybe you don't get the win, you get a second, third place. You need to go hard on the eliminations. You can't stay cooped up in your compound and hope for the best. You need to try and go hard for those wins.
I can kind of understand it, but I feel like also Vampire really need an okay or like decent match to kind of get out of the slump they're currently in, because you don't expect them, well, I can't say you don't expect them to be 16th place, but you expect them to be doing a little bit better when it comes to this event, because this is typically their time. So maybe it's just kind of like, all right, we got a decent finish, now let's start to ramp things up, because honestly, considering where they are, they desperately need to.
I don't think so. When I was talking to Sir Tani, he's like, no, we're just going to play our game. We're not going to change anything, which for me is a little bit scary going into the main tournament.
Very.
You need to adapt to your competition, especially when the meta from the group stage, as we said, is like a little bit slower, changed significantly heading into the main tournament. It seems a lot faster. Everyone is playing central. Sweeping edge playstyle is not working anymore. So you need to adapt. And for me, that kind of scared me when Sir Tani told me that. So I don't think we're going to see that change at all.
Unless you're a team that's dominating, and even if you are a team that's dominating, why would you ever say we're just going to play the same way?
I don't know. Literally no clue. I wish I knew, but unfortunately, I don't think that is something that is going to make you a champion in this. In an invitational, maybe it works. Not in a qualification-based tournament. It is going to be so much tougher to make it happen.
Yeah, it's tough because I'm conflicted, right? Because if you compare it to previous mid-seasons, obviously it's a total different ball game. But when you look at how they were able to perform in PMRC before this, up against PEL, up against CSA, all of them. The fact that there's 3 acronyms in this PMRC that they played does not help my case. Anyway, the problem is that even there, they came second out of their region. Of course, China was able to dominate that PMRC, but they still put up some decent performances in those games. So what I saw in that tournament is not really what we're seeing here so far, I would say.
Take a look at this. Boom. With that victory, have been able to catapult themselves into 3rd place. You're overtaking Reject, and a little bit of a gap starting to grow here between some of these teams. But again, for Boom, they only had that one good game. Yeah. And TJB as well hold on to 5th place here, considering you had GK first, just staying alive and getting a 3rd place finish for them in that last match.
Boom pulled a reject right now in this game. They just catapulted themselves up in the rankings. I'm still waiting to see IWNRX do something.
They had some good elims.
They had some good elims,
like
right?
9?
But it's not the same level as what we saw in the survival stage, right? They've shackled themselves again. They're like just playing a little bit more scared in these games.
Different lobby.
It is a different lobby for sure.
Very
like they are not willing to go for those big sweeping plays, which I don't think is like would suit this lobby at all. But it does seem like they're playing more reserved than that previous stage.
Exemplified by the placement points they've got so far. 8.
Sure, yeah.
Like they are not getting to the late games to be able to start asserting control and things like that. I do think that NRX, the problem is it might be a little bit to do with map order. I think actually they're able to really flex out on Miramar, but it comes at the end of a day when maybe you've not quite got that like boost
Hurts your
for
morale,
yourself.
yeah.
So if it was all reversed, maybe it would be entirely different because there is so much mental game going on in PUBG
Yeah, I
Mobile.
mean, you talked about it, I think, a few days ago, right? It's like when you get eliminated early on in the match, you're just here thinking to yourself, like, we're having a bad time, what are we going to do to repeat?
Yeah.
And you just get in your own head, and at this stage, that can really impact your performance on the global stage.
I mean, while they're sitting there out, they can maybe look at the skins they're using in game and be like, that PMWC Violet
That makes me
set
feel
looks
better.
pretty good. Maybe I should pick one up because it also has an S12K skin, and you guys at home can pick it up. And it also incorporates aspects of that PMWC trophy based off the design by Ailu in the PDPX Esports Outfit Design Contest. It honestly looks really cool. We got to see one of our performers yesterday wear it. Well, speaking of performers, time to head back to our casters to kick off our back-to-back Aaron Gills. Take it away.
Thank you, Jason, for setting the stage. And what a glorious stage it is. The Power fans getting rowdy, hoping they can rise up the energy for Al Hajj and the rest of the Power squad. But at the minute, the real Power rankings, Blank, for me, that get me excited, are those top 3 spots, the way the points have fanned out.
65, 64, 64 Zoo Lane. This is unbelievable for the boys towards the top side. Very, very tight on the scoring. Can't believe Jason just called us a couple of jesters, though. That was mean.
Well, you know, welcome, pilgrims.
Performers, innit? Yeah.
It's us, the Crown Jesters. We're going to be getting you entertained with all the plays on the GT20 Pro.
Which is the phone to be playing on. You can now play the rest over here in the circus with us, Mr. Blank and Jackie.
We're like a comedy mime duo act.
That's right.
When we commentate, we're doing a lot of miming.
We
can't see it.
pretend we're playing on the GT20 Pro, but we wish we were playing on the GT20 Pro.
We do. Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
For now, though, we'll stick with the present. And what a gift we have been given with today's opening game, Blank. And look at the statistics we've got to give you. Man, Yummy having a hell of a day. And really, boom, showing they could actually push themselves into a fantastic finish. If this is the way they're playing throughout the rest of the games we've got playing, we're in for some explosivity all damn day.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were saying, I was saying it even yesterday, Yummy is a big player here in the PMWC, right? He's very, very good at the game and also seems to operate extremely well under pressure, making plays that I don't think a lot of teams would have expected. I mean, there's the waiting in the grass in the middle of the open for Vampire Esports to basically step on him before he sent in with the DBS. That's something that I don't think a lot of teams were watching out for here. It is Reject on our screens. Twisted Minds get a little bit too close for comfort, and this seems to be a reoccurring trend of Twisted Minds putting themselves in very uncomfortable positions at the start of the game. It was a bit of an awkward playing path up from that north side down towards Lipovka.
And for Reject, they're not in the worst place. They had a great finish to yesterday, weren't able to capitalize on the potential that we saw in game one. You don't want to suffer too many losses up against Twisted Minds early here. So they are playing cautious at least, trying to share the limited loot that is available between the two.
I think Reject understands that they play their best games towards the end of the map, right? Where they can play as four, they play off the back of one another, and they're able to get some good shots in. So I think for Reject, taking an early fight like this is not super comfortable and not one that they're often going for. If we remember, we go back to the group stage. Teams ran at them, they got scared. They were like, what?
They panicked. They really did.
Yeah, and then they just fell over. So I think for Reject, this is not where they're at their most comfortable, though I think that a little bit of that confidence coming back through from being right now in 4th place, 55 points. They are currently 9 points behind 2nd place, which is a mediocre game, let's be honest.
And hey, even with Alpha 7, hi there, even with Alpha 7 looking good and feeling like the early game went really well, all it took was one rough rotate and they were blown out of the runnings there.
Yeah.
You are in a good spot, but it's only 1 point of safety. So obviously DRX and Boom nipping at your heels. Then like you say, you're not that far down. When we looked a little bit lower than that, outside of the top 3, there's a lot of room for these teams to move up. It gets a bit scary. The real struggle bus is down towards the bottom end of our leaderboard. So some of these teams, like Alliance, that had a monstrous performance previously in the tournament, well, they've lost that oomph, they've lost that steam. If they want to climb back, it has to start now. You might leave yourself on a sinking ship. Divine, though, let's tune in on his POV. Uh-oh, Obscure. He slipped off the top rope. Man's lost his footing and lost his legs. This makes it more awkward because he's so far back. He's a bit of an off-angler. So there's no one nearby to support him. Divine starts to creep on in through the door as well. Clearing the angles in 3rd person. Reject might have been given an opportunity here. 4 versus 3 versus Twisted.
I like this rotate as well from Divine, honestly. I mean, the moving out from that building, a lot of players would have just completely committed to that position for way, way too long. Instead, Divine's like, look, I don't need to stay here. My teammates don't have the best angles for me, so I'm just going to slip out as they come up the stairs. And now he's in not a horrible spot. 2 shotguns to work with, but no vest, no helmet. He is incredibly weak when it comes to shots coming over towards him. Obscure, no way to get him back up again. I'm not sure if it was an explosion that he caused or what Reject caused. So, again, we'll check the elimination feed for when that one does come through. That should be a nice nade, actually, onto Dweller. Yeah, it is.
Wow, Twisted Minds priming that one to perfection. Gonna hit the first man, blow him away. Sasara out of position. Duello has to make a move and gamble on picking him up. In the meantime, OCO, he gets an elevated angle. The shotgun peek through the window as well. All right, Divine, he's playing with confidence, but you've still got to connect on the actual shot. It's a real rough angle. You're peeking down through the off end of the window.
How is he alive?
Boy with the DP spamming out. How on earth has he stayed alive for so long? Divine, given Divine intervention as well, still alive with a single sliver of health. No one can take him down.
Wow.
Oh, the jump shot don't connect.
Felt like that should have registered there. In goes an Ava Ragey. Once again, Quizhouse down. Sara's also on his last legs. But in comes Regioso to assist. Goes for the jump shot. This guy has been absolutely hellish for a lot of the other squads here. Right now, with Twisted Minds just down to the 2. The res goes through for Reject.
Oh, hang on, though. OCO's movement, it really depends on the timing. They're on the stopwatch here, going for the res. They try and force him off, swings back around. Guizhao still out of the fight. Divine, similar scenario there. OCO doesn't want the shotty anymore. Switches to the AK, dives off the side. They've got the compound. They're both going to go for the pick-me-up play. They want to recover their teammates and have full strength in numbers.
Don't think they've got much utility to work with here. But yeah, a 4v3 is just better. TJP zooming on past. Haven't heard the fighting just yet. It looks like they might just be making the rotate. I don't know if they're stopping or not.
I think they're debating it somewhat. Pulling off to the other compound over the road. GK first, potentially trying to get them to see if they can assess this one. Maybe go in a little bit later. Now both squads have recovered the down players. They're at least up on their feet. It's very uncomfortable though on the split. Limited utility, like you said, you had to make concessions. You didn't have that long to loot, and they've all been funneled into this one POI for so long, there isn't much left for them. So you have to be on point. Rat, oh boy, tucks himself off on the outside of the balcony, again trying to play the outskirts, so if they come up and make their move around the outside, he can catch them. Sara's on the roof, everyone else playing the close angles.
Sort of just need to play the trading game. Power though, sees over towards Boom. Razy's already down. Ratto Boy picked up by Reggie. OCO will be flushed out. Good plays from Reject. That leads to Twisted Minds down at just 2 players now.
Reject, they're just focusing on being able to win that fight cleanly. If they keep all 4 players alive, that's the huge talking point. If they lose players, you think about the difference in these 2 teams in terms of the standings. It's far worse for Reject if they get taken down to a 3 or 2-man squad. Meanwhile, oh, hang on! No! Straight back to the Reject POV. It's all popping off. Twisted Minds want to twist the needle. They kick things off with a shotty. They dove in, realizing they had advanced manpower, but now they're gone. Taken completely out of the runnings. You've only got 1 man up on his feet. Twisted Minds are sticking the knife in.
They tried to trade it here, Jackie, and I just don't think it was the right play to go for. In goes Divine. I think he may be biting off more than he can chew here, Jackie. Desperately runs away. A pistol in the hands of Guizhao.
Oh, they've hardly got anything to use. They're throwing whatever they can find. The kitchen sink has been thrown at Divine. It's tapped him on the back of the head, but he knows he needs to salvage his teammate. Jumps on the pick-me-up immediately. If he can somehow get OCO back up, at least that's something more to work with. There's the peak. It's only a pistol. Like you said, is he going to be strong enough with it? Such low HP. OCO hadn't had time to heal, and now he's done for.
4 elims found for Twisted Minds, and what a comeback that one was for the team. Yummy still send those nades in, and boom, it looked bad for them, but Power's down 2 players, just Al-Haji. The heavy hand remains.
A lot of fans in the arena chanting Power. You can hear them bringing the energy level up. For Power, though, it's a rough start. Whilst Reject were fighting Twisted Minds, they too were in an intense fight versus Boom. And even Easy goes down on that one. So it really is only the showman of Power that is left alive.
Doc from 4MB setting up the hard bridge camp here over on Sosnovka as the circle teases as Sosnovka finish. Team Liquid were looking to push across the river as well. Have managed to get to the other side of that channel. As Vampire eke their way onto the bridge, IWNRX get themselves onto the sides of this bridge here. Have a little look through the cracks in the stairway. Potentially they can make something happen. With Doc having 5 grenades though, it's going to be hard to push through.
Indeed. Alpha 7. They've opened up the nostrils and taken a big old whiff, and they can smell potential elimination points in the water. Is that a big turtle? Is that a blue whale? No. It's DRX. All split up. Meanwhile, Tiamba pushing down onto Team Liquid. Oh, Ayala! That's not too nice at all, is it? A mean way to introduce yourself with bullets straight to the face.
Shakes his hand and pulls out the DBS. I mean, for Tiamba, I can kind of understand how Ayala mucked that one up as much as he did, because that's some very weird movement coming out from Tiamba there. I think that you see Ayala just go for not the commit onto the play where it's the case of you tracking the target, you're just shooting round the tree, trying to guess them out. But Yeah, that was very nicely played by Tiamba. Just these little tiny micro plays, which is what makes these squads the best in the world. Coming together here at this international. Apex shuts him down. Nade in the hand. But the explosion will be taking him out instead. And that's another one. With the pin from the grenade to pin on the wall for MV in terms of their point scoring.
The Apex Predator, 4 for Miracle Vibes. But will the whole team be Lanimals here? They have struggled here in the playoffs. And you need some of that animal instinct to get you back in the games. Tongjia Bao in a good spot, 5th place currently. Only 6 points behind Reject, and Reject are out of the runnings here in Game 2. They went down early to Twisted Minds, so TJB could have a chance, especially with a third-party fight here, onto the Battle of the Bridge. IWNRX starting to suffer casualties now. 2 players left for Miracle Vibes, really hitting them heavy.
They barely step out with taking bullets to the shins and the toes here for Miracle Vibes, having a really good hold on this bridge, and it's one they set up nice and early with the circle, shifting over towards that western side as well. This is really, really nice for 4MB. Big fan of this one. And they're honestly fanning the flames over towards this side of the map as they are heating up. TJB though, you're right, some nice rotations early on, Jackie, but they are pinched now on Ferry Pier side, and I think getting across this bridge is going to be really difficult. Honestly, Team Liquid made the right decision very early on, just to try and swing across, but they got ripped to pieces by Tiamba.
See how the nightmare scenario started for Power earlier on in this matchup as well, when Boom brought the hurt straight to them, and were able to dismantle the squad. The Vampire POV here, a bit of a safer rotate for them at least, coming in with no other teams really nearby. But that is a stark contrast for what we've got going on behind the Battle of the Bridge.
Yeah.
Alula XIHC, Twisted Minds, the duo that's left there, and Tongjia Bao, all now getting very close to one another on what is a tight choke point for the rotate.
The problem with this circle, the problem with the previous circles, was the fact that it was kind of undecided whether it was going to Sosnovka and where on Sosnovka it was going. So a lot of teams hadn't already made that push. They thought they had much more time, but time has just flown by here, and teams have not got into position. Alex, last player remaining. TJB looking to take him down. Zjol on the other side. And Godless trying to provide backup. Maybe gets the flush, but does not quite find it, as only remains here. And a good player to get back up on his feet, because he's been making plays for TJB.
It's so rough as well. You can see Alex is trying to come across everything he can, even from the knocked state, to try and give them an opportunity to do something. Maybe commit with another tag back. Only he's going to be tight on the push here, trying to med up quickly enough as the move comes in. He does give himself some extra HP to play with, but barely. You can see how low he is. There's not much left. Oh, here comes Twisted Minds onto Alula XIHC as well. Remember, these teams are all on top of one another. It's close distance. You can swoop on in, potentially flush some good Elim points. That's a good connection from Guizhou as well.
There's a timer on this fight, though. The blue is hurting, and 4MB is a team that's waiting on the other side. The more open, ready to accept any team coming their way and chomp on them. Pick up the points for their troubles. Nades keep flowing through. In the meantime, Tiamba taking shots over towards Alliance, who are having a very bad main stage here, despite being so dominant in that group stage.
It's a complete change of pace for them. Flower, he can be a real big dog for Tongjia Bao. We've seen him having show-stopping performances, but in this one, he's got to pull the plug, try and heal up. Meanwhile, what remained of Twisted Minds are waved out of action as they go down. They at least got some Elim points from this one. That's one saving grace to it with 5 points, but now the focus is on Tongjia Bao to take down Alula XIHC, keep themselves alive. If they clean this up now and can get out, they'll be happy.
They were prepared to sacrifice these 2 players as well in GK first and only, in the sense that it was going to be Flower as well as his teammate just to make the full send. Luckily, there is some big plays made towards the end there, which keeps TJB up as a 6. Now, everyone's kind of moved away from that bridge. It's no longer prime real estate, and 4MV looking to clear out more teams on the side, as Alpha 7 is going down once again. And like I said, that mental game is a big deal for this team.
The curse is starting to echo through the STC arena, and they're feeling the brunt of it. Godless went for the quick rotate. He dies out on the bridge. Gone now. Forget about him as Alula XIHC are out of the runnings. Magrelli up close and personal. Switches to the shotty. Bombards down onto Baron and removes his rule in the close quarters combat, but the zone is moving them forward. For Miracle Vibes still have a clean spit and eyes on him as well. Nade gets cast into the smoke. That's on the money.
Will remove Alpha 7, who do not gain many points in this match. This opens things up for a meteoric rise from Boom Esports, currently 67 points, tied with first place. Those chicken dinner tiebreakers leading Alpha 7 forward, but this game might be going Boom's way down towards that southeast side. Tiamba currently central, trying to get a bit more of that presence we saw from them in the group stage back on board.
Oh, mate. For Alliance, it just goes from bad to worse. They exit stage left to Talon. Not in the worst position with some of the other squads above them going down. If you have a huge game out of this one, keep adding to their total tally of eliminations. Who's to say they don't have a bit of a chance to build themselves up? But look at Boom here. This is the team that could be exciting for this one, Blank. You come into it in second place, already 3 elims. Feeling pretty confident with how the game's going. They've taken a chicken dinner already. It could be a great day for them.
Absolutely, Jackie. I mean, let's take a quick look at the circle now where players are set up. Tiamba playing around in that valley at the moment. They've got a 2-2 split going on. I quite like this. They have the compound to retreat to in a very central spot. DXavier over towards that northwest side, and 4MV, after all the punishment they dealt to a lot of other teams, they come away with 7 eliminations. It's still decent. They have 3 players they have to work their way through. Surprisingly, Tongjia Bao, they're in. I don't know how they made it in, but they did. They're currently battling with Doc at the moment.
Ooh, a battle that seems to be going their way. Flower putting the punish on. This is actually pretty huge for them. I mean, you think about where they are currently in the placement, and you look at the contrast with 4 Miracle Vibes. 7 elims, they were stealing away some good points on this. Tongjia Bao get back into the zone, now have the longevity to play with. And remember, they're in a really good spot here. They could leapfrog some teams if they keep this up.
Yeah.
And you've got a weak 4 Miracle Vibes, but it's DXavier that are starting to encroach further in. Only goes for the rotate in the vehicle.
A knock onto DXavier though. GK first receives one of his own, but the fact that TJB had the resilience to make it into the zone as 4. This is a dangerous move. Go for the drive-by. Flower gets knocked out, but luckily they get the end on them. But he has to move. 2 knocks come through. I think they're just in the zone here, Jackie. There's a potential to pick them back up again, but very doubtful as both players will just bleed out. That felt like an overzealous play coming through from TJB on a game that they could have scored big on.
Yeah, they needed to. They really needed to. They were giving themselves a fighting chance, but the full commit does not pay off. The drive-by doesn't give them what they wanted. And this is another team that could have started to climb their way up. Looking like now it's down to, again, just another one of those scenarios we've already seen today from Tongjia Bao, where it's just one player forced to coast it out until the end game. Boom. On our screens again now, up against DRN. Your number 2 and number 3 squads in close succession going into game 2 here. There's the flick up on the hillside. Yummy. He was up in the highest damage dealers for a reason, but he gets silenced in the 1v1.
Tiamba looking to maybe jump on the back of this, and with how tight our scorings are right now, Tiamba could actually leap up quite a bit in this game. They've got so much presence to work with. So many other teams have been suffering on the outside, and they've got all the utilities to play with. Pompit just has to get away from this one. Get in the motorbike and just send this away. Zip round the side as fast as possible. 3 elims, 1 player left alive here, looking for potentially a top 6, but Tiamba is on the hunt, prowling for the remnants of the scurry back coming through from Pombit.
So much damage to the highest teams in the standings. It really is giving an opportunity now, like you say, maybe for Tiamba to have a huge game on this one. 4 elims, good zone control, smart positioning, and isolating these fights. They know some of the players have scurried further back. Ooh, this is a bit awkward, isn't it? Cardozo, right with Talon there, down towards the hut. On the jump out from the vehicle, it looked like he might have actually just spotted his head, so he knows to engage with the molly. That's 6 seconds of burning. You're just going to have to sit there and tank, and he waves goodbye with the flames.
He survives it. I was wondering if he was going to get burnt in that situation, but no, he's just fine. Cardozo out in 8th place. Team Liquid, they're not doing horribly at 40 points right now, 20 points behind the lead. And with the guys in the top side of the lobby, the top 3 down on a 2 and a 1, and it looks like Pombit's taking even more punishment. Not sure how long he is for this world, and not long at all, as they will exit stage left. 68 points, they claim first place.
The Wolves of Boom left out in the cold as the pack goes down heavy. DRX take another knock, it's just a solo left. Similar situation to TJB. Tiamba looking better and better the longer this one goes on. Feeling confidence with the fights they've been given. Talent being their direct competitors though. Up on 40 points going into the game. 5 elims, mirror matchup versus Tiamba. Vampire, they looked pretty good in game 1, but it was ripped away from them. And they haven't had that much impact in terms of the eliminations. Again, you're trying to see what you can do late game. Limited HP on 2 players. DRX now fully committed on 2 as the last man goes down.
Tiamba just moving around the circle as much as possible, Jack. They're trying to pick up points where they can. There's 16 teams remaining, and that is plenty to go. I love this spot right now from Shan as well, holding that high ground compound, which is going to be so important. TJB, Long's still inside the circle, though, so might be able to ladder up a bit. A top 5, very, very decent. Vampire, once again, into another high placing position. 29 points at the moment. They do have pretty far to go right now, but we have said it, and I'll keep saying it, that this leaderboard is very, very close. There's lots of opportunities for jump ups at the moment. In our second match of the day, Tiamba will retreat back to this high ground position inside the compound. Maybe not looking for the highest elim game. I think they understand that those 10 points from the chicken dinner, which should be guaranteed from this spot, is more important.
They know what the smartest play to go for is. Vampires soaring around the outskirts of the hill, take a few shots. Peppering those bullets over onto DXavier. The trio alive there. Nade thrown out, slightly off target. The Lone Ranger from Tongjia Bao in Longs down towards the bottom there in the gulch, tucking himself in. Again, looking to just coast for the longevity on this one. A little bit of scouting from Talent. They've got a lot of map control over here. So much room to breathe, whereas the rest of the squads are fighting in close succession, especially with Tiamba now getting a good line of sight back over onto DXavier.
Yeah, just slowly dropping these smokes out to deny some of the sight lines onto their position. They're surrounded on this Bermuda Triangle of a circle with DXavier, Talon, and Vampire. The northwest, northeast, south, respectively. We're Longs just sitting back, keeping this game calm. Tongjia Bao done very, very well. Realistically, this team should have gone out probably 15 minutes ago. The fact that they get into this position is just a testament of the skill that they displayed over towards that northwest side of the map in the blue for so long. More shots go through, though, from Nuzi. Finds Nade.
That was actually a bit risky as well. I mean, Stoned has now isolated the peak from QZ. He was able to put bullets towards him. He scarpers slightly back, tucks into the compound with the rest of the squad. So Vampire deal a bit of damage onto 2 squads there. You do get that 1 knock across onto DXavier, but they should have time to pick things back up. Talon starting to move up a little bit as well. They've been scouting for some time, but have never fully committed onto these fights. Stone flicks back over.
Oh.
That's the re-knock onto DXavier.
Consistently punishing these peaks coming through from DXavier. Just cannot get an angle for even a second. Stone playing this one out pretty perfectly at the moment. The next circle, where does it go? Does it shift towards the center, push all of these teams out of these angles, which are the barest amount of cover they're able to play? And it is central, giving Tiamba one hell of a position to work with. Talon will steal away that elimination from them, though, which they will not be happy about.
The claws come out once again as Talon swoop in to put themselves in the driving seat. Most eliminations in the current game so far. Oh, there's the quick getaway, though. You jump in the vehicle, just the duos. They take the 1 car down the hill, get into a better spot. Map geometry giving you a little bit more cover now from the angles that are in play. And Talon, it's been all about the scouting, but that's because they had zone. Now they've got to move up a little bit further forward.
So weird the way this circle works, where it's sort of just angling towards this endgame, where everyone's just going to have to appear out in the open at some point. And Tiamba all the while trying to pick up as many points as possible off the back of this one, while securing themselves that chicken dinner. sort of gifted circles, but I think Tiamba played well enough to get into this position. Great shots over towards DXavier, which will take them out of the game. TJB ranks up again into a top 4. Be so pleased about this one. Tiamba, though, needs to start thinking about these teams who are getting a little bit too close for comfort. Since the start of the main stage, Tiamba has dealt with that slander, wondering where the team that we saw from group stage went, and they're back here to play now.
Tongji Bao, the entire team watching on the last man screen, hoping that he can coast on through, go undetected, and that the fights will erupt between the other fully topped up squads. Talon, and debating whether or not they want to get themselves in the vehicles. You talk about vehicles, here you go. This was the solo, behind the car, the burned out vehicles. No chance to detonate it, little bit of cover from the rock, but Vampire seem to have sniffed him out. They've got some nades still.
It's a question of whether it's worth it to make the push out, to send a grenade across. I mean, these players are so good. Lobbing a high grenade like this is child's play to them. Takes the hit, that's really problematic. Now they know he's there. And more is going to flow through, but they'll need these nades later on. That one's perfect, yeah. Oh, he's alive!
Timing on it so rough, though. Oh, hang on, look at the reply! Tiamba! They cast one in. This goes both ways. You've given the information about his location, but now they know they can bombard on you.
Nice.
They've forgotten about Longs. Vampire's nades are good for the response back. QZ takes a heavy hit. Smoke wall goes up. There's finally the tag. That's Vampire securing the bag on that one. And off the back of that engagement, I mean, maybe they can move up onto this.
Nice.
Try and swing heavy on the compound. Hard confirm on the knock player as well.
That was a great response from Tiamba into an even better reply coming through from Vampires. They're blowing the doors off now. Looking to hit him quick and fast here. Hard commit onto this position. In come the smokes, but Talon waiting in the wings. An opposition not to underestimate. Sharp as the claws that they are wielding in this game.
The crushing power can be so lethal. Biding their time, knowing that these fights are erupting, but thinking about the big finish. Tony K, stoned, both of them looking really impactful with some of the plays that have been made over the course of the tournament. For now, it's a little bit slower. The flow of action was ramping up with the utility usage, but you know you're down to your last few bits. You don't want to overcommit with them. Use them when it matters most. Get those clean engagements off where you set yourself up for a cleaner firefight. Talon still lurking towards the backside, but your timing on that is going to be limited. Everyone will be forced to brawl as the zone comes in.
Stage 9 now, this game has gone all the way. The high ground, literally playing King of the Hill at the moment as two teams try to aggress over towards that position. Vampire is going to open with a Molotov. Look to hit the Vam rip-roaring pyre over towards the compound itself and burn Tiamba out of position. So many smokes to deny the sightlines as everyone gets closer. The mist enshrouding our battleground.
Last nade. Oh, is it going to be strong enough? No, not for Tiamba anyway, as it's Vampire that strike. The nade going downhill towards the Talon camp will connect and rip one of them out of commission. Vampire, realizing both teams are bleeding, both teams are mortal. They commit with the dunks, the nades over the top, adding insult to injury. The bullets through the smoke still land as misery goes down, softening up Talon so much. Tiamba swooping from the side, but they flip the script. The Molotov denies. The problems now arising. Vampire looking like they want to do some damage, but Tiamba with the turn. Oh man, it gets intense at the end, but Vampire are able to secure it in the carnage as they thrive in the chaos and take themselves the chicken dinner.
Dracula flips this around with the a la carte slam down on the table. And it's the King of the Hill that we'll see from Vampire, who managed to make it over towards the top side. Tony K on your screen with some incredible plays on display. That was nuts towards the end game. Vampire played a very slow but methodical game there, and they'll take the win off the back of it. I mean, that's 2 games in a row now where they've hit very high heights. A second place into a chicken dinner. The Vampire comeback, it's real, man.
It really is. It is looking like maybe there's so much more stock to it now. You think about the difference as well. Small changes, a very low percentage on that first map of how things could have gone slightly differently. Whew, you could have them in a position where we're talking about back-to-back chicken dinners, but we'll look at the facts of what we have been given.
Yeah.
That's still a huge win in its own right, especially with the way the comms looked, the way the nades looked. It felt like a lot more of the Vampire we want to see.
I think the mistake came in from Tiamba quite early in that game, which is where they went from this roaming playstyle where they felt like they're on top of the world to suddenly, I think a call must have been made. It was like, we need this chicken dinner. We need the 10 points. That's so important. So they just rolled back on all those eliminations, which might have been more beneficial to them if they just took more of a proactive approach. Because in the end game, it just got to the point where they were completely surrounded, Jackie, which is not good for them. That is a situation they didn't want to put themselves in. If they'd been more proactive, moved out early, isolated a 4v4 with a team on one of the sides, potentially Vampires don't take an approach on that. They don't risk the third party. So again, for Tiamba, it was just a weird change of pace towards the middle of that game.
It really was. The all-out carnage then in the final few moments there when everyone finally had the confidence to swoop in on one another, and the nades made a world of difference for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some of the nades that Vampire were throwing were just unbelievable, Jackie. It was really nice to see, and I think that even the nade that came through from Tiamba after they saw Longs, that one came out so quickly. But you know what's going to be quick as well? It's this break. We'll check out the desk as well and we'll be back real soon with the next game.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hi guys, Ginny here, and we are now off to that second match of the second day here at PMWC's main tournament. Something to keep into consideration is the time is ticking, and every single one of these teams is working so incredibly hard to get themselves some of these points on the board. Starting off with match number 1, it genuinely looked like Vampire was going to be able to walk away with this one, but it is instead Boom Esports that shut it down with their aggression, and Vampire loses out on the chicken dinner, but Boom gets double-digit eliminations and the placement points. Heading into match 2, something to note here is that A7, although ahead when it comes to the points, did get eliminated early, but once again, all the way to stage 9 of the match. It is down to the very last bitter end, and it's Vampire that comes out on top against Tiamba as they thrive in the chaos, get themselves the chicken dinner. It is only getting more and more exciting as we're heading into the final few matches of the main stage, so make sure you guys stick around because this is incredible.
Thank you, Jeannie, and yes, that is true indeed. Vampire take the victory, and Maxman has been waiting for this moment. Max, give us your bat impression.
I don't know what bat does as a sound. I don't know.
It's not a de-inflating balloon. What was that?
Oh yeah, I messed up. Yeah, I mixed it up. You're right. Yeah.
That was horrific. I don't know how you do a bat impression, to be fair.
That's why we made him do it.
Yeah, I'll research and develop it
We have an
later
impossible
on.
task. Maxman do it. Yeah.
It's difficult, yeah.
Well, Vampire, they seem to have woken up here. It looks like it's, you know, shiny outside and bright, but inside the arena, it is nice and dark for the Vampires to get themselves a chicken dinner and get themselves even further in the leaderboard. They were in dead last place. But with the results from the first match and, of course, results from here, they're starting to make some moves here.
Back on the road again. I like to see it.
I think that's going to come out at some point.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they had one of the better positions out of the 3 teams in the slate game scenario, and there was an apprehension from some of the teams about trying to be a bit more aggressive on towards the Tiamba position. But Vampire,
for day 1.
The boost. The boost. They've got themselves a barbed baseball bat to be able to whack over the heads of the other teams here in this scenario. And hey, loving it. That is a huge step up from yesterday.
And holding on to their utility until the very end of the game too. Nuzi was on point with those nades and those Molotovs, clearing out all of the building of Tiamba and getting so much extra space they can control. So yeah,
the Molotovs, man,
maybe
on a wooden floor.
Yeah, I mean,
wooden floor.
On the wooden floor, he spreads. That was great. That's exactly what I wanted to see. I mean, we talked about it on the last segment, right, Jason, about them being apprehensive to change their gameplay style. I feel like they're just understanding, okay, we have to change something, and it's like, wait, it worked out, and you can see how like relieved they were after that match. Like, we finally got that big win. We're back in a race, baby. Let's go.
But it also goes into what you were saying, Kalaris. It seems like they're just playing a more passive style.
Yeah, so I think that they have kind of refreshed their approach to some of these games. Obviously, last game on Sanhok was a bit of, okay, we've got the compound, how we can play this out, okay. But get 4 to the late game. Just try and do that, avoid a lot of conflict wherever you can. They only had 1 limb really going into some of those late game scenarios, did Vampire, but they were able to backfill Tiamba, who came across that eastern bridge pretty rapidly and found themselves one of the best spots in the circle, let's be totally honest. But I don't think Tiamba was very ready to be able to take 2 conflicts on both sides. The fact that they lost 1 person, I would say pretty early into that 3-way conflict, really hindered Tiamba's ability to cordon off and hold down the defense.
I find it very hard for Tiamba to truly try and defend that position because you're getting pushed by 2 teams on 2 completely different cordonal positions, right? You've got Northern team coming in, Southern team coming in. If you leave that position to fight them, the other team is going to take your spot, right? So you're going to just have to hold them at bay at the same time, but it's so much to do for a singular team that I feel like they were going to get overwhelmed eventually. This was a very tough scenario for them to do.
And they were kind of pushed off the roof a little bit as well. You can barely hold a roof position when there are 2 teams looking at both sides of the roof. If you've kind of cleared one side of the circle and playing that side of the roof, then totally, yeah, you can play that for a while, and it gives you a huge advantage. But the fact that there was just too many threats, and you can see it here from Vampire, they are happy about that one. Back here to be able to try and challenge for the title.
Well, you can see here the difference of style as well. Talon with their 11 eliminations didn't really put up too much more damage than Vampire, but obviously weren't in the winning seat here to close out this game. But still a lot of points nonetheless as they're continuing to climb the board. One thing I do wonder, by the way, about Tiamba is I feel like if the way they saw the zone closing, eventually those teams would have gotten closer and closer and closer, and thus in nade range. And with the buildings, as you were saying, Max, it's just one big room. You throw any sort of nade in there, you're going to catch probably at least 1 person. I would assume if you're Tiamba, you should have made a play earlier, even if you did get backfilled or another fight came your way, because eventually they got nothing from that position.
Yeah, but again, if you leave your position to try and fight one of those teams, because you can't take a fight from that position, you have to actually leave to peek over the ridge. The team, like, if you try and fight Vampire, guess what? Talon are going to take your position away.
Yeah, but you do nothing, and then you get nothing.
That's what I think it's a very tough scenario. I feel like it's just like we have to go for Hail Mary play. What do we do? Do we find like sweep everyone, or do we just stay in our compound and hope for the best? Unfortunately, as you said, when you get in nade range, then you're just going to get obliterated because Newsy in particular, man, those nades were good. He was on point.
Yeah, and that's in part what makes me happiest about seeing a late game scenario like this. The util respect.
Yes.
Oh, every team had so much to expend in those final moments. I would say particularly offensive smokes to be able to block off a lot of line of sights to cause, and so some chaos in these overall. And yeah, Vampire ends up winning because they had the better position overall.
I do like the smokes coming out from Talon because they were offensive over onto Tiamba's position to block out their vision, to keep themselves safe from Vampire at the same time. So really good play from them, and they do jump up quite high. Talon here in top 5.
Yeah, Talon in top 5, Vampire in 8th place. They've been able to shoot up from 16 to 8 now, and they're definitely in reach of getting to that first place position, which Boom currently holds at the moment, which is kind of a surprise.
Yeah, I like that. That goalpost has not moved too much since the start of the day in these first 2 matches, so it's going to be all over the place by the end of today. But prediction-wise now, it's really hard to see who's going to be first place, right? Because you're seeing different teams that had a rough start.
They're going to predict. They're going to cover your mouth.
I'm not. Even during the game, I was not on the show, okay? I was literally not saying a specific team's name.
You lunged him. I'll tell you who is happiest. The Indo Talon. They're popping off left, right, and center for all of these results coming on in. But yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised to see that there will be a heightened level of contenders going into the latest parts of today into tomorrow as well. We are going to have so many teams who can challenge for the top spots.
Yeah, though unfortunately I've not seen more from Reject, right? I was kind of expecting that. Sure, they got that big win to wrap up yesterday. Pushed them up in top 3. They've been very silent, despite having, I think, really good positions on that previous game, but unfortunately all the teams shifting at the same time. It was a little bit too much to deal with at some point, so they...
Was there a hot drop for them?
They had a hot drop over there, but like after they moved.
Were they in Atlantis?
Yes, in Atlantis. Sunken City, however you want to call it.
What do you call it, Jason?
Watertown.
Watertown.
Well, one thing I did want to say, we're talking about teams being quiet. What about Alpha 7, man?
Oh, yeah.
They were technically joined first, but were first place overall. They have had a massive fall off today and have been struggling to get into later stages of the game.
That is some low survival time. They are not playing a lot of PUBG Mobile today.
Let's be real, though. 2 games, you get an unbelievably West Circle on Sanhok. And then in this game, nobody was on Military Island, and then you have to scramble to make even just that phase 2 transition. So that causes wild variance in what can happen with those results. If you've already taken, especially what you consider to be a central position, that's the bane of your existence when it suddenly shifts back south. And we've seen that central meta happen, right? So for those teams that were performing well usually, this couldn't be the worst.
Yeah, despite having a rough start here for Alpha 7, at least Boom did not overtake them by a significant amount. It's like 1 point. Right? So like they're fine. One good game, they can be back in that first place. So Alpha 7, sure, not the best of start, but they're still in the race for that first place.
I think for Miracle can also be in the race still, as we saw in about 11th place. But it is time to head into our second airing of the day, our 3rd match overall. Let's go back to our casters of Jackie and Blaine.
Oh yes, it's going to be something special here, Blank. Some teams going extinct like the dinosaurs at Dino Park, other squads rising from the ashes and surviving the Ice Age with that cold, calm mentality, the ability to thrive under the pressure of the grand stage. And a cold snap will dawn on us after this game, as we're going to have some tasty results coming in. It's going to be a good day for PUBG Mobile fans here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup.
The Vampires ice in the veins at the moment. The comeback again is real. The classic Vampires action, even over at PMGC. Satani just rocking up to me, down in 16th place. Yeah, we're going to end up in the top 8. And they did.
They did.
They did.
They really did.
Last day. I mean, this is just Vampires for you, though, is that you never know what's going to come out from this team, and it's difficult to predict what's going on. Again, great plays from the last 2 matches, and I think they're getting back into the swing of things, unfurling the wings here in our final moments of the PMWC. Great to see.
It really is. Hard to predict. Exciting games. The one thing we do know that is a consistent, though, of course, is the GT20 Pro. He's always reliable, a great piece of kit. Grab yourself one if you haven't already. That response time, The hertz on that monitor as well. 144 hertz blank. You are gaming in the future on the go. And we're going to be going into our next game of the day. Last cast for us today here. Let's hope for a banger because they have been all the way up to this point.
Yep.
And some potential for some big leapfrogging. Cool we get the standings at this point, Blank. It's been shaping up in a really interesting way today.
It has, man. It's 68, 67, 66 from first to third place. Literally 2 points sets first and third place apart right now. And again, the rankings are just so close at the minute that it's very hard to predict. And this is one of the rare circumstances in a grand final setting like this, where you have a case where you go into tomorrow and it's still all up for grabs. Usually this is the day where teams set themselves apart. Team Liquid will have to set themselves apart from 4MV here though and not pull themselves apart in this engagement.
Oh yeah, Team Liquid looking to put them in the blender and asking the question, will it blend for Miracle Vibes? Don't breathe that dust in. That's for Miracle Vibes dust. That's not going to be good for the lungs as the Uzi clears its way through them in seconds. The Revolver not being too handy there.
And Mythic will pick up his first elimination of the match here. Team Liquid, 40 points right now, 41 with the extra added elim. They're looking to ladder up a team that has a lot of potential on side, but we just haven't seen too much of it. Felt a little bit sloppy, a little bit messy throughout this tournament so far. Still a very strong team, though. That cannot be denied. 3 teams currently over on Sosnovka. A little bit crowded down towards the island, but they all should get across. The circle looking like it's centering up over towards the northwest side of the map. The river is in play, difficult to work around with. And you got Alpha 7 sandwiched between Alula, IHC, as well as Power over towards Zaki. Again, for Alpha 7, Kale was talking about it. They've had some rough games so far, but I still think that some of the plays have felt a little bit weird. Not up to snuff with what we've seen from Alpha 7 so far. But again, this is definitely a team that could be first place when they're in that right headspace.
And that's the rough part about it, isn't it? To put it under the microscope and look at the fact that you've had some golden opportunities in these very games. But 1 or 2 small mistakes has led them to their demise, caught them unawares on rotates. When they've exposed themselves, they've been blown to bits. Cars are looking very lethal around them. It's all been a bit scary. Chance to redeem yourself here, though, of course. Only 1 point. 1 point that stands between them and Boom in the top spot. But it's similar for the squads beneath them. Always room to climb your way up. Everyone gunning for a chicken dinner, gunning for big elimination games. You've got to play smart PUBG Mobile at this point, as the competition has been ramping up over the course of the playoffs, and it is all to play for.
I mean, you're looking down to 6th place right now. We all have a reasonable chance of laddering up to first off the back of 1 game, Jackie. I said it before, I'll say it again, like in this setting, that is sort of unheard of. But again, we just have very, very good competition here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup here at the ESPORTS World Cup, which is awesome. It's exactly what you want to see. It's what you want to see on a main stage every single time. I'm liking it. I'm loving it. I'm sweating a little bit sometimes because it's very hard to predict.
No, it is. It is. It's cool, though, with how things shaped up off the back of the groups and survival stage. Some names making it through, others falling to the wayside, but a very competitive playoffs here. And each and every team gunning to prove that they can stay alive. That's what Team Liquid are doing on the getaway, staying alive. The BG's maneuver, as they are able to get out of there, avoiding the damage from For Miracle Vibes. Remember, they swooped in on each other in the opening moments of the drop on this game. They took down 1 member from For Miracle Vibes and now complete their exit mission.
I mean, Baron was just sort of looking at them menacingly from behind the wall, so furious. They would even dare to take 1 player off them. Currently 11th place are For Miracle Vibes, struggling in this main stage. Apex is blown away by the dinner plate there from Team Liquid as they go back in for a 2nd round.
Yeah, they're ringing the dinner bell. You thought they were bailing. Instead, they're coming in and hitting them with a hailstorm of bullets straight onto Apex. It was a nice knock from the distance. Meanwhile, a bit of a different scene.
Literally on your bike.
Quickest getaway possible. They jump on the bike and start pedaling.
I mean, at this point in time, it's all you've really got going for you. A bike and some ammo. That'll do the trick. Put it in the saddlebag, boys, and head on into the circle. Right now, I think 4 Miracle Vibes currently in a position where this tournament, if they continue playing the way they have, they'd need a big comeback like Vampires have had over the past couple of games to 43 points after what was, I think we can quite confidently say, a pretty abysmal start.
Yeah, first day was not kind to them whatsoever.
Yeah. For a team that's won 2 mid-seasons in a row.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? You've got that championship mentality. You know you've got the firepower for it. A lot of power on that team.
We're so back now, though.
Exactly. If you're waking up now, who knows?
Yeah.
It's always hard to put a sleeping giant back to sleep.
Teams are going to have to cook up some kind of sleeping potion for the Vampires so they can retire back into their coffin and stop causing so many problems inside the lobby, at least at the beginning of day 2, the main stage. If you're joining us just now, hello, welcome. We've had some pretty crazy games so far. If you want to go check out the VOD, you absolutely should once the day ends, but for now, stick around with us. We'll keep you updated as best as possible. And thank you very much for tuning in to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup itself. Stage 2, about to pop.
See where the zone's going to go, how things are going to shape up. There's already teams are beginning to make their move. T-Amber getting over the choke point of the bridge with Team Liquid trailing behind for Miracle Vibes after the dents that were done to them. They're quite far out. Wow, bit of a shift on that one.
Yeah, very uncomfortable actually, Jackie, because this one does sit the river right in the center of the circle here. So you've got to make this weird decision of do we play north side or do we play south? South side has a lot more compounds, but the fact that north side does not have a lot of locations to play, a lot of teams will try and take a position on this north side if they have the possibility to do it, because they know that later on they could probably make their way into the south side of the island, of this river, and find themselves a position that's relatively easy to play with. But getting into a position on the north side later on, that's much more difficult. Reject, though, finding Twisted Minds and getting some much-needed revenge from our last Erangel.
Oh, yeah. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and it will be a bold play. They instigate the fight, but Xavier might want to finish it. Now, you've got a bit of a spread on these 3 squads in a line effectively amongst one another. Obviously cluing you in, if you missed it in the previous game, it was a hellish encounter to open up that game 2 between Twisted Minds and Reject. Went on for far too long. There were no winners there, but Reject lost out in the overall encounter off the back of what was quite a nice cleanup. You know, they were down to, I believe, just 2 men and turned the tides on a full squad of Reject.
It was really nice. I think Reject probably could have just dipped out at that point, to be honest with you, and just focused on what they were trying to do, which is just maintain players, realistically. I think that would have been the smarter move. Again, I don't mind a team that is on the come up here and just decide, look, let's try and just push it a little bit further, see what we can get away with, what can we not get away with. They're in a position right now where going into tomorrow, there's still a good chance for them if we ended things right now on today. But figuring out what doesn't work at this stage, where you're a little bit safer towards the top, is not a bad idea. Alula IHC. Shots over towards DRX, who have got a measly 2 points on the day, Jackie.
Not great for them. Definitely not grandiose at all. Now, it wasn't just the knock, it was the full elimination that went through as well, by the way. So that's Reject being able to grab themselves 1 point off the back and leave Twisted Minds as a trio. Here's the move on in from Alula X IHC. Of course, they instigated the fight onto DRX. Things are still a bit bumpy. You've got 1 man down on the ground, the rest of them trying to move out. Power from the sideline, hard confirm onto the knocked player, and will grab that one. So they take away the point all the way from over the back.
DRX tried to pull a fast one there. Pull the wool over the eyes of the teams that surrounded them, trying to get out with the player on the back of the buggy who was knocked. Respect the play, doesn't work out though. Meantime, stage 3 about to hit us. We'll decide whether we're heading north, south, or directly central, keeping this game up in the air. And that's exactly what we're doing, heading over towards that island. Reject currently have that nice little split over towards the southeast side of the bridge that runs through that tiny little island that sits between the river there. And TJB is in. I think TJB has made some smart rotations like throughout the main stage. Not always having the greatest of success on them, but I think they are rather smart in the way they did it. I mean, they impressed me yesterday. 2v4 coming out as well. Yeah, I think China is definitely here to play, with Tiamba actually regaining a bit of points here themselves, up to 7th. They're putting on a very, very nice little performance for us here.
Yeah, it's a good show for the fans back home, especially if they can keep that momentum up. Not the worst place in the world whatsoever in terms of the new zone that's moved in. Awful lot of water in terms of the density of this one as well. Fragmenting the map, like you said earlier, just straight down the middle, dividing some of those peaks, making it a little bit more uncomfortable in terms of your rotation pathways. Teams moving in a little bit. Reject still got that nice split on the go. Boom as well. They've been looking good today. Currently in the driving seat. Top spot for them in the standings.
Yeah, Ignition switched here, Jackie. Ignition switched on, and you got Boom Esports exploding out the gate, honestly, which is awesome to see. And I think for Boom Esports today has just gone really well for them. And I think this is something that a lot of people are expecting. For Indonesia as well, this is a really big result. And again, it was back in the day, a lot of Indo pride. I mean, they used to be the greatest at this game. Okay, and it's nice to see that we're having these send-ins from teams like Alter Ego and now Boom as well. It's awesome. I'm very, very happy to see a bit of a resurgence here for this team.
Oh, yeah.
And region.
Oh, exactly, man. It's cool to see. You can only imagine, you know, what the Indonesian talent are thinking right now. It must be popping off over there with some of the calls that are being made. You know they get hyped. It's going to be fun to check that one back on the VOD.
Not only Boom Esports, Talent Esports as well from Indonesia in the top 5 right now. It's really good. It's really good. I'm happy to see it. I think back in the day when we were casting over Bigatron Red Aliens.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the heyday where things were still very undecided and they were just annihilating all the competition for a while. There was a slight dip. But again, it's nice to bring things back over towards that Indo side of things because they are just constantly grinding over in that region. Next circle about to pop though. Again, I have a feeling this is going to be a River Island finish, man.
Man, if it does, things could be getting even more spicy. I mean, we still got a lot of squads alive here. No one's gone down yet. We're losing a few players, and there's that move, Blank.
And there it is. This is a really rough circle, dude. A lot of teams down towards that southeast side will have to worry about moving in, but let's take a look at what's happening on our screens. Power, Al-Haji, Alula IHC trying to make their way in, suffering on that northwest side where the circle hard shifted over towards, and it's Vampires once again on that northern edge. A lot of space to play around with here, Jackie. Could it be the 3P?
Let's see if they can make it happen. Keep the momentum in the camp of Vampire. Spread those wings and fly up the rankings. Team Liquid have had such a bumpy move into the zone. They got swung upon, took a lot of damage, a lot of casualties, and it's only going from bad to worse. The Bonnet play. Oh, mate, a sliver of health is all that Team Liquid have left. So the Liquid Lunatics not looking like they'll have a good chance on this one. Revenge again. It flip-flops. This time it's Twisted Minds taking a shot onto OCO. It's one that can be a big deal for Reject, taking a heavy hit.
Most knocks on the team is Ragey at the moment, so him going out would be very, very bad news for them. Luckily, they get him straight back up on his feet. I know they need him. Even the pep talk, drop him a first aid kit, he's good to go. But Reject does have a big task on their hand because there's going to be a lot of teams coming in from that southeast side. The timing for that rotate up towards the northern edge of the map is dwindling, but Boom seem to be pretty confident over towards Rozok. Just play this game out. Alpha 7 here, though, getting a little bit stronger. They have this northwest side. They've got the blue behind them, so they've got that full 180-degree control. Can they deal with Vampire? as Tiamba sails on through. Ooh, Tony.
We're down and out. Tony K suffering a similar fate. Vampire. Don't know if you've cursed them here, Blank. They were going from good moves, but this one is really rough for them as it's all Tiamba beating the war drum and being able to have a whole load of fun with the smooth moves, sliding around to take those fights, cleaning up versus Vampire, down to just stoned, and he's trapped. Alliance on the close quarters engagement, let it spray with the SMG, rip him down. Ooh, Ponbin takes a hit as well, actually, from Reject, and these fights are breaking out all over the shop. Lots of damage being exchanged from that one opening engagement onto Vampire. Now they move up and clash back versus Tiamba. Nice nade over the top, close, but not directly on target.
Alpha 7 also getting involved in this fight. This is a smart move from Alpha 7. You see a fight popping off like this on the northern side of the map, you want to get involved if you're close by. They know they can gain some more control here. That's Boom out in second place as Reject turns the tide over towards that southeast side.
Oh yeah, they blew him to bits. The C4 thrown on the door and Boom are not in the game no more. Blown away by Reject. And it keeps going on. There's Tiamba striking back against the Alliance and shutting down the Mighty Warriors. IWNR Hexagon as well. We had 16 teams alive for so long, but now everyone's falling like flies.
Circle about to shift here once again. These northern teams hoping it pulls further towards that northern side. It could still be that elusive River Island, and it looks like it is heading there. I curse Vampire and I curse these teams to one hell of a finish, it seems. Reject in a really nice position, honestly. The fact that their compound stays in over towards that southeast side, or at least this position to play that they have. Oh my God, they have so much presence in this circle. They'll have to go across at some point, but by the time they do, I think they could have had enough presence in the circle that a lot of teams really wouldn't be able to challenge them all that much. They know exactly where Twisted Minds are. They know they play towards Sunken. And DRX trying to maintain position in the top three. Good spray from QXZ over towards Alpha 7.
This has been a wild game from Tiamba. Already 9 eliminations to their name, and they can keep on building with that. We were saying they have a chance to really climb the rankings. 9 elims and a high placement finish could be exactly the key they need. But there's the response back. You got the opening fights against Alpha 7, but it's a bumpy road to fight your way through. Bondo, we know this man can be bold. Up close, he strikes with the slugs. The DBS hits the first. May dashed in for McGrellin as he is malicious on contact and ends the streak from Tiamba.
Alpha 7. What a nice move from them. Again, they had the opportunity to third party. They had the opportunity to influence a lot of the engagements on that northern side, and that's exactly what they do. In the meantime, Talon's got a similar idea. Misery goes up, gets the scout off. They know exactly where Alpha 7's coming on from now, and Axel already has this base position of operations. What is that?
Oh, what's happening? It's like Robot Wars. Everyone's just smashing their vehicles into one another. They've whipped out the flipper. And they're trying to flip the script again as well, but McGrellin can't turn the tide this time. He goes down again. It's another brutal finish for Alpha 7.
They tried so hard to claim presence on that northern side, only to slip away out of this game like a ghost, not remembered. Alpha 7 still in first place, but the amount of points that they're gaining on top of the competition right now is not a lot. Tiamba now 56 points strong. All the way down to 7th place, now has that chance with a game like this with the 9 elims secured for Tiamba. That next game could really be a big one. I am so hype about today. It has been an unreal set of games so far. And this is going to be a banger of a finish, Jackie.
Oh yeah. We are watching PUBG Mobile history in the making with some of the maneuvers these teams have been whipping out. Yeah, we need some replay, some highlight moments that have been occurring. This was the bout versus Boom that Reject had. They took that in their stride. They're in a good position in terms of eliminations, but you could mirror that with Talon. They're down one man though. That's only a trio. DRX, although they're above the rest of the remaining squads, they're in a really uncomfortable position. One man's knocked, you're not in the best position in terms of the zone as well, and it's feeling uncomfortable for them on the move up. TJB, this is where they've situated themselves.
I like this lineup from TJB, and a lot of teams kind of underestimate this position. They do love the bunkers. You know, getting that information that you can check down towards the south and side and be able to peek up and quickly look through is really useful. But goodness me, which team do you want to be with on a deserted island in the middle of the river is the real question for DX Xavier, as they are still 4 men strong here, holding onto the bridge, demanding the toll be paid from these teams on that northern side, and it'll be paid for in blood.
Playing Desert Island Discs in real life at this point. The soundtrack to their movie. And it's not a very nice one. I don't know if the reviews are going to be favorable for them with the position you have been left in. Reject have been calming it down, but they might have a forced fight. Twisted Minds are nearby. OCO moves slightly ahead of the rest of the pack. Oh, that could be an interesting one, mate. If that kicks off in a little while, I'm interested to see where that goes. You've also got the split here from DX Xavier and Power, hometown heroes. They've had a bumpy day, and again, we see damage inflicted onto Haji.
And Haji's having to back off just a little bit. That's a nasty name from DX Xavier. Sends Haji packing. Think for the circle right now. TJB knows they've got to make a move. They've got to get across the bridge. And right now it's DX Xavier holding on. Gets ejected from the vehicle midair and easy. Drops into the water. Knocked, but not out just yet.
It was Hyunbin that was able to find the flick up to get that tag across as well and knock him out of the vehicle. And Lamborghini looks to end things. They dive out of the car, finally looking for the quick swim across, see if they can reposition. All 3 of them have their eyes locked on. Oh, a bit of a split up as well. You can divide yourself into 2 duos here for Tongji Bao.
They go across towards Sarah. Have to send some back of their own. Squeeze out, putting punishment in. Sarah needs to hit a decent nade to provide them a little bit of space to push on forward. But Tongji Bao on the other side might have an idea about this one. Medkit being administered. Shadows spots out Tongji Bao as they're trying to make the cross. A really nice position he's got here, but if he's spotted, could be bad news. So he drops the smoke. This is smart. Deny the sight line. Wasn't able to get the amount of pressure or value out of this position initially.
Rato boy strikes onto Sarah. He was the one man in the close angle, and a nice nade is able to do damage onto him. Divine is nearby, but the paranoia is, of course, a well-placed nade with you having to group to go for the pickup. That could take you both out. The other 2 players that were in the water have made their pathway across onto the other side, back on dry land. Talon took a hefty hit as well. It was Misery that went down from the contact. They were floating in what could have been a watery grave. They picked themselves back up, 3 players alive, but trapped in such an uncomfortable position with these 3 angles surrounding them. Tongji Bao in the back. You've got the 2 sides for DX Xavier with their wide split as well.
Misery spotted immediately. If he comes back up, takes a big gulp of air and a big hit from the lead on Flower. Lamborghini just trying to push them back. He wants some of the meat that's from Talon here. Pick up some points for themselves. Reject, lose Reiji OCO as GK first spots out. There's no response either. And the circle centers up.
That's a nice one. With them finding that opening pick from GK first, they were able to swing in and hard commit onto Reject. That gave the opportunity for Twisted Minds to also dogpile in. So Reject going from looking like they're actually making this one work out, controlling some of the fights, to losing a lot of the edge they had. Flower still fully focused on the Talon in the water maneuver. Connects that one across to deal some damage onto Axel. Still just laying in bullet after bullet. Knows that they're sitting ducks. He just has to connect onto them. Lamborghini's been watching the peak through the side of the smoke. If they overcommit on the swing towards Talon, he's there to mop them up.
TJB just climbing right now. DRX managed to stay in the game, but only 1 elimination. They pop out, but there is a step up, but no response just yet. The shotgun is there. It's not doing the damage, though. Only 1 bullet left remaining in the chamber, and DX Xavier needs some backup. In comes Lamborghini.
Oh, he's struggling to get a connection off. He closes the distance, pulls out Big Papa Pump, blows him to bits down by the water, leaves him dropped. Yeah, the nade comes in short, but it's a little bit late. Hyunbin's still alive, miles away from the rest of the action. This hurts the Xavier far more. It gives the move up for TJB. Tongji Bao go in. Flower heralding the charge, calling for the Bannermen to move up and seize the initiative. They hard commit onto the 1 knock player from DRX, but you better be ready for the backline.
Paragin, nade in hand. He was absolutely instrumental with these beforehand. The nade goes through, doesn't get too much damage done. 1 cent further with the air burst, but it's not close enough. As TJB themselves burst onto the scene. It's been a tough rotate for them to get across the side.
Paragin throwing out the nades, seeing if he can give himself a shroud to play with and block off the angles again. Oh, the paranoia. So many squads on top of one another. A finish to be remembered on this one. Blank Reject were able to recover somewhat. They went down 1 man, but they're still in the kicking. And there's the strike from Ocio. On to GK first. Revenge for him now.
Good start for Reject. This is something I was considering is whether after all these fights are starting to pull out, maybe Reject just gives up the goose on Twisted Minds, moves over towards the other side and gets some big damage through. That's exactly what they're going for in this situation. Longs has the util galore, as GK first will be flushed out by Divine.
Reject versus Tongji Bao becoming a big focal point of this matchup with how they're playing, trying to mirror each other on the eliminations. Lamborghini finally upsets DRX. They were nipping at their heels for so long and funneling them into fights versus Tongji Bao. Rat Oh Boy up to his old tricks, finding himself a tasty little perch to set up on and think about the long con and a distance firefight. Again, Ocio from range, good connection on onlys.
Ragey literally raging in this game as Only goes down. Shot's been sent back over towards Twisted Minds as Ratto Boy hits the deck. That's DXavier. A nade from Duello over towards Longs, leaves just a flower remaining. He will knock onto Divine, but that will be their run finished, and Reject now climbing once again.
Reject fighting with an iron will in this matchup. You've got a knock player though. They've got to build back into this. You look at the placement now in the final fight with how these squads are going. 3 of them remain. Isn't it fitting? Poetry as well. We've got Twisted Minds and Reject that are still alive in this final circle with the 2 players from DXavier now playing on the back foot.
Both teams took each other out on that last game, but it's Reject roaring, ripping into the opposition. 10 E-limbs strong right now, looking to climb up towards that top side of the lobby. Lamborghini moves forward, the parry pan in hand.
So low on supplies. Could be a problem for them. A hellish feat to have to fight from. Cover to work with for Reject. They're confident in the wider split. Ocio's been looking so good with a gun skill on the way they set themselves up.
Reject wins this game. They take first place, Jackie. They have had a phenomenal couple of days here, and we're back down to the wire. Walking the tightrope here with Reject, Twisted Minds, and DXavier. Stage 9 begins.
Nades over the top. Molotovs going in. Looking to deny space, deny peaks, assess the situation, get the lay of the land. Twisted Minds onto DXavier, dent the Lamborghini. Off to the chop shop as Rattle Boy pulls out the blade. And here's the move up from Reject.
Hello.
They can sense the panic, sense the opportunity. Nade for the engage. In the middle of the pack, Rattle Boy pelted with bullets. Say goodbye as he's down to Ocio. Continues to play like an absolute mean machine. On target with a nade again. Duello, dueling, and showing us that you should be entertained with his gladiatorial gameplay. All on Paragin, the last man to go down, hailing from the land of the rising sun. It's a new dawn for Reject.
Regiocio with the unreal flow, the muzzle aglow. This was unbelievable from this guy. It was Sari yesterday, it's Regiocio today. They are playing hand in hand. And Japan is going insane in the PMWC at the moment. Laughing, smiling, it's happy days for this team.
A huge one for Reject. It must be near Christmas time as they take that chicken dinner.
And that chicken dinner should settle them happily in a first place after that one, in front of Alpha 7. What is happening? What is going on? This has been such a topsy-turvy tournament all the way through, Jackie.
Insane plays. We were saying the gap was so close. There was so much room for teams to ebb and flow their way to the top, and Reject thrown into uncomfortable fights throughout the duration of this one. So many times they had knocks, they had angles where TJB couldn't have capitalized. But in the end, they take the fight and move up to the top spot.
It is so awesome to watch all these plays on display during the PMWC. It has been unbelievable work, and I'm loving to see it. Again, just maybe even the call for the island finish towards the beginning and it coming through. Like, I'm loving today, dude. It's been so fun. But that'll be it from us, honestly, for now. But we
end on a high. We end on a high.
We do.
The energy from Reject as well on the pop-off, you know, you can see how much it means
They're
to them.
happy about it, yeah.
Yeah, and you would be. You would be. You're going to be sat there right now.
Win off the back of PMGO win into PMWC win. This is Japan's year, man.
Oh, yeah. The storylines going wild right now. The script writers, you're delivering on this one. 5-star reviews from us. So much more to get through. Do not go anywhere. Don't adjust your monitors. Keep it locked here for some more PUBG Mobile in a few moments.
What they want to live for. Why'd you prison me instead? Cut it, what's good from us? Escape what comes along. You're too colorblind to visualize who we are. Light, careless, no less. Regardless of your mind's destined to shine. Can I do what you wanna do? It's like a joke. My fear can't change my willingness in me. And wonder what they wish for, what they want to live for.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with Yumi in the STC arena after we wrapped up our first couple of games. And Yumi, I do have to ask you, incredible performance from you guys so far, but there do seem to be some inconsistencies in your performance when it comes to the tournament, but you guys are still doing pretty well. But how will you deal with those inconsistencies in order to remain in the top 3, if not first place at PMWC?
Ya, jadi Yami, kalian kan performanya masih agak kurang konsisten ya. Nah, kira-kira apa rencana kalian biar bisa ngelewatin itu, biar kalian tetap bisa bertahan antara top 3 atau bahkan jadi juara dari PMWC?
Yang bakal kita lakuin pasti ningkatin awareness kita, terus PD kita biar bisa lebih baik lagi daripada hari kemarin.
What we plan to do is increase our awareness and also our consistency and communication so we can perform even better than what we already did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about yesterday's games, Yummy, you had 5 out of the 6 games. In day 1, you guys managed to get 5 eliminations, but the placements seem to be where you guys are lacking. So how will you try to deal with that? Are you guys getting caught off in rotations, or what seems to be the problem you guys are running into?
Ya, kalau kemarin kan kalian dari 5 dari 6 game, kalian tuh punya minimal 5 elimination. Cuman kalian placementnya tuh kurang. Nah, kira-kira rencana kalian buat ngelewatin itu gimana? Apakah kalian ketangkep di rotasi? Kira-kira kenapa? Gitu kemarin.
Kalau kemarin tuh karena kita kurang awareness-nya gitu. Jadi kita udah dapet zona, jadi apa ya, kebuang sia-sia gamenya. Sekarang kita ningkatin awareness kita biar bisa maksimalin gamenya.
Just like I said, they are trying to improve their awareness. Sometimes they have the zone, but they're lacking awareness, so they just like throw it away. Now they're trying to be more aware and be able to do a better performance overall.
All right, I mean, I want to follow up with that one more time. When it comes to the team's movements and the rotations, is it usually the IGL that makes those calls, or do you guys sometimes, or do some of the other players kind of chime in and try to help out with that decision?
Ya, ketika ada call-call, keputusan-keputusan gitu, apakah IGL kalian Razy yang buat keputusannya terus, atau kadang-kadang ada player lain yang bantu-bantu ngasih lempar ide atau keputusan gitu?
Yang pasti semuanya ngasih ide, terus kalau misalkan yang ngukuhin keputusannya pasti Razy. Semuanya ngasih ide.
Everyone chimes in ideas, but the one that made the final call will be Razy, the IGL.
Well, we'll see if Razy can lead his team and continue their dominance at the end of the day. We have wrapped up our first couple of games, but we still have quite a lot for day 2 here at PMWC at the EWC. We're gonna head on over to the studio to continue the rest of the day. Take it away, boys.
Well, Boom trying to continue their dominance throughout the day, and there's a lot of teams gunning for that #1 position. One of those teams, well, the winner of our last match, Reject, who started the day off in 3rd place, dropped out of 3rd place, and potentially dropped into 1st place now with that victory.
We always talk about teams getting a free win. That was maybe one of the freest wins that I've seen Reject being able to get. Yes, they did end up fighting TJP. By the way, TJP now being in a good performance again here at the first half of the day. I want to see how they finish off the day, because that was the big question mark for that team.
Give them credit,
they
Seven.
actually got the second half of it.
3 top 4 finishes today for TJP.
That's the thing, though. Like, yesterday, they ended up, I think it was 2nd place, 1st place, and then 6th place at the beginning of the day. And then after that, they were just non-existent. So they're kind of mirroring exactly what they did yesterday. That second half, I got to wait and see what's going to happen there.
Hey, for Reject, though, in this game, as saying, like, with this compound that they have, which is kind of northeast of Atlantis, Watertown, Sunken, whatever you want to call it.
Venice?
That's the one. It's a great staging point for an island circle like this, right? We get these island circles, but they do happen in PUBG Mobile every so often. And when they do happen, one of the things that is most important for them is to kind of cordon off the fight from the team that's going to be coming from Sunken City, blah, 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 and try and make sure that that happens later on. If you get in a conflict along the riverside there, it's almost mutual destruction. You're just going to take casualties and it's going to be a problem. So I expected that fight to happen. Both teams kind of maturely kind of stepped away from it and then came to fight later on. And that was why they were able to get towards the later stages of a circle like this.
If I'm not mistaken, you actually were a big fan of the way DXavier played the island as well.
Yeah, I think if the circle hadn't shifted towards the south side of this island, DXavier had a really good shot of being able to do it because they were proactive about their position on an island situation like this. Some of the best spots in a circle like this are actually underneath the bridge, trying to use that, leverage that to your advantage against the other teams that are trying to move across. And that's what DXavier was doing. I liked it. I know I don't often sing the praises of this team. However, this was one of the times that I was like, yes, keep going with that. It's just a little bit of a shame that, again, the circle shifts slightly south of them.
And luckily for DXavier, DRX didn't have their full players. They only had 2 players. I think we were kind of talking about this too when we were watching those teams. If DRX would have had those 4 players, I felt like they would have made the push too. And you were kind of agreeing with this in regards to, I think they would have peeked over. They didn't really have anybody being able to get an angle on them. They would have been able to get into a fight. And in regards to DRX, I do got to, this is a big difference. What they were able to do yesterday.
It's like me staying next to you. Me day 1, you day 2.
That's exactly right. In every single number. Jeez. But the thing is, something that you're going to notice with DRX, the average survival time is still there. So far, they have had 8th place, 1 elimination, 6th place, 0 elimination. So it's good to see them going back to what kind of worked for them yesterday. They did have a 2-2 split. Unluckily for them, the awful shift that happened just didn't end up going on their favor. But I mean, they're still putting themselves in contention.
I don't know if I'm a fan necessarily, because I feel like if you want to win PMWC, you have to be able to fight teams, and you have to be able to get aggressive. You can't necessarily depend on a passive play style. And we're seeing a completely DRX today.
Well, in this game, losing 1 or 2 early is going to hinder you on an island like that. I'd say even if they had 3, they'd have been confident to peek over and kind of join in on that fight that was going on north of them. However, their transition across the water was difficult. I think that if they go all 3 at the same time like they did, you're probably going to lose someone to the lines of sight for the other teams. But if you have an anchor player, that actually Jason brought up, well done, Jason. Then
I get one in there eventually.
Yeah, you would have a little bit of cover whilst the other 2 make the transition, right? So being a bit, again, proactive about getting to the island and trying to lock a position down would have benefited them here.
Speaking about being proactive, you guys at home, be proactive and vote for PUBG Mobile's Esports Mobile Game of the Year. You can see the QR code down there below. And of course, while you're there voting, you could check out this man over here. Come with me, camera. This man here. Come here, Seven. Come here. Look at that camera right there. Look at that camera right there. Why should people vote for you, Seven?
Because best analyst.
There you go. Vote for him as well. Thank you so much, Seven. I'm going to vote for you after that amazing speech. We're going to head back to our commentators to kick off our final Aaron Kill of the day. Take it away.
What are chickens?
Vote for 7. Do it now, guys. He deserves it for sure. Well, it's a big moment here, folks. We are now officially reaching the second half of the tournament. So everybody in the studio right now, especially all you Power Esports fans, make some noise.
We are going to be sending straight on over the top. And of course, for over-the-top gameplay, you need some over-the-top gear. That's right, with dual gaming chipsets and a 144Hz AMOLED screen, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports-level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. Now, as we always do, let's check in with that plane path from all the way on that northwest side down to Milta Power. Primorsk a little bit out of the way here, but other than that, probably some fairly chilled out drop spots for a lot of teams now.
Everything looking just like it should right now. Beautiful playing path for these squads. You see Alpha 7 out nice and early, heading to their North George position, and I don't see anything too out of the ordinary just yet.
No, I was looking at IWNRX as well, generally dropping out around that Ferry Pier area, not Ferry Pier, although that does sound fun.
Yes,
Ferry Pier area. God, I'm never going to be able to say that now, am I? Over that direction, but they have dropped out down towards the south side, potentially grabbing some vehicles. Maybe a little bit of room for a hot drop there, but I think they are just going to get on the road, get over to that direction, because the circle has popped. It's fairly central. It's not going to be quite as brutal, hopefully, as last time. That Central Island circle is always my least favorite finish.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really, really, really tough one. And we were watching it in the green roof back there, and Team Reject were able to pull that one out. And I think this is why this team is so scary, right? It's because when they do decide to pop off, they go crazy. I mean, an insane amount of eliminations. Now you see them right now chilling on the top of the leaderboards. And the second I saw them get this win, I just immediately said, this is looking a little bit too familiar. And you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it is just a little bit reminiscent. There are echoes from earlier at the start of this year from Brazil, where they were able to claim a global title for Japan. They will be pleased with that performance, certainly, but doing it again here, the fact that it's on the cards now is kind of wild. And Alpha 7, this is where their mental starts to break.
Oh, let's see if Alpha 7 can hold on and be able to pull off that big win that we want to see them do. I know Brazil has been waiting for this moment for so long, and they're looking pretty poised to do it. I can hear those Power Esports fans in the crowd.
They're certainly
starting to make some noise because, you know, this is a good opportunity for them here. It's about that time they really kind of make something happen. They need a chicken dinner right here, right now. They have 29 points on the board. Remember, this is that halfway point. So a good chicken dinner could get them finally in that running because, you know, all these teams want to be able to hold up that trophy and be the PUBG Mobile World Cup champions.
Oh, of course you do. Of course you do. Not only that, getting that direct qualification spot. Do you remember earlier today when James Yang had his speech, they were talking about that top spot from this tournament, getting that qualification spot to PMGC. So not only would you get the lion's share of the prize pool, you also get the honor of playing back in my hometown, London.
Oh, that's going to be so fun. That's going to be so fun. That announcement. Every time I see James Yang on the stage, I get excited because I know I'm going to hear something good.
We're on board right now with TJB. They're up in Severny pretty early out of the plane, which means that they can start to get on the road, get towards their first point rotations and get further forwards. It looks like they're just out split gathering those vehicles now, trying to grab what they want, a buggy or two, maybe a UAZ, see what they opt for later on from the northern side of the circle. They're going to have to probably cross around the river. A couple of options for them to do that, so we'll see where they decide to go. North George currently guarded out a little bit by Alolex IHC on the south side of this settlement, but Alpha 7, again, plenty of options to try and move across that river position, get to a central area.
Right now, we can just see everybody's just fighting for those central positions. We do have some squads that are just out looting very, very safely. Alpha 7 are going to take their sweet time like they normally do. TJB are up in Severny right now. And you can see Alpha 7 right there. 3 average eliminations a game. That's almost an entire squad wipe every single time. But I think the big difference between Alpha 7 and Reject is Reject have shown that when they do get like a decent zone opportunity, they fully utilize it, right? They take an insane amount of elimination. So it just shows that their ceiling, I think, is just a little bit higher. Alpha 7 can really show that consistency, but we need to see that crazy 20 elimination game from them.
Yeah, they do need to put something up today. I mean, they have had some decent games
That's
today,
for sure.
but it hasn't been special, I think, is what we're trying to say here. And that is what you need to be a champion, to be in that #1 spot.
That's right.
To beat Reject back from their ascension.
Speaking of ascension, Boom Esports, man, they had one heck of an ascension as well. I mean, they were right there on that cusp. We saw them, you know, get all the way up top for a couple of moments and then right down to 5th place just like that. This leaderboard is just going to get so volatile here as time goes on.
Yeah, there's only 12 points between that 5th place and 1st place right now. Nobody is over that 10-point average per match level at this stage. With 9 matches played, we're in our 10th match now. 80 is the maximum, obviously, at that top spot, which puts you a little bit below. I'm not entirely sure on the exact numbers, but it's around 9.1, somewhere like that average across these maps. And it is going to be real tough to be able to push away from this pack, because everybody is going to be biting at your heels. The fact that Reject have opened an 8-point gap is a little bit novel, right? For the top of these tables, it's been within a couple of points for a while now. So this is their conversion game. This is where, for Reject, they can make their mark on this tournament and really throw the gauntlet down for Alpha 7. And on the flip side, it's a chance for the other teams to shut that down.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one for them here. I mean, they do land in Rosshawk, so they're pretty central to the circle. They haven't had to have any kind of crazy rotations at all. They know this area very well. I mean, the zone could still even head in that direction. So let's see how that ends up. Right now, honestly, I think the biggest surprise of this tournament so far for me, it's got to be 4MV, right? 4MV all the way down in 12th place is pretty wild. You see them over there right now. They're currently chilling in down south at Military Base. They're going to start making that cross up the road here soon. But man, I think that they have really just surprised all of our expectations here. What do you think, John?
I think that a lot of people would have put 4MV pretty high in their estimations. But you know what? Not us. Not, I don't know if you caught me, Blank and Jackie having a chat.
That's right.
Jackie led the charge, putting 4MV down way low on those tables. Turns out he was right. Not only that, he predicted Reject to win.
Wow.
Jackie's enormous, huge brain has delivered.
It's crushing it so far. I mean, Team Reject had those couple pop-off games, and that just rocket launched them up the leaderboards here. So let's see if they can just kind of continue to hold on. We're now at that halfway point. Anything could still happen. We could still even see maybe even a team like Alliance start, you know, making their headway up here soon, but they got to start doing it right now. The final day is just going to be pure chaos. So I think these next 3 matches are just more critical than ever.
Definitely. Every single match counts with an 18-match set. It is really dangerous to let it start to slip now. From first to last, that gap is pretty gaping right now. 80 points to 24 sits at 56 points difference, Hot Jukes. That is quite a big chunk to be able to catch up over these next matches. Oh my goodness.
Hardship!
That is the hardest shift down to the southwest side, keeps a lot of the river crossing, that main sort of gap between the main island and Sanhok military base in, which puts playable terrain, because likely not going to go to that military base unless we get another one of these circles. The playable terrain sits at about 65–75%, somewhere in that sort of gap for this coming circle. So into stage 2, we may accelerate the pressure on these teams to about a stage 3 or 4.
We're going to definitely see some teams get knocked out here just on rotation, because there are so many squads off the east side of this circle that are going to have to make it on in here. You can see the Xavier trying to hold off some teams, going to make some pop shots over by Team Liquid. Team Liquid driving right next to Tianba. And they're going to get away from this one for now. But they better watch up, because you got Alliance set up. I mean, everybody is set up on this side. And you can just see Alliance starting to put a little bit of punishment onto Tianba. They're actually going to take one elimination right then and there.
They are going to be able to pick up the point early, right off the bat. That gap now sits at 55 points between the top spot and Alliance down on the bottom. But you've got to start somewhere. And this is where they will try and have it on. Alpha 7 taking shots towards Team Liquid. So is everybody else, apparently, in this lobby. They are absolutely punishing this rotation from the team on Brazil.
Yeah, team, you can see Mythic just down and out right here. That nade's going to finish him off. So Twisted Minds is going to be out of this one. Well, actually, no, Twisted Minds on that one did get a nice couple knocks there onto Team Liquid. That's what I meant. So Team Liquid down to 2 players. You can see 4MV popping some shots now. And Tony K getting knocked. Oh, but nice shots from the back line do even things out.
Everybody trying to push into these priority positions now. Apex trying to crawl away. 4MV, they tried to get off of that military island. And they have been shunting on the east side. Vampire, their major task, stoned down. Doc on this high ground here has great oversight, but it's also incredibly dangerous to keep this one held. If you get spotted, there's plenty of teams around that will be only too happy to send a bullet right between your eyes.
Yeah, Doc's not trying to move a muscle at all. He's trying to play it very, very safe right now. And you can just see Schweppes gets a nice little vehicle blow up. So Vampire looking to get a little bit of revenge for Tony K. We like to see that there. But when is Doc going to make that move? The last player up for 4MV again. They lose pretty much everybody so early on. And it's just going to show that this military drop location is just not working out for them.
Doc still up. Still trying to make something happen.
And he's gone.
And he's down. Vampire, bring him back down to earth. Come on now. Let's not be silly. He will not play any further. And again, 4MV's fall from grace continues. Circle centers up. This time it's not quite as dramatic. It's had the attention it needs from that first shift. We are going dead center onto the main pack of teams. So I'm looking out to the west. Talon, Al-Ulex IHC. You can see at the moment Talon starting to bleed from a player going down on the outskirts. I'm also looking at Boom on the northeast side across the other end of the map. But we're looking right now at Talon trying to regain some sort of strength. As the ult does go down, and it looks like he's going to get flushed too.
Talon, you can see Axel holding the angle right now. This is in the blue zone. This is a tough fight for both of these teams, actually. But IHC, I think they realized that they got a little lucky with this particular zone shift, so they're just happy to kind of stay back, take some of these points, and then try to move up from there. And I'm not sure if that was the right strategy. I think they could have took a little bit more advantage of that hard shift and tried to find a more central position. Instead, they're just taking their sweet time in this fight and hoping to try and get lucky with a couple of eliminations. But they've already lost Seoul. Is he going to get the run over? Oh, that was actually pretty close.
He is trying. I think he's going to go around for another attempt there, but the smoke's just about keeping cover for Talon. And that was, nope, okay, it wasn't the last attempt. They want to do a little bit more. Yoru, though, his smokes are starting to fade. Only the one to play around in now. Are they going to go back in? No.
No, that's surprising.
So. Hang on a minute. Is there a turnaround further out? They've still got Demo out there on the off angle. Could potentially be a little bit different, but maybe they think they've cleared it. Maybe they think they've gotten rid of Talon.
Oh, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. I think they just wasted a lot of time there, and these are critical moments, especially for them. Let's take a look at a quick little replay. See Schweppes get that nice thirst. And, man, yeah, they punish 4MV on their rotation so bad. Schweppes, I think, almost took out the whole squad by himself. That's pretty crazy. Leon going to be moving on up. He does watch his teammate Cluck go down. This nade does look good.
Oh, no
the
way!
perfect bounce.
How on earth did he manage to get that bounce? Leon, a miracle with a grenade there. Able to, I think he bounced it off the windowsill of the other window.
I mean, we're talking like threading the needle there.
To be able to get it through the first window.
That's right.
Crazy, right? I mean, teams at this level should be able to do it. But to be able to bounce it off that windowsill and get it through, it's to the level where I don't think he meant to do that.
Well, I don't think so either, and it's kind of crazy because I guarantee you if I would have thrown that nade in that window and that player stayed in there and it went outside, I would be fuming.
Oh, man. That is crazy.
That's wild.
That is wild. That's probably the most fun I've had watching a nade go.
What a crazy bounce. Next zone, is this zone going to bounce, though? That's the question.
True.
Where is it going to go? We're going to get another crazy hard shift. Will it center up? Centers right on up. Alpha 7 had a good feeling it was going to go right here, and it ends up paying off for them. Yeah. Team Reject is still up, and if you're Alpha 7, you got to find a way to try to take them out early if you can.
I'm looking at who's going to be able to take control of the hill to the north of Alpha 7, because that is a priority position, but there's a lot of teams that are going to stop you from getting in there right now. Reject, they're nowhere near it. They're going to be playing all the way out on that southwest side. They are leading this train towards the center with Reiji at the front, at the helm of this ship, pushing their way through. They are covering their flanks. They are moving like water. And nobody's able to stop the crash. Tiamba trying to hold off a crash of their own as Alliance try and make their way in, but Shan doesn't take a lick of damage at all on the eastern side. Now has a little bit more to deal with, however. In the meantime, more of Alliance are going to try their luck, but they're too far away to get anything done. Shan does have to go for a little bit of healing, but Olio can't quite find the shots.
Those are some really nice vehicle shenanigans. Popping on off, popping in the vehicle, switching seats, and then popping out. Almost caught him slipping there, but he did not. So Talon Esports are down to 2. They're currently sitting in 6th place. Going to be holding that Pachinki hillside for now. Not a bad position to be in for the zone. As we're going to also watch, oh, look at that. Guizhou taking down Ayala with the DP from downtown.
Ooh, Reject losing a player on that south is not ideal. They're going to have a difficult approach to that compound that Alpha 7 currently sit in. Gonna have to push up and play the ridge, play the terrain. Tiamba, in the meantime, losing players to DX Xavier, holding out on this eastern side. And again, nobody has gone super central right now. Alpha 7 still sit in the shadow of that high ground. And nobody's made the bid for it yet. Power, DRX, boom. All of these teams are primed and ready to go for it, but each of them in turn stopping the others from making that move.
Alliance fall down, the team in last place. Can't get it going here in the PMWC. Hopefully they can turn things around in the next couple of matches because they desperately need to, that's for sure. Team Reject get another elimination on the board. That's 3 total. So far in this lobby, Tiamba have the most with 4, but they are down to 1 person. Vampire, Tony K got knocked a little earlier, but was able to get revived. Uh-oh, but Guizhou getting stiff-armed and instantly thirsted there by Duelo.
Another knock in the distance. You can see that's another point that's just waiting to go to the Reject coffers. As Duelo has the cover on it. Not really too sure that they're going to go for this res either. It would be pretty dangerous. I think pretty foolish as well. There's that flush going through. Duelo does manage to make it work. Hopping over to Vampires in the meantime on the east side. They're scrapping on the north with DX Xavier and on the south with IWNRX. This is a difficult pinch that they're in, but they're surviving it with 3. Tony K is down. They should be able to get this res. DX Xavier allowed to do the same in the meantime, and everybody's going to have to push further west. The next circle, not too long now for popping.
Let's see where it decides to go, folks. Will Alpha 7 stay in the center of it? But they got to watch out because Team Reject are just seem to be in that flow state right now. 5 eliminations so far, 3 players up. If the zone goes north, they're going to be in trouble, though. Let's see where it decides to go, and it does head a little bit further north for them, so they're going to have to start the push. Meanwhile, Vampire getting into it with DX Xavier and end up taking them out. Boom Esports trying to run away. Palmbit, though, that tire getting blown out. Forces him out. Ooh, but the shimmies. He survives for a little bit longer.
And through all of this, I think the smartest decision that's been made is DRX. They've made their decision not to go for a third party on the back. They are moving into that high ground that I was talking about, north of the Alpha 7 compound, and they are just being a wall. Boom now trying to flow away, as Razy is the last to stand with their scrap. They're pushed off of Vampire by IWNRX further south, and throughout all of this, like I say, DRX are making that bid for the high ground. Can they hold it off against Power, who is the major threat to their position?
Let's see what they decide to do. They do hold that for now. Razy, though, seem to have a similar idea from Boom. Let's see if they end up getting into engagement. Meanwhile, oh, GK First is stuck wide out in the open. Couple shots and he is toast. Are they going to try to pick him up? You can just see they were thinking about risking it, but no, yeah, that's going to be it.
In the smoke, difficult to get this cover, to get that res, like you say, way out in the open for GK First, and going down there is the death sentence in a circle like this. Razy still right on top of this mountain, but does not have the teammates to back him up. So as it's only a matter of time before that push goes through. Vampire trying to make their move on the eastern side, as we get a little replay onto Boom rolling down the northern edge of DXavier. This is what dictated a lot of the pace of the fight out on this eastern side, and it's where Boom were able to get those 3 elimination points. DRX, they take a knock.
DRX takes a knock, and Team Reject are on the move, looking to hunt down even more eliminations. Whoa. Divine with 3 on his own, 6 in total. They end up finding this hill, and they're going to be in a good position as he gets the run over. Everything is going right for Team Reject here.
That is the slowest rollover I think I've ever seen in that buggy. But either way, it's going to work.
You gave him a fair warning.
That's true. He was like, look, I want this ditch. You're in it. It's nothing personal. But you're going splat. That right. Is exactly what Reject were able to do. DRX taking the knock slowed them down, meaning they couldn't push in. I'm surprised that IWNRX weren't there early enough. TJB, they've been shimming up this roadside for a while, and they've just found Power. That is not what you want to uncover. Fidan goes down to the back lines, but TJB is slowed, and Long's now waiting for that res. Flower wants to heal himself up first, and only S as well, backing off just a little bit.
Power throwing exactly 57 grenades in that one moment right there. Unfortunately, not able to open it up the way they wanted to. This position is pretty solid here. The only weak side is TJB. Let's see if Alhaji is able to go ahead and get a good jumping nade, because most of those were just barely short. Oh, he should have range now. Let's see. Alhaji for 3.
Looks for good.
Oh, that hurts.
For the good shot, but it's not going to dunk down this time around. Flower able to weather the storm, and that's another nade over onto Reject, bringing them down to just Duello. Alpha 7 starting to flex out now from their compound on the south, with Magrelin and Carrillo are going to try and push up towards the top of the mountain, but Duello's not going to give it up without a fight. A south shift as well.
Duello, the last player up for Team Reject, but they've already got 8 eliminations. These guys are putting such consistent points on the board. If Alpha 7 want to be our first PUBG Mobile World Cup champions here at the ESPORTS World Cup, they need to start fragging out now. 3 eliminations isn't going to be enough. They have a solid position, but they're going to need that chicken dinner and double-digit elims to go with it.
Vampire down with 6 elims on the east side. IWNRX, it felt like they were slow and a little bit sluggish on that east edge to try and push their way in. They could have had a better ascent, but they're still playing on with 2. TJB still locking horns with Power, and Kante able to sliver away another knock. But it doesn't go his way for long as 2 players now stand for Power.
Let's see what Power could do. The hometown heroes, you can hear the crowd cheering them on. It's definitely making some noise here. Frozen goes down. Power desperately need a win here to help bounce them back as DRX are knocked out.
A nade trade goes south for DRX. They are not up on that one. Another nade, though, towards Power, and that's another flush, another knock. And TJB continues to shut out the hometown heroes. This is crazy. Kansei trying to get this res, and they're going to have to push in from the north side. Alpha 7 still as 4. Only 3 elims, but not too many teams now can stand in their way. There is really not that much power left in the lobby.
TJB were holding that position for so long. Flower decides to go across the road and hold this very, very small dip, and he is outside of the circle. So he's gonna have to make some magic happen with that buggy there the next few moments. Duello still alive for Team Reject, and he is now in the points placement. 6 teams are remaining. He will get a couple of placement points. But how many are Team Alpha 7 going to get? Uh-oh, here goes Power! Looking to get their revenge on the TJB. They get one.
You can't let that happen. The roll-up was in the sidelines of 2 TJB players, and they don't let it happen fully, but they lose a player again. Down to 1 now. 4 players alive for Alpha 7. A low elimination count chicken dinner is certainly looking to be in their future. When I gaze into my crystal ball, that is what I see, but that is not going to be enough, I don't think, to chase down Reject if they're able to get 5 more eliminations, i.e. sweep the entirety of the rest of these eliminations and the chicken dinner, then they can catch Reject. But as it stands, that's going to be a difficult task. With Talon and TJB on the north side, with IWNRX, with sightlines onto longs, it is going to be hard to pull all of those eliminations out the hat.
Yeah, you can already start seeing a difference between Team Reject and Alpha 7's playstyle, right? Alpha 7 have seemed to err on the side of safety here, right? Just holding their position. It's a dominant one, right? But they're not going out and hunting down eliminations. And honestly, I think that's where their strong suit is, especially with a zone like this. They should know that they have the numbers, right? Go out and clean up these elims. But instead, they're like, no, let's just play safe, get a guaranteed chicken dinner, and go from there. But look at this. Every single time we see a player go down, that gap between them and Reject will still stay larger as time goes on.
Absolutely. The hillside to their north still sits as an ominous presence on this Alpha 7 hold, though. And with 4 players still alive against them, it's possible that things could go a little bit topsy-turvy, as has been the theme of this tournament all the way through. And for Alpha 7, they're on the south side of the road. They're going to have to cross it. Look at where the circle sits. They can stay here for just a little bit longer, but IWNRX have that high ground. Talon as well cover that western flank if they want to try and roll around. It's a difficult exit for Alpha 7, unless they can find some picks.
I think Alpha 7, win this game 100% of the time here. I mean, they have such a dominant position. I think the only way they lose this is if Talon and IWNRX kind of have an understanding of where things lie. If they decide to be like, hey, guys, we got to take out Alpha 7 first, and then we'll fight each other afterwards for the 1-2 finish. But if that doesn't end up happening, then Alpha 7 are going to win this game. But again, it's going to be with very, very low eliminations. And that just goes to show you, like, just how powerful that elimination count is, because Team Reject, when they get an opportunity like this, I guarantee you, if this was Team Reject right here, they would have already been out of these buildings hunting down everybody.
Yeah, Yoru would not be allowed to sit where he sat right now.
It's kind of surprising, because this is a different Alpha 7 coming into this tournament.
It has been a little bit up and down. We have seen some misplaced footsteps from them so far today. Let's see if this is another one, or if this reserved play style is going to be a boon to them in the long run. They are still just keeping it calm. This circle, whilst they are going to likely have to cross the road, they don't have to leave it yet, and this rooftop affords them so much of an overlook.
Yeah, I think what's happening is the only thing that I could possibly even imagine is if maybe Alpha 7 didn't really have a good idea of the elimination count, and they're thinking that they're in a pure 4v4 here. You know, if they're thinking they're in a pure 4v4, they're just like, all right, let's just wait it out, see where the zone goes, and then play it from there. But little do they realize it's a 4v2v2, and IWNRX is starting to get mighty close to Talon. Axel's got that nade, locked and loaded. That's a good bounce. Right in between both of them. Ooh, that hurt.
Not quite going to get either of them, but another one to follow it up. That's a little bit short as well. Kynes goes wide. Axel there, stepping up with a pin pulled, and Kynes breaks out wide with the jump shot. Looks for the spray, but the challenge is no good. Now IWNRX going to lose one, and Axel left his team now in a 2 versus 1. Alpha 7 immediately send out of this compound, straight over the hillside. They know it's not a full force squad now, and Carrillo will have McGrellin at his back. The spray downs can come through. They full force move up to this northern side. Over the hillsides they roll. Frozen's not going down just yet, but the vehicle over 1, over 2, and Alpha 7, they're rolling on away like it ain't no thing. In the rear view mirror, they see the chicken dinner.
What a run over there. And I think that's what they were thinking, because the second they noticed that, oh, this isn't a 4v4, let's get out there and let's take this chicken dinner. And I think that's why you didn't see insane reaction for them. I think they were kind of like, oh, because they are a squad that even if though they win, if they don't win in the way that they know they could have done, they're going to be frustrated. So I think that's why you see them, happy that they got the chicken dinner, but at the same time just thinking, oh, we could have got a few more eliminations as well.
And I think that doesn't quite put them over the mark of where Reject sit as well. Not being able to get enough eliminations to jump up and join Reject on the top spot either, but another chicken dinner to their tally. That is really quite impactful when you consider how close the top spot is and when you consider what that primary tiebreaker is as well. With that chicken dinner, that is going to push them up to 3 chicken dinners and actually beat out Reject. They were sat to a piece, and now it's 3-2 in favor of Alpha 7. So if it goes to a tiebreaker eventually, they will be winning it out as it stands.
Well, let's see how things are going to turn out, because I tell you what, Alpha 7 has a bone to pick with Team Reject, because Team Reject is the team, remember folks, that beat them in their hometown of Brazil. So Alpha 7, even though they got second place, that is great, but they want that belt, right? They want to put that watch on their wrist and finally call themselves the world champions.
And not only that, but get that direct qualification to PMGC later this year. From that first place spot, it would be so huge for them to be able to pick that one up. I think that, as I said, I don't know if you caught the interview where Ginny was bothering me whilst I was having my cup of coffee.
I saw it.
You know, this is Brazil's time, right? I think that it has been so long in the making. They have always been right at the top of these tables at the start of these tournaments, but it's always just slipping away from them. And to be able to challenge Reject for it, to be able to take back what was theirs or what should be theirs by rights, it is so exciting to watch. There's not too much longer left though, so make sure you stay tuned for more PUBG Mobile action.
feel like it was just a matter of time for Alpha 7. Get that out of here. What are you doing? You realize every time you wear the jersey or bring it to the show, Alpha 7 finish, not first place.
No.
This is
Wait,
too early.
It's gonna happen. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. It's a nice jersey.
Give me this.
It's mine. It's
I'm
mine.
gonna rip it.
It's mine.
No, I'm not gonna
It's
rip
mine.
it.
I'm gonna rip it.
Alpha 7 though, man. There you go. They finally get a chicken dinner. It was obviously a little bit of a slow play. Oh,
nice
nice.
catch, Max.
Max did something.
We praise him on such easy things, but you know.
No, put it back. Put it back.
Could throw it back at us. But yeah, Alpha 7 they get the win. Very passive play into the beginning, but it fed perfectly into what they should have done in that situation.
I usually start glazing about Alpha 7 at this time, but I'm actually not been happy with the way that I've been playing today. Yeah, you guys know.
Come on, keep going.
Got another demographic that's watching our shows. But with the way that they've been playing, I mean, for this win, they really didn't have to do absolutely anything until the end of the game. And as you were talking about it too, when we were watching it, James, they had full control of it. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew that they didn't have to get involved if they didn't want to. And at the end, they decided, you know what, we're just going to run people over.
It's a deceptive control game. Like, for a lot of games, you would think to yourself, okay, a central position, holding that down. Keep nodding, boys. As I explained to you what happened.
Yep.
Sometimes you would have them in a circles position, a situation in the center where you'd be like, that's the control game. However, they knew the only way they could possibly lose this game is if they get pincered by the 2-2 or by the teams that were coming in from the west, from the east. So fall back to the compound, which is still in. You have full control of it. Use those roofs and allow the other teams to basically decimate one another. What we saw as that game folded down, if that's another team on the other side of this circle that beats the other team and then suddenly is going to be challenging you, they had so much utility.
How much?
Ready and raring to go for those last moments, and they didn't even need it. They were just on destruction derby, just running people over and finishing things off. So Alpha 7 was having a whale of a time.
You said, you know what, just go start nading people. All of a sudden, we just blink. Start running people over. I thought it was Max driving.
They had a million ways to finish that game off to Alpha 7, and I really love the control and, again, the mature decision-making that they showed throughout this, because a lot of other teams would have just said, well, we need to be in the center. We need to be taking these fights. But they realized you don't need every elimination, because the win for 10 points alone, as opposed to second place for 6, that counts for the 4 points. That's really big.
It does count, but for them, I mean, especially with the 2 Miramars coming up, I want to see them be a little bit more challenged in regards to games. I want to see how they're going to be performing whenever they do get circles that aren't in their favor, like we saw at the beginning of the day. They were getting very unlucky with those circles, and they were either taking fights outside the zone, or they were taking a little bit too long to rotate. But, I mean, for this, great win, but I just want to see them challenge a little bit more today. I kind of want to see them prepping a little bit more for tomorrow.
What about DRX and Reject?
Oh.
Because we saw a very similar zone here we had, I think it was yesterday.
Sure.
And we saw DRX do the 2-2 split, as Max was talking about while watching the game. It was DRX taking a lot longer to regroup, but instead Reject decided to take that more central position.
So for DRX, I think it was a few days earlier than yesterday in terms of the position that they took. But I mean, talking about Reject here for a moment with the elims that they were able to take, one thing that I think hurt them a little bit was their keenness to take the central position from all of this. They went there a little bit too early, and if you're going to do that, you kind of need Soaz's spot from DRX to make sure that you're kind of cordoned off against some of the angles. So they went all the way up to the top, and it felt like they didn't quite have as much, I don't want to say knowledge about the position compared to
It felt like that,
DRX.
though. That's a fair assessment, because it did feel like that to me. They were like, okay, maybe it's just going to be DRX, and they just got absolutely surprised. And on top of that, once they were able to take the players on from DRX, Alpha 7 just swoop in real quick, get some of the players there from Reject. So it did feel like they didn't have enough knowledge and to make that kind of push.
Sure, yeah. In terms of also like understanding how angles would be fired down upon them from the west as well as the east if you're going to take that really top spot that early. But for DRX, we've seen, as you were alluding to earlier, a 2-2 split across this area, and then at the right time move towards Soa's position to be able to lock that down. This game around, it felt like they were a little bit slower than them having that. It was almost an exact same scenario with some different placements of teams, of course, come to their win that they actually had in this location, and they weren't able to round it out this time.
I just actually want to quickly hop back to Reject, because I'm going to recall something that that Maxman told you, Seven, during PMGO, is that we haven't seen a team from Japan finish over 9th place in an international event. Then Reject went on to win PMGO. Now, obviously, there's a lot of questions around not whether it's a legitimate win, or so did they deserve the win. Going now into this, where we saw them in first place going into this match, I actually want to ask you about, do you think Reject, looking back on it now, kind of deserve that win, or do you think Reject can actually win PMWC?
Do I think they can win PMWC? I mean, with the way they're currently playing, they're getting just the right amount of points. And with the way that Alpha 7, for example, has performed throughout the whole day, I feel like Reject can definitely put themselves in contention. I mean, they're currently in first place, but going into tomorrow, they have definitely been doing the right plays. It felt like they were doing the right play when they made that push in Erangel. But it came down to Alpha 7. Alpha 7 knew exactly what to do there to kind of stop them from not getting that strong position towards the top. Bottom line, to answer your question, I think they definitely can win this if they continue to perform like this. But they need to improve their Miramars because their Miramars were absolutely awful yesterday.
Is that your definitive answer?
Yep.
I'm unsure. I still need to see a little bit more through all of this because
it would be a surprise if Reject won, I would say. We're all going to agree if they won PMWC.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
No, I mean, considering PMGO, considering how well they're looking here, I mean, this is, again, 60 elims compared to 30 placement points. Usually and eventually, with that kind of heightened elim count, does come placement points as time goes on. But I still believe it's Brazil's time. We'll see how it happens.
Yeah, we'll find out. And obviously, one thing that might be helping Reject out is the PMWC Violet Thunder set. Whoa! Yeah, whoa, it helps celebrate PMWC and, of course, commemorate all the players participating in this historic esports event. It is a very sick skin. If you guys haven't picked it up, make sure to do so. And while you have picked it up, make sure you go follow PUBG Mobile Esports over on TikTok and post a video of you doing your favorite victory dance in-game or out-of-game. Max isn't here, so 7, you know what's going to happen.
Oh, was it Max?
And then use the hashtag PMWC victory dance for a chance to win $3,000 in virtual gift cards. In the meantime, we got to head down to the stage here while 7 continues to dance for us with Barney, who has an interview with Vampire.
Yeah.
Dance, monkey.
Back to the STC arena where I'm joined by Vampire Esports coach. It is, of course, Sir Tanny. You know, we do these interviews a lot, don't we? Hey, how you doing? You okay so far?
Yeah, I think it's quite okay.
Quite okay. Well, you were talking to the studio earlier today, weren't you? And you were saying that, you know, this is your trophy to lose. This is your trophy. This is going to belong to you. And I like that kind of powerful statement. But yesterday, you guys played quite passively. And today you've come out really strong. So what did you coach them yesterday when they finished off their day of competition?
Yeah, as you say, we are so passive yesterday because the first thing is the confidence, because they are scared to lose some people in their game, scared to get some points, so they're playing passive on like playing somewhere safe for the first thing. So yeah, after that, last night I talked to them. Yeah, you don't have nothing to lose. You don't care about the trophy much. You don't think about it much. Just play whatever you play. Just play it for fun. You don't forget you're playing game for fun, right? Just don't have a pressure. Just play for fun.
I like that. Play for fun. But you know what? We speak about passive, and then we speak about today. Tony K is the highest damage dealer so far today. So talk about flipping that. Now, let's talk about the players, because we talk to you a lot here on the stage. We know how you feel. You're a very fun guy, but also, you know, we know you mean business. When it comes to your players, how do they feel about their performance so far? You know, Tony K, Stoned, the rest of the guys, like, how do they feel?
Yesterday they feel struggle because they have a little confidence to play, because other team they are playing on the edge just like their play style. So yeah, they are a bit too scared. But today after I said to them, yeah, if they feel great and more relaxed, you will see on the first game or second games, they can come back on the morale first. So yeah, I think the confidence come back.
Confidence is coming back. We've got 2 Miramars to play. How's your Miramar? Do you know if you're going to be dropping near anyone dangerous?
I think everyone on the map is dangerous. On Miramar, because it's a big map, you know, and also it's a map that you have to fight on almost the mid game, and everyone, all the great teams. So yeah, it's all the team.
Everyone's dangerous. Saitani, thank you so much for joining me on the stage, as always. But for now, we're going to carry on day 2 of the main tournament. Back to you guys.
Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. Feel like a champ. MVP status.
Okay, Max, yeah, go ahead and host.
I can talk. Hello, we are back. Little break. You can't throw it. I don't
He
have
said,
time.
we're back. Now break.
Go on, keep going. Little break. Keep going, you got this. I believe in you.
Okay, we're getting ready for our Miramar, but we have to wait a little bit more because the Miramar goodness is happening very soon. But Jason, now we have a little bit more time. Do some analysis about our last Wrangle game. What do you think?
I think it was pretty cool.
Great analysis, just what I expected from you, Jason.
I think.
Wait, that's my spot, yeah.
That felt
so
weird.
It's 7 hosting
That
now.
felt weird.
It's 7 hosting now.
Yeah. Oh, wait, yeah. That's the host spot now.
No, I think as obviously you got to hear the guys talk about Alpha 7, I feel like they're kind of playing smart to some extent, right? They're thinking about when we have the proper situation, how can we maximize the amount of points we get from it, considering where they currently are on the standings. They're keeping out of their own heads. 7 doesn't agree. Oh, he's doing the claws.
No.
He's doing the
I
claws.
agree with that.
They're
I
kind
agree
of.
with that.
I think they're kind of. It's like in poker a little bit. They're waiting for the right moment to make the play happen because they realize they're in the running to win finally their first title.
It's like a completely different Alpha 7. And you can kind of see it on the
Alpha 7.
overall, too.
I have
You
a
can
theory.
always...
I have a theory.
What is
I feel like the game plan they had for the previous match, they're avoiding to just choke. They were like, we could go for central position, try and go for this big elimination game. We're just going to play it very calm. Make sure we get that chicken dinner, a few eliminations at the end.
No, hold on.
I feel like they're
hold on.
dodging the choke.
The fact you said calm, I think that is the big change. We are seeing Alpha 7. We're seeing them be calm.
Yes.
There's so many times in the past where we see them get antsy, get aggressive when they shouldn't. We see Creo going off and getting eliminated. It seems like they're way more composed this event, and they're being a little bit more passive when they should be, or respecting, I guess, the other teams instead of just going crazy for something.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that is the right strat because they don't want history to repeat itself, right? I mean, you pulled out the jersey. That was a bad play from you, though.
No. Just don't be talking about me, Kurtzman. No, but you can kind of see it. I'm glad you brought up calm because I've been noticing that too.
What?
You can see it on the stats. The eliminations are not as high as we're used to, but they are starting to make the right plays. They're willing to take the right fights. We saw, especially in the last match, before Alpha 7, they would have fully sent it towards the top of that hill. They would have been like, you know what, we have this compound. Yeah, let's forget about this. Let's just send at least 3 of our players up there and keep 1 player in the compound. The fact that they decided to go back to the compound, get on top of the roofs, we were both surprised by that.
Yeah, they're all taking it very chill.
You know what?
These matches. I like it.
Calm isn't the right word. You know what it is? It's something we are. Come here.
Uh-oh.
What they're doing is something that we are not. It's called being mature. I think they've matured as a team. Okay, we're in a little huddle here.
Yep. Okay.
They've aged well.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Wow, you both are really short to me. And they're no, they're doing it to see your face. No, they've matured. I think is like the proper. Get your hand off me now. It's the proper way to explain it, right? They are playing like a more sophisticated team, a more complete team, and I think this is.
Yes, Jason.
Oh, look at that bald spot. Look at a team who's ready to win. A team who has the mindset of we're going to this event to win.
This has happened too many times in the past, right? They're like,
No.
We know exactly what went wrong in the past events. Wait, why? No. Tell me why.
Because it does feel like a complete. It does feel like a different team.
Yeah, that's what.
Even though they
hashtag
mature team. Yes. No, but it does feel like that. It does feel like they're willing to go away from their usual playing style and try something that would actually kind of secure them the win, right? Secure them in regards to placement points, elimination points. Before it just used to be eliminations, and more eliminations.
Yeah.
Now the fact that they're willing to kind of give that up and think of the bigger picture, I am happy to see that. As I was telling James earlier when he was here, I do want to see how this team's going to react when they are challenges, because the challenges that they had today with this awful circles, they need to find a way to get over that. They need to find a way to even get those better points. They are lucky today, in a way, that some of the other teams that were above them, whenever they were getting eliminated very early on, whenever they weren't getting elims, they're lucky that those teams weren't getting points. They wouldn't be in first place right now. They wouldn't even be close to first place right now.
That's the thing. When you're looking at their gameplay style here, it was like being very calm, like relaxed, trying to make sure. This is like a play style that can win you tournaments when you have a lead. Right now, you have so many teams caught up next to them. If one of those teams gets a massive chicken dinner with 10, 15 eliminations, that calm playstyle is not going to be enough. I feel like this is a playstyle that you maybe see towards the end of day 3 if you have a significant lead. I feel like this might be a little bit early, and it allows team to have a great opening to overtake them and to start building a really good cushion in a first, second place scenario.
I feel like that's a good thing for Alpha 7 too, because of having that in their arsenal, right? being able to have that back pocket of it's like, hey, we can get a lot of eliminations if we decide to. We are capable of that.
You know who else can get a lot of eliminations? If it was maybe 20 years ago playing PUBG Mobile when he was a pro, it's Hot Jukes and John Allen to take us into Miramar.
Best sniper inning.
A lot of eliminations indeed, Jason.
Yeah. All the time.
That's what I'm talking about. That's how we do it. 2 more matches left to go. We're heading on into Miramar. I hope you guys are ready to go here because that's it. There's 2 matches left in this day, 6 more tomorrow, and we're crowning a PUBG Mobile World Cup champion. Bam.
That's pretty cool.
Just like that.
So cool, dude. We're going to be heading into Miramar for the first of our 2 desert desserts that sit at the end of the delicious meal that is the PUBG Mobile World Cup. And with a delicious meal, you need some excellent cutlery. And this metaphor has gone on far too long, so I'm going to talk about the phones. With dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screen, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. Plane path check, Minas del Sur, up towards just south of El Azhar.
South, not good for a lot of these teams because we're going to have to see quite a few of them start stretching, and that's not something they want to do after quite a few intense Erangel matches. So looking at this plane path right now, you got Alpha 7 a little frustrated because they like to go to El Pozo. They're not going to have all that loot here at the start, and we could see a risk of teams running into each other off the drop.
Twisted Minds pretty close to that Alpha 7 drop, but it looks like they're going to go a little bit further, grab some vehicles, go up that West Coast road. That's a fast rotate. It's a highway and a nice speed to be able to pick up there on that western edge. They just need to grab those vehicles. Teams out a little bit in the middle. I'm looking at Talon with 2 of their players down towards Los Higos on a south split. The circle hasn't quite yet popped, so we don't know if that's going to be too punishing, but it looks like it's not. Southwest side on the circle, and it cuts in a lot of the area around Chumacera, La Driera as well. Monte Nuevo just on that northern side. Looks like that's where Alula XIHC might want to go, unless they want to just stop short in La Driera.
Yeah, we'll see what's the plan. Right now, Alula IHC's drop location is going to be Monte Nuevo, so that's where we're going to be heading to, straight up there. Alpha 7, you can already see them on the road, heading right there towards El Pozo. And of course, you got Team Reject going to be looting up Power Grid. So they're all going to be able to take their time in their drop locations and get ready for the match. I don't see any hot drops just yet.
El Azhar and maybe IWNRX and Tianba on the northeastern side. Seems like our reserving team caught that as well. Over on this northeastern side, they're not too close to one another, which means that this fight isn't necessarily going to pop off, but I think this is the closest any 2 teams are as it stands. Maybe a little bit of trouble over in the middle near Picado as DRX and TJB are around that area, but TJB are very unlikely to go into that fight. In Picado, if you start a fight, it's only going to finish with one of you going down.
That's
a huge risk.
Yeah, we shouldn't see an engagement in El Hazar because, from my memory is correct, Tiamba and I think IWNRX, this is both their drop locations, right? So they should split loot the area. It is big enough for both of them.
They should.
Yeah, they should. So as long as none of them get a little bit too cheeky, and just try to maybe take a building that isn't theirs, they should be fine. But then again, you got to be careful because if you get spotted walking wide in the open across the road, you are going to get taken out instantly.
Yeah, it is pretty dangerous, and you need to keep your wits about you. When you've got teams next door, we're ready to whip around at a moment's notice. TJB, they're leaving 2 of their players on the south side of Picado to potentially spot DRX's egress from it, and 2 players a little bit further west now, going to the northern sides of Chumacera, which guards out those hills to the south. Now, those hills to the south, incredibly treacherous, a lot of high ground undulations that sit there, but the ground around Chumacera as well, long and sloping away to that north side towards Picado, and basically this southwest side. And I think, do you know what? The whole of Miramar's kind of really just dangerous for playing these terrain areas. But it is going to be on maintaining those vehicles, using them for cover when the time is right. and trying to hold off on those high ground compounds. If you can get a vantage point on Miramar, you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, and right now everybody is in their designated drop location, so no funny business just yet. You can see Alpha 7 looting up El Pozo, getting looted to the teeth. Those mini 14s are locked and loaded for Carrillo. Okay, I thought I saw him pass up a level 3 back, but he's already got one on his back. He is ready to go here. Gonna go ahead and hop in that buggy and get looting a little bit more. They want to hurry it up just a little bit because they do want to find that kind of more central position. It has been paying off for them, right? I've definitely noticed a big difference when it comes to how quick they're looking to center up. They're definitely straying away from that edge play.
We spotted only S, but Hyunbin not quite with the angle for it. His teammates up and into the fight, and 2 players are rolling up for TJB. This is dangerous for DRX. Very easy to lose a player fast here, so you need to be careful. Hyunbin goes down, but QXC is holding his nerve, but not for too much longer either. 2 players now for DRX taking the fight with TJB. These guys are neck and neck on the tables, and they're taking punches. They are swinging at each other right now. And there's the flush. A point goes to TJB and just ekes them out into the lead.
Longs is on the move right now. He's going to find an off angle. Only S is in a great spot. Got to be careful, though, with his head. And he should be going for the res onto GK first. That really scared me for a second. Yeah. I thought that health bar was about to get dropped. I was like, ooh, what a big mistake. But nope, that was just the observing team just, you know, giving me a little bit of a heart attack.
Do 4MV try and third party this? They are just to the south. I think they're a little bit further towards Chumacera, and I don't think they're going to really look for this. The disengagers come through as well, so for DRX, they are now looking a little bit more secure, but they're only playing as 3 after the point goes to TJB.
That would be a very bold play from 4MV, but I wouldn't be against it, only considering that they are in 13th place. They need a ton of eliminations if they want a shot at that World Cup championship, right? So let's see what they decide to do here, because 39 points is where they're at. Reject are in the lead with 90. That's a massive gap to cross, especially considering with how well these top teams have been performing. So I think if you're 4MV, you're at the second half of the tournament, you're past that midway point, it's time to start taking some risks. You know, I really do think so. So we'll see. At the same time, a fight this early, you almost guarantee yourself getting third party. So I think 4MV, you know, they should look to get a little active, maybe try to steal a couple points away, but not fully commit just yet.
Team Liquid currently moving past Picardo. They would love to be able to third party something on the road, but I don't think it's going to present itself until they get a little bit further towards Chumacera. DXavier on the north side of Picardo, probably the team closest by on their rotational path at this stage. Reject a little bit further west than that. They're currently moving their way, making their way through Montenuevo, with Reiji actually bringing up the rear on this rotation. Nobody really coming into too much contact just yet. Boom, I think out on the east side, they are the closest. Again, Boom Esports and IWNRX. Just on the north edge of Los Leones, south of La Bendita. Potential for things to get a little bit messy here.
For sure. This is where we're going to see a lot of teams go out, and a lot of players go out, especially in Miramar, on rotation, right? Because the map is so big, you need those vehicles to get moving. And one wrong rotate, if they find an opportunity, they're going to take you out. And you can just see Swain, yep, he just said, nah, I got to take some shots here. Frozen was trying to set up a trap as well, and they might catch one of these stragglers from Boom Esports. Yummy pops some shots just to kind of let them know, hey, stop that, you know, stop that.
Vampire close by as well, could potentially divert and go third party.
Stop that.
On the northwest side. I think they've got the message there. They seem to have disengaged. They have just, stop that. And they are going to be heading on the road. But no, they're going to continue their embroilment for a little while longer, those bullets. You can hear them pinging off the bodywork there.
Swain on the move. There's nothing more frustrating because you're just like, guys, come on, let us get to the zone first and then we can fight it out. But, you know, teams want these elimination points. They want to be able to, you know, critically damage some of these squads on the way in, especially a team like Boom, because they're in 6th place right now, not far away from first. We got to get a look at that zone, and it is going to head onto that eastern side. So a good solid shift here. Alpha 7 are now going to be forced on the edge and going to have to push their way through quite a few squads.
This ground in between, in the triangle that exists between Chumacera, Picardo, Los Leones, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how many teams this can hold. This density of play is going to go up really, really quickly. And on those rotations, like you were saying, that's where that vulnerability starts to expose itself. You cannot move unplanned. You need to make sure that your steps are careful. Paragent finds out exactly why. Reject ready to take that shot and will be able to find the knock. Not going to go for the flush just yet, but it looks pretty isolated from the rest of the team at this stage. Actually, you know, he's right next to Shadow, so he's a little bit further away. I didn't see Shadow's dot right on top of him. But they are going to be able to pull that one back up, pop a smoke or two, keep themselves a little bit safer. But Alpha 7 from that northwestern side could push it behind this, and Tianba even further out in the wings of this fight could potentially also have an impact.
Let's take a look right now at our leaders, Team Reject. In a pretty central-esque position, but they do not have a great spot. So you can just see them just kind of holding these hillsides, but that's not necessarily the best position because a team could easily push up on them, couple nades, and they're going to be toast. So you can see them a little bit hesitant. Right now, I think they're just trying to poke some shots out and just using this as a kind of like temporary location.
Reiji playing the terrain here on the roadside. On the way out from Monte Nuevo. There's a couple of buildings, a couple of shacks that they can play around. You can see he's the south point right now. The rest of the team a little bit further up north in a transitional position, I think it's safe to say.
This is
Alpha
a rotation.
7, they've made their way onto the north side from what was, I think, a far west position.
Yeah, they were all the way on the west side, and they just said, you know what, we're just going to rotate up through the north and just kind of peek in through the mountains of Pecado here. So a really good decision for them, especially if the zone does decide to go north. If it goes south, they're going to have to fight a lot of these squads because I think that's about the last time you're going to get away with a free kind of hard shift-esque rotation.
South side scrap right now. Twisted Minds and Talon going at it. On that south edge, Twisted Minds and Talon both on 4 players alive. And that is in the hills to the southeast of Shumasera. This is a really, really tricky fight for them to disengage from, but it looks like they've managed to do so.
Smart.
Both teams taking shots either way, but no one willing to go and fully commit for this one. And it is still 16 teams remaining. I think we've only seen 1 elimination so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's smart. I mean, just avoid fights at all costs right now because you can still have teams pretty close by, just try and sweep you up. So if you can avoid a fight, do so. But right now, the fighting, let it begin, folks, because this zone is going to be a tough one. You can see teams grouped up like crazy. This is not, you know, this is all going to be pretty open terrain. You're going to have some of those mountain sides there to kind of help you out, but this is a great shift for a squad like Alpha 7. Tiamba's getting mightily close, but they do hear that buggy from Mafioso.
They've been on this northwest side for a while now. The spray towards Mafioso in these hills around Pecado, which is entirely encircled by the circle. Granted, it's right on the edge, but it could give you some respite in a dire situation. Any port in a storm. Tiamba gonna push Alpha 7 a little bit further south.
I like
They're
this.
up into the warehouses, though.
I like this. I don't think they pushed Alpha 7. I think Alpha 7 decided to just move there themselves. I think the Alpha 7 of old would have taken that fight 9 out of 10 times. But the new one realizes, hey, you know what? Position over fights. Avoid early engagements. Avoid getting third-partied. And you can see TJB getting punished by Alula IHC.
It's just Seoul, in fact. I think there was some team fire coming through from Demo, potentially a little bit further to his south flank. But TJB going to be dismantled into halves now. Dispatch, that smoke train, I don't think you're getting through that.
No.
Alolex IHC just trying to keep this one suppressed.
Risky. He
Stop
wants
this
to.
crossing.
He wants to. He's doing it.
He's got the K9. He's making the break for it.
Let me see that snipe.
Oh, he's going for it. Tags on the res.
I got you, bro.
Can he survive?
Oh, those shots are so close.
They're coming through still. Kicking up dirt into the eyes of Longs, but he's still on the friendly position. There's the res. In goes the send. Demo wants to try and capitalize on this, as does the rest of the team. They are fully encircling now. He's right up into the fight. Goes for the spray, and that's a re-knock immediately. Nade on into the play as Longs looks for the cook. Around the edge, Seoul eats a little bit on the ankle, but he's 2 players in. It's a 2 versus 2 in the compound. The rest of the team moving in. That is a big cook, but it's onto the outside, but there's the knock. Demo cannot get away from it. There's the spray and the flush.
Quick flush, get that point, get that confirmation. Jump shots coming out from Zeol. Now he's going to press on in. He knows that he has a big advantage here. Yeah, TJB are just going to fall apart. Alula IHC just not letting TJB get away with one. It's these 2 knocks. Oh, that was too close for comfort.
So close to going really, really pear-shaped there. for Alolex IHC. Losing a player in general, not ideal, but they will be able to keep themselves up as 3. Potential for Reject to get involved here. If they strike now, whilst the iron's hot, they could potentially fully third-party this, but it's not going to happen. Alolex IHC allowed, but 4MV may have other ideas, pushing Doc up to the north.
Let's see where the zone's gonna go. Will it go north? Will it center up? We're about to find out here as Team Reject. Man, when these guys get into a fair fight, they're so tough to beat. Now they're starting to put the cranks onto Tiamba. Nice jump shot, though. That was right at the last second. One more bullet, and it would have gone the other way. But unfortunately for Team Reject, they are going to lose a player.
Oh, if that nade had been a little bit earlier, that would have been the knock, but there's the spray down. Of course they're going to confirm this one. It's just Shan for TJB. Alpha 7 could move over this north side. It looks like they're poking their noses in. They are starting to peek out this way.
Well,
Shots should start to ring in, and Mafioso at the Shan that takes them out the mix, and it is Tiamba to fall. Reject pick up 3, and Alpha 7 sneak one away on the back foot.
Well, let's see what Alpha 7 decides, because they were looking at the elimination feed. They should know that it's Team Reject nearby. So that's the team now they definitely know it is after that knock, because you know there's only one team that can be hitting shots like that. It's Team Reject. Carrillo going to go on over to try to pick up McGrellin. Mafioso up front. I think Team Reject understand what they're at risk of, so they should be trying to hunt down vehicles and trying to get out of here.
Taking shots over towards Alpha 7. Can tail that backfill potential.
Or not.
Slow them down. They're allowing this res, but the blue zone is upon them now for Alpha 7. This fight, as we hop on over to Twisted Minds, versus Power on the eastern side now. Near to Boom, who could potentially have a third party, and it looks like it's going poorly for Power. Kante the last to stand, and that is going to be the final nail in the coffin. Guizao able to take them out, but it's not over just yet. Boom have shots over to it. IWNRX further down the hill don't quite have sightlines over to the high ground. As Alpha 7 gonna make their move. We're hopping on over there. Past Reject. Are they gonna go for the crash?
They have to. They know they need to take Reject out here and now. Might as well, especially if you want to go ahead and hold on to that first place. This is a kind of weird angle, though. The zone's gonna start closing in on you, Alpha 7. So I'm not sure if this is the exact angle you want to take. You should try to rotate around them. Instead, they said, nope, we are gonna push right on through. Here comes the push.
They want to get on in. The Longhouse challenge as Divine holds the window. Good for 1. Revo falls. McGrellin now up for the task. Divine still has that DBS on the inside. Teammate Carrillo moving in for Alpha 7. Nades not going to go through just yet. As Divine gets a heal off and takes McGrellin down 2. Carrillo now in the dirt. Mafioso moving off in the left-hand side there. Looking for Sara on the off angle. He's got his own challenge, but it's all on Divine. Carrillo not getting this res just yet. Kneels up, looks for it. Mafioso down. And Reject holding this position, holding that first place away. Reiji with the nade, with the arm, looks for the cannons, long range and not going to find it, goes too far. Divine with another challenge. Carrillo now looking for the heal, and Revo is low. Gets the heal off on the high ground, nades to the back line, but they're not finding it.
It is now a 2v3, never mind, a 3v1. As Carrillo needs to do a miracle here. The IGL for Alpha 7 desperately trying to make it happen for Brazil. Runs right on the open and gets defeated. That is a huge win for Team Reject.
Devastation from Divine. The DBS, too powerful in the Longhouse. 3 players walk up and none of them walk away. Reject happy to put their opponents for the first place spot in the dirt, pick up the points. 7 eliminations now. It is huge. Alolex IHC did not go for that third party. With 3 players alive, this is a big statement from Reject. They are pushing towards that 10-point average barrier.
Oh man, I wish I could see Karujax's face right now. That is the coach for Alpha 7. I know he did not like what he saw right there. That push, they separated all of their resources, basically essentially gave Team Reject 1v1 after 1v1. You know that Team Alpha 7's gonna be doing their homework on that fight right there, because that is a mistake they cannot afford to make once again.
Divine spreading his wings for Reject. Reiji, I mean, he was there, and normally he has massive impact onto these fights, but he just let his teammates handle that one. This is what we want to see from this team. is beautiful. Circle shifts going the way of DX Xavier. Let's take a look at this circle for just a moment here. I mean, okay, no, wait, let's take a look at these replays from Divine, because look at that 1, 2, the hopping through the window, I think was the biggest mistake that happened there.
Yeah.
It was ill-timed. The rest of his team weren't ready to go in and be that off angle. That's what allowed Divine to make that position. But I want to recenter onto this circle, right? DX Xavier with a nice compound on this junction. There's a hill to their south, which 4MV currently hold. These are the two really powerful positions into the circle. Team Liquid can stay alive for a little bit longer. They're out on a compound on the east. Not really too simple to challenge it from any of these directions.
Well, let's see what happens. I think the reason why we're seeing Team Reject have so much success here is because they're not afraid to take early engagements, and they know that they have the gun skill to win them. So even if they go out early, they still put up so many elimination points. Look at them right now, 7 already with only 3 players. Now we're gonna watch Team Liquid get into it with IWNRX. Actually, quite a few squads are now putting some pressure onto them.
IWNRX make a mad dash across some open ground, and no one's gonna let them get away with it. IWNRX drawn short. And are they almost out? No, they're not quite all down, but only 2 of them survive. They have managed to get into a building, into a longhouse, but that's not going to be too healthy for them. In the circle, however, so, you know, silver line.
Fire. On the move. Now starting to get into it with Team Reject. That's not a team you want to feed right now because these guys are monsters in the lobby. Regi OCO on the move with his buggy, trying to get some information. Takes a couple shots to the buggy. Some that he can afford, though. Now he's going to start making the bad dash across the open field. Does Schwepp see him? They throw defensive smokes on themselves? That completely eliminates their sight lines, and that is a huge break for Team Reject.
They might just be able to traverse that ground now on the north side, take a challenge with DRX. We'll have to wait and see, though. For the time being, Alliance trying to hold off, trying to play up against it. Divine is in for the challenge. He wants more. He wants to take a chunk out of Vampire. With the DBS, he moves forwards, but it's not going to work out. They just were given a break by those smokes, but they got a little bit too bold. They didn't really have too many options, however. This is still a good match for Reject, having taken down Alpha 7 earlier. Only Talon really were in a position to chase, and even then, they're not in the best of positions. They're going to be happy with it.
Yeah, Talon needs to realize the door's open here, and they cannot play passive. They need to find a way to start soaking up some elimination points, especially if they get this next circle. You can see them on the south side of the map in that compound there. Next zone just going up, and it centers up. So Talon now needs to start moving. They could either hug the circle, go all the way up to a little IHC, to Alliance, or head straight on into 4MV. Let's see what they decide, as Team Liquid said, okay, that's it. We've had it up with IWNRX. Let's take these eliminations.
Brazilians are pushing into a longhouse. I don't know, man. Is this going to go well? We'll have to wait and see, because Alpha 7 couldn't quite make it work, unfortunately. Shots up the top, and there's Frozen. Okay, they've learned a lesson. They've taken a leaf out of Divine's book this time around. Not from their countrymen, unfortunate. But it's going to work out here. This Team Liquid can fight another day. 4 players alive. They're going to push in from the eastern side. They'll have to make their way on in fact, as the circle's going to push them away. DRX in a very sheltered position right now. They're playing in a ditch, but they're center on the circle. Boom can't really crest that ridgeline. Neither can Alliance. So for now, DRX only have to worry about Team Liquid. I say only. That's
right.
Still Team Liquid.
Yeah, for now. And let's see right now, yeah, Team Liquid is definitely a problem. They're currently sitting in 10th place, but they just haven't been able to find those good positions, unfortunately. We don't see them in center zone too often here. So now they're still, again, having to play the edge, and against a lobby like this, it is so difficult. Timing is going to be everything for them right here. They can't just push out in the open when everything's quiet. If they do, they are going to get destroyed in just like 2 seconds. So they're going to have to wait for a fight to pop off in the center of the zone, and then start to push in from there. But actually, it looks like they throw a couple smokes and decide to hug this edge and possibly take on Alliance.
Could be difficult. I think they might just be showing force that direction. Alliance likely going to have to be the ones to choose a fight now.
Oh!
DRX actually taking shots from Team Liquid. I said that was the team they had to worry about, and rightly so. Along that roadside, they can just light this one up. They have a small elevation advantage over towards the ditch, and Chief, they're sending forwards. Team Liquid want to put nades now in amongst DRX. There is an answer, but those nades are going to bombard onto these down to DRX players. Just one player looking to try and get everything back together. but the pieces are starting to crumble. 2 heals are going through, there's another nade, there's a Molotov, and there's no way that you can withstand this from Team Liquid. Chief leading the charge now with the DBS. Can Hyunbin do anything here with the UMP? His ammo's running low, and there's too much of a challenge in the wings. Goes for one, goes for the spray.
What?
Will find the first, but not the second.
Yeah, just like that. Team Liquid, very smart. They sent Ayala up on top of the hillside just to kind of pop some shots at DRX. Got a couple critical knocks, sent them all the way in, and they said, nah, we're not just going to push Silly on in the middle. We're going to make it happen ourselves. So beautiful push from Team Liquid, and now they're in a very, very solid position. There's nobody to their backs here.
I think Vampire is their major threat right now. Where do they cross, right? Where is their opportunity to move? Moving in towards Xavier? I don't know about that one, but moving towards Team Liquid, now there's an opportunity. You can play on that far roadside, you can move along, open up the door with some nades, and then just crash across, right? Vampire currently the only team on the north side, but you can see just how dominating the sightlines are for Xavier over towards this position. So if I'm Team Liquid, I'm worried from the north.
Well, let's see where this next zone goes. Oh, 4MV getting knocked. 4MV being very, very quiet here. Where was the 4MV of the group stage? The aggression just pushing onto the edge. Now we just see them hiding in buildings, and it is not working out for them. This next zone does pop. Put in the chat who you think's going to win this match right now. If you get it right, you get a crisp high five. Godless with the shots. Right-hand priority, too strong.
Strafing out. Nice spray with the UMP close range. Takes another out of 4MV. One player left for them. On the south side, might have a P90, but Talon gonna have to move towards the circle. You can't beat it. It will just come for you. Alliance trying to move their way in as well. Leon takes a lick of damage, but stays alive. Another nade goes short, doesn't connect with Cluck. And they're trying to push past now. More damage pouring on in. Talon 4v4 with Alliance.
4v4 right now. Let's see what Alliance can do. Alliance trying to make it happen against Talon, currently in last place. A stark difference from their group stage performance. Cluck up close and personal. That's the worst place to be, near that box. You gotta know there's some utility coming right towards you, and he gets punished immediately.
Misery down, but there is an answer, and it's twofold. Painful for Alliance, but they still have to get away from this blue zone. It is now pushing fast. Vampire, they did choose to go out towards Xavier. They put a smoke close, they cut off sightlines, but this could be just a death sentence. Lamborghini with the sideswipe in the back of the pickup there. Needs to pick up more than this, though. Schwepp down. Tony K has the angle. Nade overarm over the top of the lip, and it's on to two. A huge nade for Lamborghini. That's his third knock towards Vampire. They try and cross the road, but they are into the open arms of Xavier. Is there a third party from Team Liquid? There's shots coming through potentially, but Xavier have all of them alive, and there's no reses yet.
Lamborghini, oh, showing a little mercy to Vampire there. He gets knocked and thirsted. The rest of Xavier.
Long nade.
Let's see if they can hit it. They have to roll a perfect nade down. That looks pretty good. Ooh. Oh, just a little overcooked. And that is going to be unfortunate. But now we're going to see Xavier say, you know what, we're going to get it done with our weapon. Jump shot, gets one. Ooh, not able to get the second. Where's the follow-up? There it is.
Ooh,
and Vampire go down.
I feel like Vampire maybe made a mistake there, going for the Xavier position. You smoke them off, you take down Team Liquid, but now Team Liquid can third party.
What are they doing?
Ayala's been knocked for a while. That was a nade from Xavier that took that one down. Ooh, Mythic, no, he's taking a tumble. Ow. That's a lot of damage. That's got to slow him down. Something awful. Will be able to get that first aid off, but they can shimmy along this hillside now. However, it gives Xavier time, and that is exactly what they need to get back on their feet.
Oh, speaking of feet, Mythic's ankles will be hurting right now after that fall. Linux on the other side. Gonna have to make a play here against Team Liquid. They are out of zone, so they have to push, but unfortunately, IHC is right above them, and that's gonna make things so much more difficult for Talon. I gotta give the edge to Team Liquid here. That nade, oh, just a little bit short. Talon cannot push Team Liquid at all due to IHC's position. Seol's got that nade, but this is a little bit too far. Chief and Ayala have to hold them down.
They are holding this ridgeline well. That's a knock towards the backlines of Talon. Mythic still down. Close range. Cardozen with it all to do. Goes for one. Dark can't quite find the second, but there's the sideswipe. Chief now needs to stand up for the team. Talon, with one player standing, will fall down. A little assist there from Zeol on the off angle, and Team Liquid will be able to get these reses, but will they be able to get both? That's the big question. Down to the cliffside, and Xavier trying to flex out in the meantime.
Ayala, Team Liquid's being too quiet here. They need to start throwing something. They need to make some noise because Xavier, he sees them all. He goes for the knock players first to get the confirmation on those points, and that was perfectly executed. Now he has all the sightlines in the world. There's another knock coming on your way. Ayala goes down. Chief, you gotta make it happen all by yourself, buddy. Those were some nice shots there.
Chief needs to bring the biceps like Jackie, curling up against the side of this cliff face, trying to lift Xavier out the way. This is dirty though for 4MV in the middle. Apex, he's still alive.
Apex making it happen there for 4MV, and they definitely need it. Yeah, I mean, they're down in 14th place, so they need to steal as many points as they can. Chief's got that DBS locked and loaded. He is waiting, saying, come to me, because he's looking to get up close and personal. It's stage 9, folks. The zone is closing into nothing. Apex is dead center of this, so he definitely has a huge chance to make something happen. It's anybody's game. Except Chief. Chief is in a tough spot.
It's a 2v1v1, right? At the moment,
Crawl.
Xavier with 2, but they're so focused downhill. They can just ignore that, right? They just need to take a back step, watch for the peek out. I think that's what Shadows is doing. They know that Chief is going to get displaced by this blue zone. But Apex is a major threat here. Unless they know exactly where he is, he doesn't have any nades. He doesn't have any smokes. I don't think Paragen's got too much either. Their scraps earlier, draining the resources. Apex likely out as well.
Let's see what happens. Can Apex pull off a magical 1v2? Paragen has that nade. Chief looking to climb the mountain. He gets mighty close. Now, yeah, unfortunately, nothing he could do there. Shadows gets the finish, and it's looking like a Xavier win here. 1v2. Apex gonna have to find a beautiful angle. He needs to try to open up a 1v1 situation. If he could time it perfectly, he could definitely make something happen. He's gonna get a 1v1 against him and Paragen. Paragen realizes it, runs right back towards his teammate, and Apex goes down. A huge win here for none other than Xavier.
Able to control, stopping Vampire from moving in crucially. Team Liquid from that east side couldn't move up the road under their purview, and they were able to hold their nerve when the teams from the south approached. A brilliant win to pick up for Xavier. I feel like there were a couple of times where it could have gone wrong for them, but they were able to hold it down, and they were able to capitalize on the mistakes of their opponents.
Yeah, especially them really prioritizing that Team Liquid fight. You know, Team Liquid, I think, took a little bit too much time and were a little bit too quiet down that hill. They were getting those reses. Xavier peeked over, said, 2 knock players? Let me get those confirmations first. And then, you know, chicken dinner with double-digit eliminations. And this is going to be huge for them because they were right in that kind of higher mid-pack side of the leaderboard. So this should definitely make some moves for them for sure.
Yeah, Xavier starting the game on 41 points. They were in 11th place at the start of the match. It's going to be pretty happy to add those points to the tally. Team Liquid as well getting pretty late in. They were in 10th place before. I'm looking at 4MV as well, with Apex getting 2nd place. That's going to be a much-needed approach for 4MV, but is it going to be enough? I'm not too sure. The big story on this match, I think, has to be Reject, though.
Absolutely.
With the eliminations that they were able to get, with the points that they were able to jump up and take them away from not only the rest of the lobby, but from Alpha 7. They were able to get the eliminations against Alpha 7, take Alpha 7 down, who only got 1 elimination. This is a really good match for this Japanese.
I mean, that's the goal, right? All you got to do right now is just take out Alpha 7 and just put some points on the board. If you do that, you're going to be the champions because nobody right now is looking to catch them. But who knows? Xavier, a couple good matches could get it done, folks. We still got 1 more left to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello there. I know you're busy watching the games, but
Hey.
I'm going to have to interrupt you here and ask you, when it comes to the predictions of how today is going to end, give it to me.
Oh, and today, I mean, you can't ignore Reject. They're just absolutely popping off all day. The weird thing is, Alpha 7 are having like a pretty bad day, and they're still in second.
They got a chicken dinner, though, so it's like, you know, back and forth.
Map 4 went well, but like, in all like seriousness, they've had a pretty bad day. So I'm pretty impressed. And you know what? I feel like my wild card for the day is Istanbul Wildcats next Royale, right?
I see what you did there.
What?
Wild card for today is Istanbul.
Well, I mean, yeah, technically. But you know what? The problem is they just can't find placement points. They keep getting ridiculous amounts of eliminations in like 3-4 different maps today. They just can't get placement points. So if they start getting placement points, we could see another, you know, survival stage situation that they were in where they absolutely stomped the whole roster.
All right. Thanks so much for the insight. I'm looking
No
forward to whether
problem.
or not it's going to be true.
Indeed.
You know, Banks, if you keep analyzing like that, we might have to actually improve the quality of the show here and trade you out for Maxman. Better hairline, taller.
Yikes.
I don't know, I'm being mean to you, actually. I don't know, I just saw
What
it.
have I done to you?
Close
God
it
down.
The cameraman said, you know what, let me double down.
Can we talk about the game for once?
Let's talk about the game, because it was ill. We had Xavier get themselves a victory, but Maxman, as Carlos was pointing out while we were talking and watching the game, that he agreed that you thought that Talon should win the game.
So I want to say I came up with this point on my own like a big boy.
You didn't listen to how I finished that, did you? No. I gave you the credit back. I was already in the zone, like,
don't try and play games with me.
Forget Kalaris.
Like, this was a massive opportunity for Talon, right? Because out of the top 8 teams, they were the only team to still be alive at that very point in the match. And I feel like they went a little bit too far in this game where they were trying to fight Team Liquid down in the dip, down on the cliff side. And unfortunately, they should have just played the southern side of the map. If they did so, they would have had the high ground control. They would have easily obliterated all of the other teams that were still alive at that point, and that could have pushed them up in maybe first place. Like Talon, I feel like had a great opportunity and just got a little bit too greedy.
And this kind of goes with what we've been talking about Alpha 7. And you kind of mentioned, Barney just mentioned it too, how they've been having an awful day. I mean, they're just getting lucky, man. They're getting lucky that all the top teams are not able to stay alive a lot longer and get those placement points. Yeah, like Reject too. Reject, though, they were able to get some good elimination points, but as you can see, 0 placement points. Alpha 7 needs to start improving because this is not just going to cut it. I want to see a little bit more out of them, especially in the last match. And I feel like at some point here, we're going to start talking about some of the teams at the bottom because they're just not going to have any chance.
Well,
there's too many teams that are too far away.
I don't know, because I'm going the other way with that. The fact that we had every team in our top 8 except Talon going out relatively early means that a lot of these teams down towards the bottom of the leaderboards still legitimately have a chance, like Xavier, who should have easily pushed up in the leaderboards in our overalls. And I'm really enjoying it. Actually, I wish I could go back and see the numbers, that I feel like this might have been the closest international event we've had so far in terms of like in terms of point differences in our overalls, that really right now there's maybe 10, 12 teams that could win tomorrow.
I think a lot of the time when we get like PMGC, PMWC, even PMG, right, you get towards the end of the tournament on day 2, like, okay, we've got like maybe 3, 4, 5 contenders.
Exactly.
Yep.
It is very hard to be like, we have these teams that are going to be potentially competing for that first position. So it is very tough to tell who's going to be potentially in that first place at the end of tomorrow. And I'm loving it. Like, it's really, the suspense is up there. And we'll see who's going to be able to make it happen at the end of tomorrow's 6 matches.
It goes with what we've been saying the whole time, that just the uncertainty. You don't know who's going to end up winning, and I feel like we're starting to see it here now. I mean, at the end of yesterday, we had 5 teams from 5 different countries being in the top 5. You just don't know who's going to end up taking it. And what I was talking about is like towards the lower teams, like the teams that are really, really struggling. At what point do we end up cutting them off? Because
we're getting there.
Yeah. I feel like we are starting to get there, and I feel like they need to show up this last match.
I mean, if we're talking about lower teams, the team that really is going to stand out is going to be Alliance. And Max, you were watching that game. You talked so heavily about the splits they pulled off in group stage, how they came out first. We're seeing them try to do splits here, but there was a moment where Olio, you were just like, what are you doing, Olio?
Ohio, what are you doing?
was so split, he was in Ohio. Okay, he was so far away from the rest of his team. No, it is very weird, right? Because they're playing Church, which in a circle like this, next to Chumacera, is such a good position. It is such a strong position. It gives you good information and also a really good transition point because you can hide cars between the buildings. It's very strong. But then they start fighting a team over to the western side, and they just start sending players one by one through smokes without any information on your other teammates. I am very, very weirded out by the whole interaction we had from them this match. So yeah, Alliance are just having a real tough time in these finals.
Yeah, decent stats, at least in that last game, right? 1,500 damage isn't too bad, only 4 eliminations, I believe. Unfortunate for them, but one team who was popping off when it came to eliminations, man, Team Liquid. Day one, we saw Mythic's dad in the audience watching. They have had a little bit of a struggle, I'd say, so far day 2. We don't even see them on the first page, but we can see Reject almost a 10-point lead, currently sitting at 9 points between them and Alpha 7. But one thing we have to keep in mind, Alpha 7 are winning on the tiebreaker right now and actually are extremely close to breaking one of our milestones here for most chicken dinners in an event, which I believe is 4 from Vampire. But Talon's still sticking there at 3rd place. I mean, honestly, I think even the Indo Talon, I know you want to talk about Talon day 1, I think they're a bit surprised to see Talon being the most successful SEA team so far.
They have been. I mean, I feel like, and I've been stuck with this player too, Mystery has been performing so well for that team. I'm actually going to have to go back and look at his stats because every single time I see Talon, I do end up seeing Mystery with some good amount of eliminations. You were talking about teams that can take it. Anybody, especially tomorrow with the way that the leaderboard's currently working, any of those teams, those first 8 teams can definitely take it. And even when we go to the second page, I feel like there's teams that can definitely make that jump up afterwards.
You need to see something coming out similar from Xavier, right? Xavier, what they were able to do here, get himself that big chicken dinner with eliminations. There's still room, and you were talking about it, right, Jason? Even teams at the bottom, if we see games similar to this, where a lot of the teams at the bottom are still alive until the very late game scenario, there's still that opportunity. But you're starting to get to the point where you need a win, and even more than just a win if you want to be back in the race. So it was just the right time for Xavier, but it's starting to be a bit late.
35 points for Xavier, which is easily doable in a day, especially when these top teams get knocked out early. But as we take a look at the second page here, 7.
When do it, like, this is what I'm trying to figure out, right? You mentioned, like, it's one of the closest global events, which I completely agree with you in regards to how many teams are capable of doing it. But at one point here in the leaderboard, do we say, okay, these teams need to have a great last match? If not, they're not going to have a chance.
Yeah.
And I feel like it starts on 13th place. That's
usually
where I'm at.
Like going to the final day, right? As we said before, there's like 3-4 teams that could potentially win it. But I think that makes it more difficult for all these teams, knowing that you have like one bad match, especially if you're in that lower part of the ranking, you know your day's done. Instead of the day before being the determining factor, it's like those first couple of matches which might make you play a little bit more aggressive. And of course, when it comes to our final matches, make sure you guys are subscribed in the Esports Center in PUBG Mobile to PMWC so you're notified when we do go live, because you're not going to want to miss it. But we're going to head over to our casters to not miss our final game of the day.
Final match of the day. What a phenomenal handshake right there. And
powerful.
I'm going to tell you right now, any handshakes among these teams are now expired because this is the last game of day 2. 6 more matches to go after this one. And we are crowning a PUBG Mobile World Cup champion here at the ESPORTS World Cup live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Last match. Let's see who's going to get it.
I can guarantee you one thing.
What's that?
That the world champions here in Riyadh will be using the GT20 Pros. With dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. Once again, after the read, it's the plane check.
Real experiences, authentic experiences right here, because man, this is a big game for these squads. We got to see who some of the top players are right now. Yummy on top with 8 headshots. We like to see that. And Flower with the most knockdowns. I mean, he has really been putting in work for his squad. You constantly see him on screen making it happen. Of course, Reiji OCO, somebody you always got to keep your eye on. But also, it's good to see the most eliminations. Apex on top of 5.
Yeah, able to do a little bit for 4MV, but you know what? Kind of doesn't matter. 4MV aren't going to do too well. You can get all the nade eliminations you want. Oh, okay. A little bit of a special circle, a treat at the end of the day to make sure that you're paying attention still. Come on. Chop, chop. We're getting into the game. Los Higos going to be on the far west of this circle, down towards the south side. These hills start to get a little bit nasty. With the slopes that go down towards the water, you've got these long, open sort of field areas, and then they're broken up by these long ridge lines, right? These spits of hills that roll down towards it. There's a hot drop. Okay, IWNRX and Tianba. 2 of our middling teams right now. They're within 2 points of one another, but Tianba puts a third in the middle.
one of the members of Tiamba is pretty lit up right here. They're very early on in their drop, so not a lot of loot. Maybe he was able to find a first aid kit, something. Frozen finds an M249 though, and he's looking to get some revenge for his buddies. Wolf.
Tiamba with 4 and the advantage.
Look at that. Look at the sneak.
Oh, he's
no
crawling.
helmet, no vest, baby. Just an M249 and a dream.
Best defense is a good offense, right?
That's what I'm saying.
That's all you need.
Sean senses some disturbance in the waters, though, here.
He's got his ear to the ground.
Not Frozen Shark. Look at him moving ever so carefully. Keeping an eye. Keeping an eye out, though, making sure there's no shenanigans, nobody going up this hill. Oh, he's spotted.
Here we
He's
see
been spotted.
Frozen.
No, he's not. Okay, run.
Shark moving through in his natural habitat, trying to find his prey, stalking. Wide on the outside. This predator, naturally found in the EMEA region, now out of his depth against the Chinese opponents.
The predator now becoming the prey. Oh, no time to use the restroom. You got to get going, Frozen, because Tiamba is on their way. Frozen feeling a little bit of a sting in the back of him. That was not a mosquito. That was an Uzi. Where is the rest of the team?
It's easy to mix those two up. I always do that.
Yep.
It's really, the number of times I've gotten a spot of bother for that, you would not believe. Tiamba, though, they know exactly the difference between a flying insect and a weapon capable of taking on IWNRX. Frozen hopping up, hopping in. Shan has the elevation to do it. But IWNRX starting to marshal the reinforcements into the position to take a 1-2 trade. He's found a helmet. Okay, some protection. He's made friends with a clownfish.
QZ taking some shots off. Tiamba now finally grouped up here against Frozen. Frozen stuck in the auto shop. Don't you hate when that happens? Sean, getting some shots with the M249. Almost had the double. And he's going to get instantly thirsted.
The mosquito takes him down. Oh, sorry, no, the Micro Uzi takes him down.
That's right.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Kine, maybe.
QZ.
Is that an SKS he's got? Iron sights as well. QZ at the back with XC as well. As Kine is in there, he's got the pump action. Okay, he's swapping out for the shotgun.
He's got to go. He knows. You just push. Just push. You have no choice. Even though you don't have the angles, if you let him get this res, you are deaf. Oh, wow. He had the wrong idea, and the boxes get shot, saying, don't you dare do that again. Don't land near us. As Tiamba will take those 4 points all day long. They are sitting in 7th place. They have a big jump, or a big hurdle they need to jump over here if they want to make it into one of those top spots. And that's the way to do it. Starting off with 4 eliminations, your entire team up. Couldn't ask for a better start.
Chomp, chomp, spit, Tiamba, chew through IWNRX. And Hokalugi, full of the EMEA roster, back out. Not a player went down on their side either, so 4 eliminations.
Very good.
Real nice addition there. On that northeast side, near Junkyard right now. They're going to be able to get some healing. They haven't looted, so they're going to need to do that pretty quickly right now. That is going to be their major idea, but no one, I think, dropped over towards Impala, so potential for a pit stop if they want to go for it.
Yeah, right now it's Twisted Mind. We're trying to find down some vehicles, do a little bit of a 4-car strategy. You always want to have as many vehicles as you possibly can towards the end, especially with a southern shift like this. You never know when you're going to need those car walls. And plus, you get somebody, one of their vehicles does get shot up, you got to have those backups. So definitely want to get all vehicles. It is the meta. You can see Team Reject on the move. Now, if Team Reject finish this game strong, they're going to be our first team in the 3-digit mark. And possibly the only team in the 3-digit mark here. At a certain point, if Team Reject do well and Alpha 7 don't, do you think tomorrow we're going to see Alpha 7 go out of their way to try to hunt them down?
No, I don't think so. I feel like towards the top of the tables, it's a lot less likely that you play to counter a specific team and much more likely that you address weaknesses in your own play and you try and play at your own pace, right? I don't think that we really have ever seen targeted play at that sort of stage in a tournament, and I think that's for a reason. I think that's a wise decision, because obviously there is the risk that when you're so close, you know, you're targeting this team, they win a fight, they close the gap by 4 points instantly.
Then again, you don't target them and you get points, and they get the same amount of points, and you do nothing, right? So it's definitely like a big 50-50. The risk is high, but sometimes the reward could be huge. We're gonna watch Divine pop some shots towards DRX. QX Z said, "I am out of here, baby." Uh-oh. A couple more shots onto that bus. Let's take a look at this replay, though. Oh, look at that. Tiamba. XC with the pistol. Getting it done against IWNRX.
Yeah, Tiamba able to win out that duel cleanly, despite that M249 giving us a little bit of pause for thought there. IWNRX, they're going to be able to go home now. That's the end of their day. Tomorrow they'll have to come back with something better.
That's right.
They want to take towards the top spots.
Vamos.
Circle fairly close to closing once more, as we've got about 6 seconds left on the clock. Talon moving in through the blue right now. TJB closest to it. That is huge. Oh my
baby.
God. What a shift. Down
Let's
to the
go.
south side. Alpha 7 with control over the bridgeway towards that south island. The Los Higos Islands are in play now. Teams like Alola XIHC, potential for them to get across, try and play on that island. There is so much that's going to happen in these next 30 seconds.
Alpha 7 looking at the sky and saying, muchos gracias. Thank you very much here. They are dead center of this circle, and this might as well be circle number 4.
McCrellan's in one of the Twisted Minds vehicles.
Oh boy, and now
Is
we're
he?
look at this, watch that real quick. 4MV getting some shots and punishing Team Liquid. It's absolute pandemonium. Everybody is scrambling for a position in this next zone.
I have no idea, but I think McCrellan either was being chased by Twisted Minds or was in one of their vehicles. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe we can get a replay on that. But Twisted Minds making the break over the bridge to the west, playing for the center of that south island. Alpha 7 still over towards the east bridge, but it's a 2-2 split. They can't really control too much ground here, and it might be a little bit of a weakness in the armor for this south island. Everybody descending now.
Alpha 7 going for a dip. Guizao jumping on down onto the rocks. He's going to have priority on McGrellan here. Let's see if he sees him swimming. We saw something move in the water. Guizao about to go fishing. He has one name to his name. Oh, he's getting shot at, though. Carrillo, yes, just doing a great job of just playing keep away, trying to buy his teammates some time.
Meanwhile, on the west side of these islands, Reject have just made the cross. They are now on the south, past Los Higos, Alola XIHC, further out west still, near Valle de Mar. And they will be pushing it behind Reject from that west edge.
Guizao applying a little pressure. McGrellan is able to get a little bit of time here to get boosted up and healed up. Cardosen and Chief also in the water. This is tough, folks. On the other side of the bridge, we got Team Reject going to be holding off Alola IHC. That's going to be interesting. We'll see if that fight breaks out in the next few moments. But we still have quite a few squads that are not in this circle. Right now, all eyes are on Alpha 7. They are in a very precarious position. 2-2 split across the bridge. I don't know about this one. How do you feel about this strat, John?
I think for Reject, if they can catch up one of the players from Alola XIHC, this is a good news, but they're going to need to push up. They're going to need to crunch back. Alola XIHC have been in the blue zone for quite a while as well, remember, so their health is going to be a little bit depleted. Reject's going to look a lot healthier, so those sprays going to connect a lot more frequently when they go for them on the side of Reject. But now it looks like they're starting to take these scraps. Reiji on the high ground has Sarah on that backstop position. There's potential for a long boat rotation on this South Island as well, remember. So I'm looking at Tiamba, you can see on the mini-map on your right-hand side of your screen, but the spray from Reiji starts to connect. Two players from Alola XIHC on the back, and Reiji hops in the vehicle. Oh, he's so low, but he's going to be able to get away with it for now.
Barely. I mean, he's got to be careful of getting knocked or getting knocked that low in the blue zone here, because it's going to start chunking, especially as it begins to close in 52 seconds. This is only stage 2? That's right, it's still so early. The zone is so tiny, though, because it is none other than a Los Eagles bridge finish. We haven't seen this one in a while.
This puts the R in nasty, man. This is absolutely insane. This dash for the south side. I am so surprised that we haven't seen more people go down here. That northern coast, I think on the east, this is going to be a bloodbath right now.
Yes, it is. You can see Talon on the way down south. They're going to have to find a position into this next one. Most likely going to be going up against Xavier. I like the fact that they didn't just fully send it on in. They just went very, very carefully. They're trying to leapfrog their way in here, but they're going to take a chunk of blue damage, trying to find a safe position into this next circle.
Talon skirting the edge, Xavier close
Circle
by.
closing.
This is so difficult. Tiamba did make that boat rotation. They're going to try and land on the south side of the Los Higos Island on the east edge of it. Twisted Minds have got a 2-player outpost towards it, so it could potentially be spotted, and it does go through. There we go, Bond spotted, and that is going to mean Shan has to divert. The rest of Tiamba playing split over to the east side. This is just so difficult. I'm looking at DRX, Boom, Vampire. Who else have we got there? We've got
Everybody.
Alliance, we've got TJB, we've got Power. All of these teams are fighting for what is probably going to be like an 8th place.
Let's see what happens here, folks. I mean, this is still pretty early, so teams can afford to eat a little bit of blue zone here. Power are stuck in between a rock and a hard place on the other side of the circle. Right now, we're watching TJB find themselves a different position. The good thing is that even though the zone is so small, this sloping mountainside here has so many different nooks and crannies, little hillsides that you could find. You could put a decent position into. Power decide to go to the beach, and unfortunately, this beach is closed, John.
Hey, they forgot their factor 50, man. They are getting sunburned right now under the blinding gaze of TJB. GK first, straight down to Fidan. Doesn't actually connect onto the knock there.
Ow.
And there's a nade from Al-Haji. The heavy hand himself. Nade over the top, looking to put a second one in. They're close together. They do split up. Wow, it nearly goes down. Just takes it away. The first nade was already popping. He instantly heals it back up, but there's another nade waiting in the wings. Al-Haji wants more. TJB have the high ground. Look at Longs up on the right-hand side there. He's ready to peek this ridgeline.
This is stage 3. The zone's going to start putting some damage, especially as it closes here. Power going to have to make something happen. Al-Haji especially with the angle. Oh, but he's going to be eating a chunk of blue zone. And it's going to start hurting even more in the next few seconds. Nades start to ring out. Circle close, and it centers on up. TJB committing a lot of time to this power fight. Uh-oh, and now Vampire is on the other side, punishing TJB. This is a lose-lose situation for these two teams.
Nobody's happy. It's all about who can get the eliminations out of it. Power able to pick up some points there. 2 eliminations found now as they pick up that second. No, wait, they're up to 4 with those. They're added to the tally, but they are suffering behind the Vampires here. This east side has not gone so well for the Vampires. They've got 3, but they're going to need more because they are pretty much definitely not getting into this circle. This is crazy. The northern side, teams still yet to cross. You've got, I think, 6 teams yet to cross from this northern edge. The island on the south starting to get more populous. Let's talk about the island on the south for a second. There is a central ridgeline, 2 hilltops that sit on it that are so important. Right now, Twisted Minds hold the eastern one. Reject and EWC going to control the access to that second one on the west side. That ridgeline, in general, very powerful. Not fully guaranteed that we're going to end up on the South Island, but you could see EWC trying to stretch out towards that ridge as Reject sequestered themselves to the northern compound. That could be dangerous.
Let's see what the plan is going to be here. Team Reject holding down this Los Higos Island here. And it's been a while since we've seen a finish on this island, and we're going to see one today here, folks, most likely, because right now we're looking at Vampire on the other side here. Right on the edge. Boom Esports on the edge as well. Yummy going to be looking all the way down. Does he spot Carrillo through the tree? He doesn't. Tony K from downtown with that mini 6X trying to find anything in his sightlines. But, I mean, there's just hardly any real estate on this side of the island.
Alpha 7 and Reject both have outposts on the island. Carrillo on that north side still does have that off angle, right? But he can regroup a lot easier than anyone else because he has his teammates as an anchor on that far side. The question is, what sort of presence do Alpha 7 have there? Because I believe they're under the bridge on their crossing. They are going to be able to peek up. Some of those buildings around that area, pretty powerful to control the ground around them. But you're going to have to most likely move south from them.
Yeah, let's see if they decide to move south. Oh
dear.
Alliance flipping, tossing, and 4 and B are looking to try and take advantage of it. Oh, the spray is just a little bit off. That's Vampire exploding on the rotation. Boom. Esports taking full advantage of that one. Looks like we're seeing Alliance get picked apart. And now here comes a push. Talent onto D Xavier. The trades are starting to ring out. Axel's got that molly locked and loaded, throws it in the building. But unfortunately, that was the wrong play. D Xavier making it happen with their weapons.
Oh, but it's only one player. I think it's a 1 versus 1. Talent and D Xavier now going down low. Last player for either of these two rosters. Flush is needing to come on through, but this is still on the northern shore. Boomer eliminated in the meantime on the eastern side. They tried to, I'm not entirely sure how they actually went down there. I think 4MV might have had sightlines, but in the meantime, Nade is still pushing around for D Xavier. Talent with their last player, Misery, on the outside, not engaged in this one.
Team Reject all the way from across the map, popping some shots and taking advantage of this one. They get 2 of those eliminations there. Divine looking to get into the even more shots here. Next zone does center on up. Alpha 7 underneath the bridge, just trying to hang on. Carrillo's on the other side here. Eventually, he's going to have to make that swim across. He has no choice.
I don't think anyone was on top of the bridge right now. Team Liquid were underneath it. They're swimming around, just trying to survive at this stage. So, with that access to the bridge controlled, Alliance are really up against it here. They are going to have a real tough time of things. Carrillo, as well, is just going to have those off angles.
Yeah, Carrillo there, you see him trying to smoke his way to the water. He wants to find water like a dolphin in the sea. Unfortunately, those smokes, I think, have already run out. So he's going to have to make that mad dash in the next few seconds here, though, because the zone is starting to close, and if he takes too much time, he is going to get chunked down by the blue zone. You can see one smoke start to bloom, and hopefully with the chaos that's about to ensue with the shift, he will be able to find some time to jump into the water and start swimming.
The teams on the island are just going to bide their time, wait for the forces across from them just to wane, as they are very likely to do. Al-Haji still surviving for power, the last player alive, but he's down towards the coastline. He's spotted, spray down, not quite finishing him off, but this might be it. There it is. Final bullet found. Al-Haji falls, 4 eliminations for power, and 10 teams are still alive.
10 teams still alive. They're scattered all over the place for the most part, though. I mean, 4MV and Alliance are going to have to figure this one out. They're going to have to figure it out quick. 4MV is on top of the bridge. Alliance is on the bottom. And something's got to give here. As you can see, Alliance putting some shots downrange. And I believe now we're going to see Alpha 7 try to help out their teammate, because Carrillo's going to do a smoke wall here. Now let's see. Can Carrillo cross the road?
That is the big question. Team Liquid losing players, their swimmers finally going down. No eliminations, no points.
That's a good big one.
Nice shot from Mafioso. For Carrillo, if he can get across, he can swim through. This is a safe crossing for him if he can make that first dash. He's making it. He's running. He's into the water. Is he going down? Not just yet. 4MV not quite able to connect. There's the spray. It's Twisted Minds from a distance, able to find those shots, but he still can swim. He can still go across, but that drown damage is going to start to come through.
The blue zone damage is going to come on through here too, because he is in big trouble here. You can see Pop-Up Blue is starting to close. Looks like the rest of Alpha 7 are going to have to do it without their IGL. Now let's see what happens here. The next zone is about to click. Now the blue zone is going to really start punishing teams. Reggie OCO with the mini is just too good. 6 eliminations. Team Reject. They are finishing the day off incredibly strong.
This is a huge opportunity for them, not only to break the 3-digit barrier, which they've done pretty handily by 3 points now, but also for position in this match. The thing that I will criticize them for is the fact that Alolex IHC have now got control to their south side. That ridgeline that I talked about before, so powerful when it comes to closing out games on this south island. We've seen it time and time before. It's that western high ground and that eastern high ground played off against one another, but the circle keeps the northern side in, keeps that little settlement around the bridge mouth still in action, and Alpha 7 have control of that. Twisted Minds, they're trying to push into the north. If Alolex IHC can just spread along this ridgeline, they're going to have a great game.
4MV going to lose a player there on rotation. Twisted Minds soaking up some of these elimination points. That's 7 for them. This is one that they really desperately need. They're all the way down in 13th place, but it's going to be hard to catch Team Reject since they are keeping up the pace here. Mafioso getting a couple nice little hit markers there onto Team Reject. But they honestly, I'm going to give them the edge here. They are doing so well in this game. And they are going to be the first team to pass up that legendary 3-digit mark.
Oh yeah, they are up on 1-0-3 right now, not including the placement points they've accrued already, but Mafioso spots Reiji. That should be resable. There's not too much to worry about there. Alliance, they are just going to fall like ducks in a barrel to Alpha 7. That's a Kalaris quote.
That's not what you want to be.
There.
You do not want to be a duck in a barrel. That is for sure.
It's a bad time.
You want to be free. And you can see 4MV flying down to freedom in the water.
That's right.
That's where ducks like to be. And you can just see them trying to make it onto dry land here. Let's see if they're able to do so, because they are starting to get chunked down little by little.
They're evading the
Uh-oh, Mafioso's going to see him. Does he spot them, though?
He didn't have a nade. A nade it would be absolutely huge here. You put it right in the middle of them. As soon as they try and step on the land, they're done for, right? Because you can't heal whilst you're swimming. Now they're going to try and make landfall, the spray with the UMP. But the ammo's not looking super strong right now for Revo as the nades do start to come through. That's what I was looking for. A Molotov to slow them in their approach to the beachhead there as Mafioso spots the player at the back line. Another nade goes down low, and there's the knock from Mafioso.
Leon trying to make something happen, and Alpha 7 get a couple more points. Revo jumps down. Revo, does he see Leon, though? No.
Twisted Minds.
Oh, Twisted Minds. Now getting into the action. Looking to take this game into their hands. They move out of the safety of their building and are looking to clear this bridge out. Igor on the move, and Alpha 7 finally take down Alliance. Meanwhile, Team Reject have been big chilling for the most part, but Divine is on the move and looking to get active.
Yeah, stretching out along that coastline, that's going to give him cover from that ridgeline that Alolex IHC have now managed to establish control over. Reject on that north coast. Twisted Minds have Alpha 7 surrounded.
Alula IHC, where do you be? You're on the south side. You haven't made any moves at all. Only one elimination
They're in the best place, though, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they are in the best place, but they're going to have to make some moves here quickly. They're 14th on the leaderboards. Placement points aren't going to be enough. If you have the opportunity to get some of them eliminations, you got to be able to take some risk and get them.
What a way to close out the final day, though. Our two big hitters in the tournament, Reject and Alpha 7, going toe-to-toe on a brutal South Island finish. 5 teams remain. Alolex IHC, kind of the arbiters of this position. Divine's actually jumped into the water. He's getting a little bit of information there, and it is going to push away from this ridgeline. This is where Reject's position might be a little bit stronger, but they need to open up towards Alpha 7 further.
Team Reject's position is extremely compromised because of this next circle, and it's going to be up to Alula IHC to really punish them here, especially if they want to win this game. You want to be able to take out Team Reject on rotation. You don't want to deal with them in a fair fight. And when it comes to fair fights, Team Rejects are going to win those 9 out of 10 times. They've proven that so far. Had at least a 50-point average in these 2 days, an insane accomplishment. Eventually, you got to try to take them out here. Oh, a big long nade. Ooh, does a little bit of damage to Guizhou as the circle starts to close. This is going to be a big fight between Twisted Minds and Alpha 7.
It's going to get messy. I mean, it's been messy for a while. No cleanup in sight either. Reject have now managed to move a little bit further along this coast. Reiji still breaking out further into the water. Going to want to make landfall a little bit later on. Alpha 7 under pressure from the off angle from Alolex IHC. You can see they managed to find a little ridgeline there, but Alpha 7 taking shots out towards Reiji as he's going to try and push further on in from the water.
I'm going to give this game to Twisted Minds already.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds are going to have those buildings. Alula IHC is playing this extremely passive here. Unless we see Alula IHC just take a crazy risk and go dead center, then we might see something happen. But right now, Twisted Minds have the big positional advantage. And I think all these other teams realize it, so they got to try to hunt down a couple eliminations. And right now, the shortest path to that is going to be Team Reject. Long nade!
Good.
Oh, gets the confirmation on a Reiji. That's a huge one.
Able to get that flush is absolutely massive. Taking a player out of the mix there that could have been rezzed. They're now diminished, and they know there's more.
And the big thing is they know it's Team Reject on that side for a fact. They got to take them out here and now, especially if you want to pass them up on the leaderboards. You can't let them get any more room.
It's a big arm.
Ooh, that did touch Divine. He didn't like that one. That was an eviction notice right there. And Team Reject know that they do not have a safe place to stay. That little dip right there is so dangerous. If a nade happens to make it, right in that little crevasse, they are done for.
Nate's in response, finally actually pulling the pin on their own, but not going to find anything there. Mafioso with a difficult approach, and I think you're right, Twisted Mind still with the best spot. But if this fight on the north side concludes, it gets a little bit more difficult.
Twisted Mind should win this game. There's no way they lose this. They're in such a great position. The only thing they have to do is defend against Alula IHC, and it should be money in the bank for them. But let's look right now at what Alpha 7 can do. If Alpha 7 can find a fight, a fair one, onto Team Reject, they're going to have a little bit of coverage with that slight little hill, but they got to make that push. They got to clear this side of the map out if they want any chance at winning this game. Or even, who cares if you win this game? Just take out Team Reject. That's what your goal should be, right? Just stop them from getting any points.
I mean, that would be fair enough. To be able to get that done would be a big old relief for them. But Alula IHC have removed Shan. They're going to move forwards, play the ridgelines. Divine's doing the same. He's trying to meet them at the pass, and he's gotten up a level. He's gotten closer to that roadside, but he's under pressure now.
What
a lovely shot that comes through from Twisted Minds. Over in those buildings, able to find those off angles. Alula IHC now playing 2-2. One on the back is knocked, so they're going to need to spend time to res that up.
Let's see what Team Reject can do. They're going to have to pull off some magic here. They are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Alula IHC, and now Alpha 7 is going to find some angles onto them. And Twisted Minds, this is their game to win. And just how many eliminations are they going to get for this victory? That's the question. They're down in 13th place. They got to close it out here. Duello, the last player up for Team Reject, and he's down to 1 HP.
No
Here comes the Rebel. They got him! And that is Team Reject out. 12 eliminations for Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 push up to the triple-digit mark as well. With placements accrued, that could be the challenge they're looking for to close out day number 2 in first place. This could be what they have on the menu. Alula IHC are back to 4, though, and the smokes have bloomed.
This is stage 9, folks. The zone's about to go into nothing. Now I think Twisted Mind's position is completely compromised. It's anyone's game here. Alpha 7 are going to be wide on the open. Alpha 7 need to get every elimination they can, but Obscure gets a knock on a McGrellin. That's going to hurt. Alula IHC have to push out into the wide open. You can see them just doing so ever so slowly. They need some critical knocks here to help buy some time.
Smoke's so important here. The res comes through onto McGrellin there, which means that they are playing as 3. Need some healing, and he need it now, because now you need to jump over the top. Mafioso takes down Tiol. No, hang on a minute, that's Obscure from Twisted Minds, but they look for the point anyway.
Point steal.
Another one, 13 now for Alpha 7 as they start to ramp up. Another 1 and 2, looking for third as well. 3 players still alive for Alpha 7 as the damage pours on into the Twisted Minds compound. Alula IHC going low as well. Alpha 7 flowing from the northern shore will try and push further in. The Molotov there, they're packed all in, and they're looking for the escape here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The nade is in, and Twisted Minds fall. Now in a 3 versus 2, looking for the opportunity to make a statement against Reject, to put them back where they believe they belong. Alpha 7 from the northern side are able to make it happen.
Woo! 19 eliminations! Are you kidding me? They took out Team Reject. They clutched it up at the last second. And you know, they're going into the final day here of the PUBG Mobile World Cup on top.
And a potential record break for them as well. They are now up to 4 chicken dinners on this tournament. Vampire had 4, now they have that door open for them. Tomorrow, with 1, they could break the record. They could break the back of Reject's morale as well. And what a way to close it down. So brutal. And they played all of the end with 3 players.
What a crazy finish right there. I thought that Twisted Minds had the position, but guess what? They did have the position. Alula IHC and Alpha 7 realized, guys, we're not going to win this if these guys stay up. Offensive smokes on the Twisted Minds. 8, pretty much almost 8 players focused onto them, and Twisted Minds couldn't make it out alive. What a finish, a perfect situation to end the day for Alpha 7.
The second day in a row, but they will end the matches in first place. And now is their true test. Now they need to keep this one rolling. You saw at the end there, This is a massive elimination chicken dinner as well, by the way. I didn't quite count how many they were able to pick up, but that could in itself be a record.
Yeah, I don't know how many smokes Twisted Minds had. The thing they could have done was they could have thrown offensive smokes onto Alpha 7's ridge line. That would have completely eliminated their sight lines and given them an opportunity to hopefully, you know, stave off that attack. But Alpha 7 had full vision, full lay of the land, took them out first, then a little IHC, but it was smart for them to take out Team Reject. That was huge.
Yeah, from that western side, I think if Reject had taken more control against that earlier scrap with Aulora X IHC, it might have been a different story we're telling here. But for now, the story is Brazil. Alpha 7 take a crucial chicken dinner to put their final day in the lead for them. First place. See what they can do.
Oh, let's see it. Let's see it.
I don't need to say anything, 7.
Do Brazil! Yeah, buddy!
Where's my jersey?
Tying it.
My jersey? That's my jersey.
Tying the record for most wins at 4. I feel like they are going to end up breaking it tomorrow. And they finally were able to answer my biggest question for them today. We're kind of talking about this, James. We're watching that match. Is that what this team going to be able to do when the circle wasn't given to them? We already saw what happened at the beginning of the day when the circles weren't in their favor. They were rotating too slow. They were taking fights. This time around, they saw how far away the circle, and they rotated all the way from El Pozo down south and absolutely set themselves up in a way that they could actually get those eliminations in a big, big way, and on top of that, secure the chicken dinner.
There's a lot of fascinating things about the island, and obviously we can go into it later on, but the most important thing for Alpha 7 is taking the spot across the bridge. You don't really need to go deeper into the island when you're the first there to be able to hold that position and try and get as many eliminations as possible.
I mean, this version also has the bridge on the other side. You don't have a compound anymore. It's just flat terrain, so you have to jump off the bridge. Otherwise, you're just going to be completely obliterated by all the teams around you. So if you play under the bridge, it's just a funnel for elimination coming your way. So Alpha 7, that was a great position to eliminate all the competition coming your way and picking up points at the same time.
Doing it without Carrillo too, because Carrillo got stuck on the other side on the main island, and he could not go across.
I'm surprised none of you have mentioned yet, maybe I'm jumping the gun a bit, that this might have been the game to win Alpha 7 finally an international trophy.
It might
have been the game. 29 points?
I agree, Jason.
Thank you. It might have been.
I agree too. I think they're gonna win.
I don't want to curse it. All right. I'm happy. I'm happy that they finally answered the question that I had in regards to the circle not being in their favor and how they were going to be able to adjust to that. I'm glad that we're finally able to see that. I'm glad that we're finally able to see the aggressiveness out of them, that they're able to showcase the fragging power that we know they're capable of. But yeah, I don't want to call it yet. We'll have to wait and see. Alpha 7 has been in this position before, and they have choked, and I just don't want to jinx it.
Let's talk about this zone, right? Because when we saw this go down, we were like, that's a very hard shift south. And Kalaris, it kept going south for a while. And as we know, that's a very interesting place to play out this final match.
Yeah, definitely so. So let's break this down, right? Because the map in-game actually doesn't reflect how much this island has changed. We saw fights on a southeast compound, which is newly updated. Even the compound south of the bridge as well is actually beyond a road that, yeah, say, on the minimap, you can't currently see. And then, of course, there's Partona, which actually sheltered quite a few teams there, which didn't previously exist with, you know, how these ridge lines have changed and things like that. So there was opportunities for teams to survive longer on the island compared to when they were used to before the update happened.
I mean, just like Twisted Minds, right? Twisted Minds, when they're very early, just stuck in Partona, were able to just keep themselves sheltered away from all of the competition. And even that big rotation of Chiamba, they just stayed in that position. Shen, I think, was a solo and just, okay, I don't really want to take the fight. I'm going to remain as a solo and get easy access to that late game scenario. Partona in situations like this is so impactful. I love seeing teams like Twisted Minds play it out.
Like, it's not just the fact that Partona are there as well, is the structure of the island itself has changed. The east side of it has changed to allow you a little bit more entry point onto it. The south side of the island structure has changed as well to allow people to be able to get on it. So as much as these circles are very, very rare, there is multiple opportunities for boatations, for swims, as well as extra entry points, like the added bridge that Reject took far to the west.
Like they swim across. No, there's a bridge there now. You can actually just make that cross over the side. I did like that rotation from IG. Also, they went over Minas del Sur and into that way too, so they got a few extra compounds that you can play from that location. So very interesting circle. I feel like we had some good adaptations from some teams, but Alpha 7 again in the funnel, all the eliminations coming their way, having a good time.
It's a hugely important update to Miramar when you when you have
Truck
something
stop.
like this. Truck stop as well, of course, yes, a big update.
So much.
Well, that's where we saw IWNRX and Tiamba initially fight. And then obviously, you mentioned before, the rotation happened at Tiamba. But let's actually take a quick little stock of things of how today went down for all of these teams here today and see who won which matches. And, well, first off, you're going to notice Alpha 7, another day in a row with 2 chicken dinners. As you said before, 7, that is 4 on the event so far here in our finals. 1 more to go, and they'll win an extra $25,000. So they could be going home with at least $425,000, not to mention what they won in the group stage. This could be a big event. This could be, I would say, outside of PEL, the biggest prize pool that a team's won.
Yes.
If Alpha 7 pull it off and you take into consideration all they've been able to win in this event.
I believe so too. Listen, I don't want to curse them yet. I'm trying to hide my excitement for Alpha 7.
Be mature, like Alpha 7 or B.
Hashtag mature team. That's what we're doing
With a space in it, by the way, on that graphic.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Matt, come on, Matt. No, but with this team, the main thing, right, was that, okay, what's going to happen tomorrow? We mentioned it throughout at the beginning of the day too, because they got lucky. Let's be honest, they got absolutely lucky that some of the teams at the top weren't having the best performances whenever Alpha 7 did end up getting eliminated early. If that ends up happening tomorrow, I just don't see them being able to catch up. Even if they do end up getting 2 chicken dinners, I feel like Alpha 7 has to be a lot more consistent tomorrow. And the overall scheme of things, it's good to see though that they are going to be coming in with the 10-point lead.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this also, Reject and Alpha 7 have been fighting constantly throughout these matches, especially on the Miramar, right? There's a real rivalry happening here between Brazil and Japan, and I'm loving that storyline.
With the moving goalposts tomorrow, I anticipate there's only 2 potential spots that Alpha 7 could be in by the end of tomorrow.
Oh, no.
7.
Stop.
Considering, but again, as you say, with hashtag mature team, if they are able to keep their composure, keep their cool, bring the same level of gravitas to the tomorrow that they did today, we could see finally Brazil get that international under their belt.
We say that every time.
We say
that every time. Every time we say that, he gets the jersey out. We're like, they're maybe going to win. It's Brazil's time, and it's not their time.
But I'm being cautious. I'm being cautious this time, all right? I learned my lesson. I've been burnt too many times.
I feel like you're going to have another lesson tomorrow.
But this time I got the jersey with the signature on it, so I'm just saying it might be a change.
But what you realize, right, is that this Alpha 7, we know McGrellan's leaving the team.
Oh, stop.
So it's like, you have a team who could finally win a national trophy,
whoa.
and now you're getting rid of someone who helped you accomplish that feat finally. I find that kind of odd if that does eventually go down.
I think they would stay.
Wait, hold on.
I like money.
But I mean, McGrellan has had moments where he's been the last solo, actually alive, and then been able to salvage them points here. So it's not like it's the 3 go-tos that's been the kind of pivotal moment movers.
Okay. So, well, this is what I'm going to go into, probably what we're talking about, the moving goalposts. Now, before we got into this last match, we were saying, yeah, 7 teams in 13th place and above have a legitimate chance. I would almost say now, these teams are over 50 points behind. All right, yeah, 57 odd points behind. I would say if you're in 9th or below, even potentially a little bit higher than that, that your chances of winning and coming back are over.
Like, you can catch up to top 5. Catching up to Reject and Alpha 7 with how their day has been so far is not happening, right?
Max, where was it that Vampire Esports on the was it PMGC that I'm thinking about, or was it one of the
PMGC in
where
Jakarta.
they ended up getting 3 chicken dinners in the last day and they were able to propel themselves in a big way? If I'm going to pick any out of these teams, I think I would have to go with Vampire Esports because of what they showed me in the past, but it's such a long stretch. I don't see it happening. I think a lot of those teams, their hopes are going to be over.
They need that Sertani pep talk in the hotel after today. You know, that's going to work out for them.
Or the 5th interview.
Or the 5th interview.
Yeah.
Like, I want my Rolex, guys. Get in there. Well, we'll see how it's going to go. But no, there's definitely potential for Vampire to get up there again. But like Reject and Alpha 7 are starting to build such a lead now that I feel like it might be a 2-team competition if it keeps going that way tomorrow.
It's crazy to me to think back on day 1 of this entire event, back to the group stages. You know, Claris, we talked about the uncertainty, the undecidedness of the PUBG Mobile era right now. And I think it's really coming true. I mean, Alpha 7 may be the one team that kind of stands out, but the fact is, seeing Reject and Talon in 2nd, 3rd place, I never, ever would have predicted that coming to this event.
I mean, we're not only in a new era when it comes to uncertainty, we're in a new era in terms of the powerhouses, except the one constant is Alpha 7, but there has been something that has constantly eluded.
Look at the gap that's starting to build too.
I mean, I'm looking at this, like, in terms of region, look at that. Brazil, Japan, SEA, you got yourself PEL.
So spread.
Like, it's
so
like
spread.
so many regions have just like one team is just dominating and doing so well in this main tournament for them. I'm loving to see that.
Our dark horse. They're still in it.
TJB?
Yeah.
If they can have more than one play in the late game, maybe.
If they can just maybe perform the whole day and not just the first 3 games,
Did Max
I
have a dark
kind of
horse?
believe in them.
I didn't have a dark horse.
No?
I do not.
Okay.
No, stop. I know what you're
I
trying
can
to
only talk about one team at a time.
He's not allowed to talk about a specific team anymore.
No. 1v, who's that? I don't know. I don't know that team.
You really did curse them.
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole, but what I will touch is Arcadia play of the day. I actually don't know who it's going to be going to, because to be honest, you could probably just give it to all of Alpha 7 right now with how they finished off that last match. We're going to check out who it's going to be. Reggioso going to be on the docket here.
Doesn't surprise me for a situation like this. Again, they showed some composure in terms of avoiding this fight early to be able to round it out and get the win off the back of it, as they were coming in alongside Twisted Minds, and Rejects were able to clean them up in, again, a very difficult Erangel circle. This island is always notoriously difficult to play.
Yeah, 2 island finishes in a day. Where's Partona? Oh, wait, wrong one.
Wrong one.
Oh, we're getting Kane in there as well. I'm going to get a couple different players. Honestly, like today, and just like yesterday, we've had some pretty exciting matches and really an opportunity for all these teams to stand out and all these teams to really make a run for the championship.
Yep.
But it seems like you said, the constant is Alpha 7. Right now, the constant's being Talon, it's being Reject. I just wonder tomorrow, are we going to see some mixes? Are we going to see teams potentially hot dropping Alpha 7 to be like, no. You stay back in 2nd place.
That would be so dirty. Not PMWC again.
Oh, he got really, he got really angry.
Again. S2G's not here.
If you're going to catch up to these guys, you have to play your own game and you have to be super strong in doing it, I think.
Yeah, like
6 games is still quite a bit. You could, if you have 2 or 3 banger games, all of a sudden, the cards completely change.
Yeah, the first half of tomorrow is going to be very important if you want to play catch-up, for sure.
At what point tomorrow do we just count off all the teams on the second page, like from 9 to 16? I feel like after Sanhok, it's
That's
over.
Quick.
I would say
Right? I feel like after
With the
Sanhok,
divide,
it's over.
quick. Yeah.
2 games, it's done for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
2? Really?
games, yeah.
Ooh, wow. You're being generous, too.
Thing is, I also kind of expect tomorrow to see a lot of our top teams be, I want to say, even more passive, because today was very rocky for them. We saw so many times our top 8 teams would go out really early, giving that way for other teams to catch up.
I mean, you say count them out, but I mean, even down there, the divide in terms of prize pool is still quite big. So
I'm talking about it in regards to counting them out for being
Top
the
4 is
champion.
a big
but
amount of
There's so much to play for.
Yeah.
Where was it? Actually, it was Survival that we saw the last place team that was Rook take on Falcons in the last match and
they
stop their hopes from
effectively
main
eliminated
stage.
them.
I mean, that's going to happen at some point tomorrow. More than likely on those final matches, we're going to end up seeing those fights for teams that got absolutely nothing to lose going up against one of those top teams that are going to be
Team
fighting for
Liquid
that
hot dropping
championship.
Alpha 7.
It is still like $5,000 increases per position.
Yeah,
So, like,
exactly.
I like, unless you just don't like money, I wouldn't recommend it.
All right, well, I'm not going
not
to make
in
you
that.
guys predict MVPs this time. I actually just want to see who the MVP is going to be, because I think it might be exciting. I actually don't know what team it's going to be from, if I'm completely honest.
Mafioso.
I don't think it's Mafioso.
Mafioso.
Reggie.
That makes sense.
I mean, he was MVP of PMGO, man. If he does a repeat here, that would be mental for that to happen back to back.
What do we think has to be the key there for Reject? I feel like that's just such a surprise for me. Like, this team alongside with Talon is just such a surprise for me, and I know you like this team as well, Max. Like, what do you think would... Sorry, I put you on the spot, too. What do you think has to be the key for them tomorrow?
For them tomorrow... I mean, just play their own game. Like, similar to what Kalara said, I feel like you just play what you've been doing so far. It's been successful at this point. Just go for your good early rotations, get central, being willing to take fights. And especially Reiji, he is really good at playing the mini 40. Like, mid to long range, this guy is on fire. That's the reason why he was MVP of PMGO. It was mainly down to him playing the mini 40, getting so much damage very early on in his matches. So I feel like that is going to be the game plan for them. Just play their own game, central, and play around that mini 14 goodness.
The thing for that team now is that they have been in this position before already once this year, right, in PMGO. I feel like that experience already of not feeling that extra pressure in a way that this is the first time that they're going to be feeling like this, It's not the first time. PMGO, they were in this kind of position too, going up against Alpha 7. Sarah, I mean, I got a chance to talk to him before the tournament started. He didn't feel that confident. I'm sure he's going to be feeling really confident right now where they're currently at.
Once you get a big win under your belt, it does kind of give you the part of it's par for the course in terms of performing on the big day, on the big moment when it really does mean something. And for them today, I think one of the only real hiccups I can see from some of their games was that send on towards South Pachinki Hill and kind of being eliminated a little bit earlier than they potentially should have been. If they don't make that send the way that they do, they could have had a few more points here, and who knows, maybe even be in a tied position with Alpha 7 again. So could have been completely different.
I don't see them making that send tomorrow with how things are currently working out. They won't be doing that one.
Honestly, I'm getting kind of excited at the idea of Reject potentially bringing home another international trophy back to Japan. Considering PMGO, which had some prelims into it, but didn't have like necessarily this many great teams in it, but now to do it back to back and potentially go into PMGC as well, where they could do it a third time in a year.
I'm going to be real, though, Max. They would put doubters to rest. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I was one of the doubters, even somebody's pointing
I agree. Same thing.
At the end of PMGO, I'm like, okay, they won. Sick. Can they do it again? Right? And if they win this after PMGO, I will have to eat my words. What a performance that would be.
I think one of the biggest experiences ever in PUBG Mobile Esport has been Nova Esport winning back-to-back PMGCs, right? A team doing a grand slam of winning PMGO into PMWC into PMGC. That would be insane for a Japanese team to make it happen. That would make history. For me, that would be even better than PMGC back-to-back champions of Nova Esport.
Being that dominant, especially on global events throughout the whole year. The triple.
And back to their region. Oh no, we're struggling.
And to also do it at a mid-season event, which is a qualifier instead of an invitation like we saw with Vampire, right? Completely different kind of style of tournament for them. We are going to come back in a few minutes. We're going to actually head down the stage in the meantime to do some interviews with Sandstorm and Banks. We'll see you guys in a few.
Hello and welcome everyone. We are back in the SEC Arena at the end of Game 6 for Day 2 of the PUBG Mobile World Cup, and I'm here with Sarah from Team Reject. Now, you guys have had an incredible Day 2, top 2 at the end of the day, so tell me, how are you feeling? How's the team feeling after that performance?
Actually, we switched, we changed a lot. Like, the Divine was used to be the IGL last PMZO in Brazil, but this time I started to play as an IGL again, so we didn't have enough time to practice as an IGL, so we didn't have confidence about the main stage, so we could hopefully play well so far.
I mean, so far we're seeing an incredible performance between you guys and Alpha 7, but I want to ask you, when it comes to Day 3 of the tournament, we know that anything can happen in the final day of the tournament. How are you guys going to, or what are you guys going to work on rather, to make sure that you stay on top and go for that #1 spot?
We just do our things as usual.
I like that. No need to change anything, just stick to what's working for them so far, and it's been an incredible tournament so far. I do have to say, we're kind of seeing a rivalry between you and Alpha 7. We've seen like what happened in PMGO at the end of Day 2. You were first, they were second, and now end of Day 2 for PMWC. They're first, you're second. Is there anything that you want to say to Alpha 7?
It's a hard question for me. Like, I think they are a good friend for me, so we just nothing to say, actually. Wish them luck.
All right, well, I like it. Trying to stay preserved, trying to focus on letting their gameplay talk for them instead. And I believe we have an interview with Alpha 7 and Barney Banks, so let's head on over.
Yes, we do. We do have an interview over here. I've got Magrilyn here from Alpha 7 Esports with an absolutely stellar performance at the end of that. That map 6 was unbelievable. Okay, Magrilyn, let's have a conversation because we need to talk about that circle pull that went right down south. What was your initial reaction when you saw that? Because your ability to stay alive until the bitter end was unbelievable to watch.
Vamos falar agora sobre o mapa. Quando você viu a zona indo para o lado sul, qual foi a tua reação? Foi incrível que você conseguiu se manter vivo. Qual foi a sua reação quando você viu?
Foi uma surpresa, porque ninguém imaginava que era partona, um hard shift muito forte. Porém, nós soube trabalhar muito bem a safe e deu a win.
It was a surprise, no one was expecting that, but we could work it very well and we went very well.
You did. You did work it extremely well. I want to talk about you very quickly, though, because you're the newest member of the Alpha 7 Esports roster. What do you feel like you bring to the table? Because success seems to follow you wherever you go, so it's amazing.
Você é o membro mais novo da equipe. O que você acha que você traz para a equipe?
Acredito que é mais bala, mais habilidade. Acredito que venho trabalhando muito isso, conversando com o time, muitos estudos. Aprendi muito aqui na SET e eles me acolhem como uma família.
I think I brought a lot of skills. I've learned a lot, and they welcome me as a family.
Oh, I love that. Now, finally, we've got to talk about the question that Sandstorm just asked the member of Reject as well. At the end of PMGO, day 2, Reject were in the lead and you were in second going into the final day. That's now flipped. You're in first place going into the final day. Are you going to be able to hold on to that lead and take the victory at PMWC?
Isso está parecendo o reverso da PMGO, onde vocês agora trocaram de lugar. Vocês acham que vocês vão conseguir manter e ganhar?
Acredito que amanhã nós vamos focar no nosso, chegar no hotel e trabalhar os erros, porque erramos muito hoje. Porém, vamos vir forte para amanhã para trazer esse título para o Brasil.
We are going to get to the hotel today. We're going to work on our mistakes. We made a lot of mistakes today, and we're going to work on that. And tomorrow we're gonna come back.
Can you believe that? A 19 elimination chicken dinner at the end of the day, and they made a lot of mistakes. I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow. The rivalry's going to grow, and it's going to get spicier and spicier. Thank you, Magdalene, for joining me at end of day conversation, interview. There we go. That's the word, interview I was looking for. But for now, we've got one more day of the PUBG Mobile World Cup, at the ESPORTS World Cup to sink our teeth into, and that is with you guys tomorrow. Can't wait to see you guys there. But for now, let's go back to the studio.
Bye. Bye.
Oh,
man.
He's gone. He's just shy.
He just froze.
Guys. Interesting to hear, by the way, from Sarah, that Divine was in-game leading at PMGO, and he took over in-game leading here for PMWC, which might actually kind of explain how rocky Group 6 might have been and how they've been improving.
The slow start? That kind of makes sense.
Like, I'm just getting used to it. Oh, he's working great now. There you go. He's got the
Keep it
experience he
going.
wanted.
I like how nice he was, too, when they asked him, is there anything you want to say to Alpha 7? He didn't decide to pull a 4MV dog and say, Alpha 7's overrated.
No, I should have said,
who's
going
overrated
down
now?
to second place.
We'll
be
put
the best.
Alpha 7 in the rightful place. Second. No, honestly, I think this has been a phenomenal event so far, and I'm really excited to see how things will kick off tomorrow and how things, more importantly, will end off tomorrow. We have 2 teams in the running for first place at the moment that we're currently eyeing, but I have a feeling maybe we're going to see another team jump out. Maybe Talon. Just imagine Talon being the team to take home PMWC. The Indo Talent across from us are going to go insane if that happens, so maybe we actually don't want it to happen. But really, it's anyone's game.
Yeah. I feel like the teams are just around top 5. It's such a significant increase in prize pool, they just need to change their play style, go super aggressive.
It's 200K from first to second. Like
just play better.
Just treat it as a double point day tomorrow.
Like in PMSL Americas.
Yeah,
Do the same.
and then just play extra hard.
No, but I feel like those teams are going to try extra hard at the start of the day to like do those quick rotations, get those eliminations to stay in the conversation, because otherwise, if you start slow, guess what? Reject and Alpha 7 are going to keep playing their game. They're going to start rising up even higher, creating a massive cushion, and you won't be able to catch up. So we need to see those teams around top 5 pop off at the start of tomorrow in the first 2 to 3 matches.
I'm intrigued to see how TJB is going to be. The fact that they have played the way they played, and with everything that has gone on, that they're still there within a fighting chance and being a dark horse, I mean, that team, I can see them finishing in the top 3.
Yeah, that might happen. We'll see.
Oh, come on.
You became a doubter?
You gotta
What's going on?
commit to it.
Well, I was hoping that Tiambo would be the one in that position, but TJB's done all right for themselves. I think that...
You get a mulligan.
Do
You want to
I?
switch? You want to switch?
No, I don't want to
Okay.
switch. I mean, there's no point at this point. Tiambo's not going to be being able to challenge for that top spot unless they have an insane day. But TJB, yeah, especially if they're able to salvage points their way they have been able to with some solos, definitely can make top 3. But for my money, we're looking at 2 big names going to be fighting for it tomorrow. We'll see, though. We'll see.
Yeah, we're going to see, and it's going to be exciting, so you guys are not going to want to miss it. Just like, hopefully, you don't miss out on the Violet Thunder set and S12K here for PMWC. Make sure you guys pick it up. And, of course, while you're picking up or after you're done securing this one, you also go participate in a survey we have for you guys to get some feedback on the show, feedback on the event as well overall, and let us know your honest thoughts. Give me an honest thought real quick.
Honest thought?
Don't talk about Alpha 7. Okay.
It's a cool skin. He has it.
I have it.
Wow,
I have it. It's so cool. I got it.
That is cool.
What, you want me to give you one?
Yeah, I want you to give me one.
That's pretty cool.
No, honestly, it's been an exciting day 2 here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup, but we still have one day to decide who takes home the trophy, the $400,000, and can finally maybe call themselves a champion. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
enak. Harus dimenangin Pin tapi.
Boleh. Awas,
Rata.
Abis itu tunggu kah?
Rata, knock 1 A7-nya.
Eu tô full speed AP, vai dropar um de costas pra mim.
Tá.
Aqui, ó, tá no fundo.
Dá nega aqui.
Dois.
Dá nega aqui do... Costa pra gente, velho. Pô. Sağımızda adamlar var. Attı kanka. Yanıma attım. Oğlum fight diyorlar lan. Fight يمين يا عيال. اسمع اضغط هنا بالسرعة.
تعال يمين بقى. يا اطلع يمين اطلعوا
خرافة هذا.
انت
nembak dia, Cok.
Gak bisa kau main yang sisi arah kita.
2 udah nyebur ya kiri Pin.
Yang bisa main sini, Cok, kalian, Cok.
Bisa tuh.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
what they wanna live for. Why'd you prison me instead? Cut it, what's good from us? Escape what comes along. You're too colorblind to visualize who we are. Light, careless, no less, regardless of your mind. Destined to shine. Can I do what you wanna do? It's like a joke. My fear can't change my willingness in me. And wonder what they wish for, what they wanna live for.
For thousands of years,